Hey y'all, welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa, and my poetry name is New Lily. If you're new, please check out the links located in the comment section and the description box. And in both locations, you'll find an identical set of links that lead to videos that talk about what started my targeting in 2020, as well as links to videos that share information about the technology utilized on targets, tactics utilized on targets, and information about the targeted individual program in general. Welcome back, y'all. I know it seems like, again, it's one of those moments where I'm pumping out videos back to back to back, but a lot has been happening within the last 2 weeks. This is what happens. It'll be like a moment of like constant activity where it's like I'm feeling the need to document back to back videos. And then it'll be like a moment of, almost like a plateau type moment where it's like, of course, something is always happening when you're targeted, but it's kind of mellow and I don't really necessarily feel the need to make a video. And that will be those times where you notice I haven't made a video in a while. And it's just one of those moments where a lot has happened. I don't even care to make these videos. I keep saying, I don't want to make targeted individual videos. I don't want to keep making them. I feel like I've shared enough info to help other targets. I've told my story in a million different ways. I've shared information. I've shared my experience, things I've learned, countermeasures. I don't really feel like I need to say much more as far as this targeting goes. But constantly, it seems like new things are developing and or happening. And I feel the need to document. So anyways, y'all, this is my dream manipulation part 7 video because I had a very odd dream that was full of stimuli this morning and I wanted to document it. And then not just that, also there are other things that happened prior to this dream that I want to talk about, and also why I think there would have been motive to send me a vivid dream full of stimuli. So anyways, again, I can't prove it. Remember, I've told you guys this in all of my dream manipulation videos. For the sake of not bearing false witness, I never hardcore accuse or say that this dream was sent to me, because I told you guys, something that's played a contentious role in my targeting, and actually the cause of my targeting is bearing false witness unintentionally. So I'm very careful about not bearing false witness, right? I told you guys already. I've said it in every dream manipulation video and in other videos. I can prove that I'm targeted. I've documented countless different things. I've let you all hear the Rev campaign in the background, the bird drones in the background. I've documented several different things, the ambulances, proven that I'm targeted. And then I've proven with the information that I share on my channel that they have the technology to send vivid dreams. There's a plethora of information out there. I've just taken my time and put it together in a comprehensive list of different videos to share with you all. So you can find the info right here on my channel. Every dream manipulation video, I go to the videos on my channel and I show you guys where you can find the evidence to prove that this technology exists. They've talked about it on news specials. DARPA has put videos up with information about it on YouTube. There's a plethora of information out there to validate the existence of this technology. So I can prove the technology exists. I can prove I'm targeted. I've even shared witness accounts from other targets on my channel, but I can't concretely prove that they did, in fact, send me the dreams that I document, because, of course, it's an intangible form of torture. So if what I suspect is true and they are sending me these dreams, I can't concretely prove it. I can prove that the technology exists. I can prove I'm targeted, but I can't concretely prove that they're sending me these dreams. And that's why you hear the plane flying by. I don't know if the phone is picking up on it. Listen, y'all. So I know the video picked up on that. Again, more evidence that I'm targeted. They even used the aircraft on me. I'm here on the island, so I don't deal with the helicopter harassment like I did when I was in the mainland, when I tried to relocate in 2022. But I do deal with the small aircraft flying overhead and doing noise campaign. Anyway, so it's an intangible form of torture, and it's like something you can't necessarily concretely prove unless, by some miracle you can find somebody to be on your side that works for the medical industry, that does a test, and finds the chip in your head, and proves whatever. So it's really comprehensive, this thing, and it's all psychological. It's called soft warfare, i.e., psychological warfare. Anyways, even as I said that, I heard the little click sound by my window. There's this little click sound. I don't know what they use to do that. That makes a little click sound, So it's just these little subtle things that you can't necessarily concretely prove. Again, you can prove that the program exists. You can prove the technology exists. You can prove that you're experiencing certain things that relate to being targeted, but you can't concretely prove that certain things are happening, in particularly the psychological things, the neuromonitoring type things. They're intangible forms of torture. Anyway, try not to make this video too long, y'all. I was supposed to go to the gym earlier. Y'all know that, those of you that have been keeping up with me, that Wednesdays are one of my workout days. And typically I leave the house like around 11, and I get to the gym however I get there. At the moment, I have my mother's vehicle. She's off island, so I'm not having to fight with the public transportation. And as I told you guys, I do have a car that's being repaired for me, a put car that belongs to my brother, but nonetheless a vehicle, something I can use until I'm able to save up the down payment to get my own car. So at the moment, I have transportation. I'm not necessarily having to go out there and duke it out with the public transportation and hope that I get a ride. That hasn't been the case recently. But still, today is a busy day for me. I have to take my sister to the airport. She actually just pulled up outside. That's such a coincidence. And, so I wasn't able to leave for the gym at the time that I normally would leave. I actually had to sit here and wait for her to get back. She's going to have to pack her stuff. And I have to take her to the airport by 3:30. So this is why I was fighting and warring with myself on whether or not I wanted to wait to make this video or just do it now and get it out the way. Because I do still need to finish getting ready. I have to get ready for the gym. I'm already bathed. I'm wearing my workout clothes. But I have to fix my hair, fix up my face, whatever. And I have to do that in time to still leave and take her to the airport and then just head straight to the gym.
You're weird. You're in
So I wasn't... Huh?
On a video?
I'm not talking about... What?
No,
What are you talking about?
I'm tired.
I'm sorry, y'all, for the interruption. Y'all, sorry about the interruption. Anyways... So like I was saying, y'all, I have to hurry up and try and get myself together and get ready. And I know I'm on a time constriction, right? And that noise was actually my sister you heard coming on the porch. So please just disregard that. So this is why I was debating with myself on whether or not I want to make this video right now, or if I want to wait until later. But it's like one of those things where it's like you want to talk about something so bad that you just decide.
You're on there on a video talking my business as if I need people to know I'm traveling. What's wrong with you?
Anyways, y'all. So guys, please excuse the loud noises and the distraction. Y'all, please excuse the loud noises and the distraction. Please excuse the loud noises and the distraction. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and continue with my video. So you guys know what happens when you make these videos. There's been this new thing where her in particular, where when I'm making these videos, she's making noises and doing weird stuff. I don't know what's going on. The video's not even about her. I just vaguely mentioned her to let you all know why I decided to make the video now rather than later. So I don't really know what the outburst is about. She already took up my whole day. Now I'm complaining. I wasn't complaining before, right? I sat here. I was just going to document the things I wanted to document. And I briefly mentioned her to let you all know why I decided to make the video now rather than later. But she took up my whole day because she had to go to the airport. She told me 2:00, right? So I stayed home and didn't go to the gym at the time I normally would have gone to the gym at, right? I chose to stay home to give her the ride, call her around 2:00. I hopped in the shower at 1:30. I wouldn't have even bathed that soon had I known she didn't need to be to the airport until 3:30. Then she tells me, oh, well, actually I have to be to the airport for 3:30. I said, well, why'd you tell me 2:00? I said I could have went to the gym and came back and been here in time to take you like last time, because I just took her to the airport last week. And the same thing happened, except she told me the right time and I was able to go to the gym and then come back and take her. You're interfering with my whole day. That's selfish. Now, I'm not even venting about it. I wasn't planning to. Again, I only vaguely mentioned her. Y'all heard how lightheartedly I mentioned her. Oh, look, she just pulled up. Because I was just explaining to you all why I decided to sit her and make the video and why I haven't gotten to the gym yet. Now I'm venting and complaining, right? Because it's this weird new thing with her. We're making noises while I'm doing my videos. Y'all heard the interruption that happened with her the last time. I don't even remember what video it was. I had to cut some of that interaction out. Anyways, I'm not going to stay harping on that because that's not what this video is about. I'm not going to let the distraction happen and deter me from what I really want to talk about. I'm doing you a favor and giving you a ride to the airport. I didn't even have to be here. Anyways, and that's to tell you my temperament too, because I'm not flashing off. I'm not freaking out, right? It's known that everybody's watching. She knows the whole island's watching, so she knows everyone knows she's traveling. So that whole episode and that whole flip off is for what? Anyways, let me continue with what I'm saying though. I forgot what I was going to say. Back to what I was saying, y'all. I'm so sorry for the distraction. Back to what I was saying. I totally lost my train of thought. That's so irritating. Y'all know I have ADD. It does not take much for me to lose my train of thought. Let me go over to my notes, y'all. Update with work. Last stimuli and sun I suspect was made for me. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is give y'all, sorry about that. First thing I want to do is update you all on the work situation. Because in that last video, let me go over there, right? The part 3 targeted individual PTSD and trauma video. I documented an interaction that happened between my coworker and I that led to me having to call the main office where they make the schedules and find out what was going on. You know, I told you all that there was a supervisor that gave me a directive that I needed to sit in the office all night and that I could be written up if I didn't sit in the office all night. And he was very stern with me too. He talked to me 3 different times about sitting in that office. So he adamantly was saying exactly what he was saying. And even went as far as to tell me that the manager in the main office told him that. So for me, you know, I suspected, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I suspected that he was doing it out of spite. I did suspect that. And the reason being is because the first night that he talked to me about it, remember I told y'all in that last video, I know him. I went to school with him, private school with him back in the day. I don't know him. I don't know him personally. I would more so say, I wouldn't even go as far as to say acquaintance because he's older than me. This was the first time I had ever even conversed with him, but I knew his face. You know, like when you go to school with somebody, you know their face and they're older than you. It was that kind of scenario. So the first interaction him and I had was pleasant. I did not have any inclination that he was going to be this super strict, you know, whatever kind of supervisor. And so the second time when I interacted with him, you know, it was one of those nights where a lot of gang stalking was happening at work. I was sitting in my car just watching, you know, videos on YouTube like I do. And in my recommended, they sent me a video about Virginia, West Virginia, just talking about how poor it was and how downtrodden it was. And kind of just showing the poverty-stricken areas in West Virginia. There's this guy I'm subscribed to that I like to watch. And he travels to different states and he critiques the states and talks about what's going on with the different states. I actually started watching him in 2022 when I was scouting out which state I wanted to relocate to because the targeting had amped up here on island and I didn't know I was a target yet. So that was actually when I subscribed to him. So it was a true algorithm, that video being sent to my news feed, but still it seemed to have, I don't know, work up the gang stalkers. It doesn't take much to work them up. You know, I already told you they're always watching me and ready to judge me and ready to create something. It's always something when you're targeted. You're villainized. You're painted in a bad light. It's a smear campaign. And constantly, while they're watching you, you are being judged. It doesn't matter what you're doing or what's going on. They are literally looking for error. And when I say they, again, I keep trying to make sure and make it clear that I'm not making a generalization. I've already realized it's not everyone on island. I've dealt with some very decent people down here that aren't involved. They're watching. I'm sure they're very much so aware of what's going on with me. Everyone is. I've dealt with people that I can tell have nothing to do with nothing. They're just watching and they're aware of the situation. And then I have the they, and that's referring to the gang stalkers who are actively involved in my harassment. So anyways, when I say they, I'm talking about the people that are actively involved in watching and looking for problems within me and looking for something to rev up for, to create something with. So anyways, they sent me that thing. I was just watching it, right? I didn't say anything. I didn't have an opinion about it. I was just watching it. They started revving by and going crazy because the video was talking about how, I guess, downtrodden or poverty-stricken West Virginia is. I can't put my mouth in that. I've never been to West Virginia. I've been to so many different states, y'all, especially in that time in 2022 when I tried to relocate. I went to Ohio. I went to Chicago. Where else was I at? Obviously, I was in Indiana. That was the main state that I went to. I drove through Tennessee. I drove through Kentucky. I've been through a lot of states and actually like visited several states. Drove through, got to feel the vibe of. I really liked Chicago. I told you guys that. Like, if I weren't targeted, I probably would have ended up in Chicago rather than Indiana. I really liked Chicago. Anyways, so I've never been to West Virginia, not even driven through the state. So I can't put my mouth in that. I don't know anything about that state. So for them to have even been getting worked up because I was watching a video on my phone, this is what they do. Again, remember the they is the gang stalkers. I didn't understand it, right? So I just simply thought in my head, you know how I stupidly sometimes respond to the noise campaign and the gang stalking. I'm human. It happens, especially when you feel like they're doing stuff, you know, the stuff you can't prove, like the noise campaigns, the ref campaigns, for things you don't really understand. So I remember my thoughts are being projected. Remember, this is a high science program, right? Where your thoughts are being projected. They're listening to your thoughts. They're staring at you. They're using the bathroom with you. They're taking a shower with you. Yeah. So sometimes I respond in my head. And so I just thought to them, I said, well, what's the problem? I said, I don't see anything wrong with what he's saying. He's in the state, experiencing the state. He must know what he's talking about. And then I said, I remember watching Michael Barden's video, and Michael Barden recently moved to West Virginia too, and he was saying the same thing. Now, mind you, Michael Barden's a target. Y'all know I've mentioned and referenced Michael Barden and shared clips of Michael Barden's videos in several of my videos. I've gotten so much info from Michael Barden. And Michael Barden is a target. He's been targeted way longer than me. That used to be in the military, a former military agent that basically got targeted, and all this stuff is happening to him. This is where I got all that info from Michael Barden. A lot of the stuff I learned from Michael Barden. They saw me learning from his channel. So anyways, I was just saying, you know, I don't see anything wrong with what's being said here in this video. I was thinking that in my head. You know, I was like, Michael Barden even talked about the fact that West Virginia is poverty stricken. I said, I know they saw the video. I was thinking this in my head again, guys. I know they saw the video where I was watching Michael Barden giving an update about moving to West Virginia and how poverty stricken it is. And that seemed to rile them up more, to revving up more and acting crazy, right? And creating something. And I guess the supervisor pulled up at that time, right? The supervisor that gave me the directive to stay in the office. I didn't see him pull up. I was parked up under my tree, right? And I like to park up under this tree. There's this tree I typically park up under that's right in the same parking lot as the office. I can see everything from that parking spot, and that's why I like it. And I always see when the supervisor pulls up, and I'm always pulling up as soon as they pull up. But I was so enthralled and so engulfed in responding to the noise campaign, right? And the egging on of an adverse reaction. Now look, the noise is starting. The noise is starting now because I'm making sense, right? Now you're hearing grass cutting in the background. This is what they always do, right? As soon as I start to make sense or say anything that's sensical, they start making noise to try to shut me up. So I'm going to move to a different location of the house and continue my video. Psychotic. It's psychoticness, you know, because for you to be making sense and they know you're making sense and they start to make noise, it's a spirit on some of them, I'm telling you. Anyway, let me finish what I'm saying though. It's like a child, you know, like when you're having an argument with a child and the child is wrong, so they throw a temper tantrum. Like, this is what I equate the noise campaign trying to shut me up when I make sense to. It's like a child throwing a temper tantrum because you're right and they're mad. You know, it's crazy weirdness. Anyway, let me finish though. Y'all can hear me clearly enough. So I didn't see the supervisor pull up in this moment because I was so enthralled and engulfed in responding to the noise campaign that was taking place outside in my head, right? So he pulled up apparently and quietly walked up to my vehicle, did not even see him approaching, right? I hear a tap tap on my window. So I roll down the window, I see it's him. I'm like, okay, well, him and I are cool. You know, I don't, again, have any inclination that he's going to give me a hard time. So I say, hey, good night. He said, hey. In this, you know, this kind of way. It's just kind of strange how he talked to me. He had this expression on his face. I'm very intuitive, y'all. already told you all that I did not plan to make a video ever about a supervisor because I do not want to lose my job. This is the only job I have at the moment and my only source of income. I'm a graduate, right? I have a 3.5 GPA. I graduated magna cum laude. I have a bunch of experience on my resume. And at the moment, the only job I've been able to attain is working security. I don't want to lose this job. This is all I have at the moment, right? I'm working on other stuff. If y'all check out my career update video, I talked about the fact that I'm planning to join a master's program to try to get my master's in library science. I gave y'all the little rundown on what was going on with that, right? But at the moment, this is what I have going on. There's still that corrections officer job pending. It hasn't been totally shut off yet. But again, it's one of those moments, I said this in the last video, where it's like I'm not hearing from them. I have these periods since I've started the job process, since the end of last year, where it's like 1 minute I'm actively hearing from them and it seems like we're taking the next steps. And then the next minute it's like this pause type thing where I'm not hearing from them. I don't know what's going on. You know, and I'm not talking bad about that either. I don't want that door to really completely be shut either. But I'm just letting you all know, I'm just keeping it real, giving y'all an update. Y'all are my viewers. I'm updating y'all on what's going on with me. I don't know what's happening. It's another one of those off moments where I'm not hearing from and I don't know what's going on. So at the moment, security is my main source of income and I don't want to mess it up. So when that thing happened with the supervisor threatening to write me up if I didn't sit in the office all night, I knew it sounded like a strange directive, but I wasn't going to question him and I wasn't going to make a video and make assumptions because I didn't want problems. So I just followed the directive, right? So he tapped on my window. He had this expression on his face. And my intuition was already telling me something was off because I had just been dealing with the ref campaign in the road and apparently they were offended by the fact that I was just agreeing with the guy saying that Virginia was poverty stricken from his experience and from critique. Sorry y'all for the abrupt end to the last video. I got interrupted and ended up having to cut off the end part. And then also too, I had to leave the house as I mentioned in the last clip. So anyways, continuing with what I was saying, y'all, because I'm trying to update and document what happened at work. I'm tired, y'all. I'm so tired. I worked out really hard today in the gym. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit too. But I'm tired. I'm so tired. So thank goodness I have tonight off. You know, it sucks. I told you guys I lost a night off my schedule. But the blessing is I get to rest more, you know, so I'm glad for that in a way. Anyway, so I was at the part where I was telling y'all, and I already told you guys this already. I don't know if I went into the details of the night when he actually, for the first time, that supervisor told me that I would need to be in the office. But in that, what video was it? It was the part 3 gang stalking activity. Wait, was it that video? No, it was the part 3 targeted individual PTSD and trauma video. In that video where I had documented what happened with my coworker when him and I had like that little back and forth, I talked about that supervisor that wrote me up. There's another video where I talked about it too, but I can't recall. I think it was one of these stop gang stalking videos. I don't remember. Y'all that have been keeping up with my videos, I know you're familiar with the story. So I've talked about the supervisor, but I didn't really go into details about him writing me up and why I suspected it might have been out of spite. But again, didn't want to, like I said in the last clip, create an issue. You know, I didn't want to make a video about it and I wasn't certain that that was what was happening. Can't afford to lose this job. And I wasn't really trying to tread into that dangerous territory of making videos about supervisors. You know, I just can't afford to lose this job. So I didn't really say anything or make a video. Anyway, so that's where I left off though, just telling you guys about the first time he gave me the directive to stay in the office all night. So anyways, it was after that little gang stalking episode that was happening because of what was playing on my phone about West Virginia. So he came up to my window, knocked on it, and he told me, hey, do you know that you could get written up? You know, he started it off like that. He said, and I'm not saying verbatim what he said. I can't remember exactly word for word what he said, but this is the gist of what was said. He said, hey, do you know that you could get written up for sitting in your car? I said, written up? You know, instantly my hecklers went up because I was literally just dealing with gang stalking activity. And I know that everyone on the island is watching me always, like 24/7. Like I keep telling y'all, I feel like the freak show of the island. Like it's so terrible what's being done. But like my whole life is basically on display for everyone's entertainment. And there are people that don't like me that are gang stalking and actively harassing me. And then you have other people that I'm sure are just watching with fascination because nothing like this has ever happened on island before. Anyway, so I know he saw that there's no way. Like, I know he saw that interaction that was happening and the ref campaign happening. And so if they were offended by what was playing on my phone, I still don't know why I'm confused. But if they were offended, then likely he was too. You know, and as I mentioned in the last video, I noticed I had to cut that part off. After having further conversation with him, I'm going to get there in a minute. The third time he told me about staying in the office, I'm going to get there in a minute. Him and I had conversation in the office and I found out more information about his background. And so I realized that likely he probably has subjective feelings towards me anyways. You know, he had said a few things prior, you know, throughout him and I interacting. After this time where I'm about to talk about, where he told me I need to stay in the office. I'm going to get back there in a minute. Trust me, I always go off on tangents and find my way back. But after that first time he told that I'm about to document, where he told me I needed to stay in the office, him and I had a few other conversations. And some of the things he was saying, you know, innuendos. Remember I said that people could talk to you and it sounds like regular convo, but there's innuendos in the conversation that might be applying to you low-key. You know, things like that was happening. I'm very intuitive. Even if I act like I don't know what's going on or if I act like I didn't pick up on an innuendo, I'm always picking up on it. I'm just now at the point where I know that I get in trouble for bearing false witness or making assumptions, even though, look at them revving up, even though usually, especially now that I'm targeted, I'm right. I don't, you know, like I don't point out every little thing, especially if it's not something that's like extremely overt. I don't point out every little thing. I'll just pretend like I didn't catch the sub. You know, that's how what I'm learning to do. Anyway, so anyway, back to that first moment where he told me about the office and when I started to realize that this was going to be like likely a supervisor that might give me a hard time, right? So he told me, you know, you could get written up for sitting in your car. I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, so-and-so, I'm not going to say any names in this video, of course not, but the higher up, the main manager for the office that's above all the supervisors, the general manager. He said, so for the sake of the video, I'm going to say a fake name. I'm going to call him Mr. Brown, right? His name is not Mr. Brown, the general manager, but I'm just giving a fake name, right? So whenever I say Mr. Brown, I'm referring to the general manager, right? He said, you know, Mr. Brown said, gave a directive that any guard that's sitting in their car could get written up, is basically what he was telling me. And he said, he wants you to be in the office all night. You're supposed to stay in the office. That's where your post is at. So I was like, really? I said, I've never heard that before. I've dealt with several different supervisors and not one of them have told me that. And he said, yep. He said, Puerto Rico's cracking down. That's what he told me. He said, Puerto Rico's cracking down. Now remember, I live in the Virgin Islands. I told you guys this already, right? And it's U.S. territory. Puerto Rico is as well, right? So the security company that I work for, a lot of the main like base and stations is based in Puerto Rico from what I understand. So that's why when he said Puerto Rico is cracking down, that's where the main headquarters for this company is at. So I was like, okay. And he's a new supervisor, by the way. So I'm like, well, maybe they hired a bunch of new, because this is what's been kind of happening with the company. I don't want to say too much. It's none of my business. But I've been working for them for a long time. I told you guys I was doing security with this company back in 2022 before I tried to relocate and leave off island. And I resigned from my teaching job and I resigned from that security job. Back then when I was working for the company, it was a whole different set of people working there. Like everybody's new. It was a different set, management, different supervisors. Like everybody is new for the most part. Like there are a few faces that I've seen that still works for the company. But for the most part, everybody from when I was working there to now is new. And so I heard some big thing happened with the company where like I think things weren't being ran correctly, or I don't want to say too much, you know, and say misinformation, but it's like they got rid of everyone and hired in new people. So him being new now, a new supervisor, I'm seeing a new face again, and him telling me Puerto Rico is cracking down, it was believable because I know something similar did happen with the company before. So I couldn't really decipher whether or not this was spite because of that little gang stalking moment that happened with West Virginia, or if he was being genuine. I couldn't decipher, even though I, you know, was getting a vibe. I wasn't certain, and so I definitely wasn't about to make a video about it. So I just followed him. You know, I drove my car up, parked up in front of the office, and I went inside. And when I went inside the office, him and I, it'd start to make one set of noise when I said that, boy, because they'd be watching like a movie, y'all. Like they know, like every moment I'm about to document and tell you about, they were sitting there actively likely watching like a movie. I'm telling you. It's like primetime entertainment, my life, and the bullshit that takes place. Anyway, so So I went into office with him. And this wasn't the time where him and I had all this conversation about certain stuff. I think that's why they're barking. I think they think I'm about to document the time where him and I started having like an in-depth conversation where I found out a little bit more about his background and stuff. This wasn't that time. This time him and I talked a little bit, not much, just random empty conversation. There wasn't much innuendo in it. He was a little bit not standoffish, not at all. It's this weird thing with him where it's like that moment where he'll approach me, and I can see the look on his face, like that kind of look like maybe there's some sort of underlying thing there. But then when I get in the office with him and I talk to him, he's like I don't want to say a good actor. That again sounds accusatory, but he's extremely gregarious. You can tell he's the type of person that likely strikes up conversation with just about anyone, regardless of what his personal feelings towards you are. But he might slip in innuendos into the convo, is what I noticed will happen with him. And so him and I were talking, and it's like he's one of those personalities that actually makes me feel comfortable. Remember, I'm introverted. I told you guys this already. So I'm not really good at small talk. I actually suck at small talk. Now, if I get to know a person and I get comfortable with a person, then the kind of person that could talk to you for hours and hours and hours about in-depth, deep topics. But like those surface level, shallow type of small talk type of conversations, I suck at them. I always have. Over the years, I kind of learned how to practice and, be okay at it. But I suck at it. And so now that my targeting is happening and everybody's watching and judging and revving by, it's almost like I reverted back to my younger years where I was really bad at small talk. And so it's like it's certain personalities like his, even if I can feel that there's an underlying thing, he has the kind of personality that makes me feel comfortable to talk even still. So even with all of that, like I can sit there and have like a long conversation with him because he's so gregarious. He has that type of personality, the gift of gab, where he can talk and make you feel comfortable and you're talking about a bunch of stuff. And even if he's slipping innuendos into the convo, you're so comfortable because he's so good at gab that you're still going back and forth and talking with him. And so this was what was happening that night. It was just random conversation that night. Nothing really particular that I need to document or anything like that. Right? So anyways, the second time he warns me about it now. I was sitting in my car. There was nothing offensive happening or playing on my phone. It was just a random night where I was sitting in my car. I was parked up at a different location this time. And he walked into my car and he warned me again. There was no negative feeling there because I hadn't, I guess, played anything offensive. So he just said, "Why are you sitting in your car?" That kind of way. And he said, anybody could just walk up on you. He started telling me scary stuff about people who got walked up on, right? Went to the office again, regular empty conversation, nothing really major to document. That was the second time he warned me. But it was a little bit more friendly because nothing, I guess, offensive had been playing on my phone. And he was just warning me. So that's what also started to make me question whether or not this were a genuine order or him doing it out of spite. Because nothing happened there in that moment that would cause him to be spiteful towards me. And he didn't have any, it didn't seem, that kind of weird feeling. It didn't feel that way that time. So I really believed, after a while, because initially, I'm telling you, that first time, I really was suspecting that he was doing it out of spite, giving me that directive. But the second time when he kind of just said, "Why are you in your car?" in this joking kind of way, and then, went in the office, signed whatever, left, I just started to feel like, well, maybe this really was a directive he was given from Mr. Brown. Because I do know that Puerto Rico does tend to crack down from time to time on the company. I remember them wiping things clean and coming with a whole new, set of people. So I was like, well, maybe it was a genuine directive. Maybe I'm overthinking things. Definitely wasn't planning to make a video about it. But I did question the motive the first time. The third time comes around. This time, again, it was a night where gang stalking activity was happening. I don't remember exactly what was going on. I can't tell you this time. I can remember the first time he told me the order with the West Virginia thing. The third time he gave me the warning and actually threatened to write me up, something was happening. Again, another thing where they were riled up and doing ref campaigns. There's constantly something, y'all. I can't remember everything. I really can't. The West Virginia thing, the only reason I remember it was because it perplexed me. It was one of those things where I'm like, what is this? What is this now that they're trying to create? But the third time, I think it was just random stuff, maybe me just snapping how I do. After a while, especially if I'm really tired and cranky and they're doing the bullshit with the ref campaign and harassing me and antagonizing me, monster bitch starts to surface. And that's why what I'm calling it. I don't have no alter egos or any of that bullshit, right? I'm just humoring them because they try to paint me like I'm a monster. You know how they do in this program, when really it's reactive abuse. So I just call that part of me where I actually fall victim to what's happening and I start to react adversely. I call her monster bitch, right? So I think it was a night when Monster Bitch was coming out. And he came and he, I guess this is what happens. It's like you dealing with all this covert harassment 24/7. You're not getting a break. And then you have a reaction. And then they're ready to paint it like you're a monster and you get punished for the reaction, similar to what happened last night that I'm about to document. So anyways, it was another one of those nights where I was just being really bitchy. Again, it's never a thing where I'm going to anyone's face being a bitch. I'm not screaming. I'm not acting irate. It's nothing like that. I'm sitting in my car, but they're watching everything I'm doing. And I'm just really like venting typically in my head. Like I might start thinking really negative thoughts. I might start thinking bitchy thoughts. I might start acting bitchy, that kind of way, in response to what's happening, and it's understandable. Anyway, so it was one of those nights. I don't remember what was going on. But this time he like more aggressively told me, this is now the third time I'm telling you you're not supposed to be in your car. He said, you need to be in the office. He said, I could write you up, is what he said. It was almost like low-key a threat that he could write me up, right? So I went in the office, and I remembered at this point now being irritated with him. I remembered actually even thinking in my head, this is spiteful. Like, I remember thinking that in my head because at that point, I was just like, something was just going on with the Rev campaign, similar to the first time when he told me about it, about being in the office. And then he pulled up at that moment again, conveniently, similar to what happened the first time. And now almost like he's threatened to write me up, and no other supervisor was giving me a hard time about being in my car. And I had been working for the company since last year. Remember, last year I started working back for them. I think it was in November. Dealt with a bunch of different supervisors. None of them had an issue with me being in my car. He was the only one that was giving me a hard time about that. So I remember this third time being irritated, and I was already in monster bitch mode, right? But I'm never going to be disrespectful to a supervisor to his face. I might have like a negative thought, but I'm never going to start being rude and snappy. First of all, I don't want to lose my job. But second of all, that's just a professionalism in me. I've always been that way. I've dealt with difficult supervisors in the past. I've dealt with supervisors that like to micromanage in the past. And I know how to handle it. I know not to get disrespectful and rowdy because that's what's going to lead to you losing your job. So it's not like I was going to have words with him, but I was definitely curt. I wasn't my friendly self, and I was irritated. So I remember going to the office and just thinking in my head, dang, this is spiteful. I'm sure he heard my thought. But then when I got in the office, he starts turning into that person again. That person that's, I almost want to use, this is not the right term to use because I don't want this to be taken out of context. But there are different ways that you can use the word charming. When I say charming, I don't mean in a romantic sense because I don't want people taking that the wrong way and taking it out of context. When I say charming, I mean he's just very gregarious, like the kind of person that can make like the most quiet person talk. And so it's like I was so irritated, but then I sit in the office and he starts acting normal. Like we didn't just have that little thing happen there by the car, where he literally threatened to write me up, and he starts, having regular conversation. And so I even started to question my damn self. Like, well, man, you know what? Maybe it wasn't what I thought. Maybe he's really just doing his job. I remember thinking that in my head. But again, still, I was irritated, but I didn't show it. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I just started answering back, to the conversation that he had started with me. So this was where I started to learn more information about him, and where I came to the realization that, oh, ding dong, he's probably offended, one of the many people that was offended about some of the stuff that I shared in my car in Florida. So him and I were just talking random conversation. He was slipping innuendos all throughout the convo. I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but there were certain things that he said that had innuendos in it, right? All throughout the convo. I was definitely picking up on it. I'm very intuitive. I keep saying that, even if I act like I don't know what's going on. But what stood out to me was him, first of all, talking about his background and also talking about his father, right? He was telling me, first of all, that he used to be a police officer, wherever he came from, whatever state he was in. He said down here now he's forced to work security and he can't work any other job, even though he's overqualified, because his father, and that was, I think, an innuendo too, although it was fact. He showed me it was fact. I think that was a sub at me, because remember, I'm overqualified to work the position I'm working, but it almost would seem like stuck working that position at the moment because of what's going on with me. I even heard revving when he said it, right? But this is how it works. Like, and this is why it's such a comprehensive program, because they'll have conversations with you with innuendo, talking about real things, but it's still low-key a sub at you. Like, it's this weird thing, So he was talking about the fact that he was a police officer wherever he came from, and he can't join the police force down here because his father used to be, I think, a chief of police or something like that. and had like an issue with the other officers and ended up suing the whole police department. So I'm like, wait a minute. Now I know he knows all of these people are listening. I know he knows the police officers are running, like a major part of this whole program. They're running the show, them and the National Guard, however it works. I'm like, he's saying this and he knows they're listening. This is again how it works. I talked about that part in particular. I mentioned this part of the conversation in one of my prior videos. It was either the part 3 video, the last video I posted, PTSD video, or the part 3 gang stalking activity video. One of these videos, man, where I talked about this particular part of the conversation with this particular supervisor. I was relating it to kind of what happens. I'm trying not to mention anyone in my close circle. Y'all already heard what happened in the last clip with the flash off because she thought I was talking about her when I was just vaguely mentioning her, right? That person in my close circle, to explain to you why I was making the video at the time that I was making it. But it's kind of reminiscent of what happens with the people in my close circle, right? In this way where it's like they're having conversations with me about real life things that's going on with them that I know typically they don't want everyone to hear, but they're saying it still. And so this is why it's such a comprehensive psychological warfare program, because you start to question your sanity for real. You're like, I know they wouldn't want all these people to know this. I know what they're saying is true, but they're saying it anyways, So I'm now at this point getting accustomed to that being the case. That's one of the tactics they use. I've learned it well. Where they'll say real things, right? Personal things that, typically they wouldn't want other people to hear. Him, in his case, the police officers, right? They'll say it knowing that you're going to now start to question your sanity. Like, I know he knows that everybody's listening and he's saying this. But he starts telling me literally that there was a bunch of this and that going on in the corruption in the police department, this and I was like, he's saying this? I was like, and he knows they're listening? I really started to question my sanity. And it's similar to what was happening with this person in my close circle, where she was talking about some very private stuff, especially last year. I'm not even going to go into the details about it. I'm not going to go back into that. Very private stuff. And she was saying it for everyone to hear. I was just like, what the I was like, this program is very comprehensive. They really sat there, whoever created it. And I already told you all where it derives from, right? Check out this video. Irrefutable proof that gang stalking is real, right? And you see the thumbnail that says FBI COINTELPRO. I created that video last year, right? This is a comprehensive program, and it derived from the Eastern Nazi Stasi German policing system around the Cold War time. That's where this program derives from. A diabolical genius created it. An evil, diabolical genius. So it's very comprehensive, and this was how they controlled dissidents in their community and in their society. So if you're somebody that's considered a rebel, or you're somebody that seems to be like, I don't know, too outspoken, this was what they would use on you, this psychological program in that society, in that policing system. And so what happened is around 9/11, when they started the war on terror, right? And they started to do this counterterrorism, watch listing program or whatever. They hired one of those guys on, something Wolf. I can't remember his name, something Wolf, right? They hired him on, and they adapted this program and started using it on civilians. Mind you, there's another agenda with this thing that I learned about. I don't talk about it too much. Y'all check out my videos. I'm not going to go into the details. I got gaslit about it when I learned and did research and learned about the other agenda, right? I'm not trying to say too much. I'm not trying to go too deep in with this thing. All I know is this is a lot of freaky stuff that I wish I didn't know anything about. Like, I don't want to know this stuff. This is weird. I want to go back to my normal life. The only reason I started learning this stuff is because I sent a text message. The thing blew up like this. I got thrown in this creepy ass program, and I started doing research because that's how my brain works. I like to read, right? And this is impeding my whole life. I started learning a lot of freaky stuff, and I started talking about it in my videos. And it's like I started to kind of back off from doing that because it seems like it almost started making me become more targeted and more like threat level, like my threat level going up. Anyway, so He was just saying a lot of off cap stuff about the police department. That really was another one of those moments where questioning my sanity, I'm like, damn, y'all are good. Because he was saying some crazy stuff. And so I even asked him, I didn't believe him. I thought he was just saying a bunch of stuff to troll me and make me feel crazy. I said, okay. I said, well, there's a real case, huh? I said, can you tell me the case so I can look it up? He told me the case. And I looked it up and there was a real case with his father against the police department. So I was like, he said all of that? And he knows they're listening? He knows there are officers all around. That's how the program works. And he's saying this? And this is where I'm sitting there now, just like I had a real question my sanity moment, in that office. Anyway, so, whatever happened there, that conversation has threw me for a freaking loop. But again, I started to feel like this kind of trusting way towards him, and understand that's psychology. Psychology 101. One of the main things that I've learned throughout the years, because I look up videos on how to be socially interactive and how to socialize with people. I've already talked about the fact that I have Asperger's. I've been very real and transparent about that. And about everything that they've used to weaponize against me as bullets against me and this and that, right? I have Asperger's. I'm not good at socializing. I can sit here in these videos and articulate what's going on. And that's what they said is the mystery about Asperger's. Because you're like a higher functioning autism. So you can be very intelligent. You can speak well and people will be like, yeah, right. She doesn't have any disability. Yeah, right. She's just saying that. When you don't understand that that's exactly what Asperger's is, the mystery of it. You typically have a high IQ. But when it comes to the social arena and socializing with others, you are absolute trash at it. Not to use that word because they like to throw negative things at me. You don't know how to socialize with others. So you can't relate to others. So you can be highly intelligent, which typically Asperger's people are, right? People with Asperger's are typically highly intelligent. Not trying to sound narcissistic, I'm just telling you. And usually what leads to that is the fact that we're bookworms. We usually tend to be introverted. We usually tend to read a lot. And that's what leads to that. Right? So anyways, people will start to think like, nah, there's nothing wrong with her. But it's like, hello, I'm targeted and I'm having trouble getting along and relating to people. Like, what do you mean? You can't tell that that's what's going on? Anyway, so, and that's never been an issue for me in the past where it's like created like all this craziness going on. Like, it's just weird what's been happening these last few years. I don't even know what the hell is happening. But that's where I couldn't dig myself out of it because I don't know how to socialize with people. So it's just like, whenever the boo-boo was made, I could never fix it. Anyway, so, I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. Where was I at? I was talking about how I started to question my sanity. I'm not good at social. What made me say that? What made me talk about the Asperger's? My God, I don't know what made me talk about that. I was just talking about the fact that the man had me questioning my sanity there in that office when he actually told me the court case and I looked it up and saw it was real, what he was saying. But I can't remember what made me talk about having Asperger's. I'm going to listen back and realize where I went off, y'all. Anyway, so I started to now question again. Oh, that's what it was. That's okay. Got it. So I was saying that that's psychology 101. And the reason I know is because throughout the years, I've looked at self-help videos on how to socialize, how to, like literally I'm one of those girls that looks up those type of videos. Like whenever I wasn't targeted, obviously it would be weird to look those things up now. I'm one of those kind of girls because I don't know how to socialize with people. And so one of the things that I learned that makes people feel comfortable with you or makes people trust you is when you're open and forthcoming. That was partially why I created my video. And I said, well, you know what? Let me tell them everything. Big mistake when you're targeted because they use everything and they weaponize it against you and they use it like ammo to shoot you. But this is what I took it as. I was like, okay, well, let me just use what I learned throughout the years of how to socialize. They said one of the main things that gets people to trust you is being open and being forthcoming with your emotions and the things you're going through. Anyway, so he was doing that to me in that office. And this is what made me start to question the hell out of my sanity because I'm like, he's being very open. He's telling me all about his dad, about the fact that he's kind of stuck doing security, whatever happened with the police department. I'm like, he's saying all of this, like, even though I know Bumble, I know they're listening. And I know obviously this is some sort of tactic. He even had me questioning my sanity. And I had to reel it back in and realize psychology 101. This is a tactic he's using. I mean, it's similar to kind of what happens with some, I don't want to say stuff about certain people and getting problems, but like when they're telling me personal stuff that I know they wouldn't want everyone to hear, but they're saying it, and so I'm starting to question, I'm feeling trusting towards you because you're being so open, excuse me. And I'm like, it's really, It's really comprehensive psychological warfare, this thing. And if you don't learn it and get grounded, they could fuck your mind up. I'm telling you. Anyway, so he had me trusting him there in that office that third time, even though I knew he had popped up and told me the thing about I could get written up, I need to be in the office, right when, again, it was monster bitch mode that I was in and a lot of revving was happening. I still started to trust him again and feel like, nah, man, he's probably just doing his job. You know, look how real he's being. He showed me this, he showed me that. You know, I'm like, I know he knows these people are listening, but maybe he's really just being real. This is what I was feeling, you know, like starting to trust the man, right? And not to say trust like that, because I'm sure he's not a bad person. Again, I'm targeted. So even people that are genuinely good that choose to get involved in this thing, whatever it is, that's just how it is. It's like you become the enemy when you're targeted. And so there are even good people that get involved that will get involved in your gang stalking. It happens. It's real. But I'm just saying, at that point, you do have to now be wary of your interactions with others. You have to be as a target. And so it's just like I openly started to feel trusting towards him again, right? And then it's just like, now come to find out it was all bullshit. You know, that intuition that I was feeling was correct. That was a whole bullshit order. Him making me sit in the office. That's not a directive. So anyway, now fast forward to that interaction I had with the coworker a couple nights ago that led to now what happened last night, right? Oh boy, it's a lot. It's so much to unpack because I believe there's like elements to this thing. I believe this is also about a video I made about another supervisor. This one is the one I told you we called the nice supervisor. Did not have any issues or personal problems with him. It was just something kind of weird happened in the office. And I documented it because I wasn't sure if it was like something I could get in trouble for. And that's what made me make the video, and I deleted it. I'm tired, y'all. I'm going to stop here. You can't even see my screen. Oh, you're not going to be able to see it anyways because I'm merging the clips. Because I did scroll down and show you guys. I keep forgetting that the screen is going to be blacked out. I did scroll down to show you guys some videos. But anyway, I said the title of the video too, so that's okay. I'm going to make the next part to this video, and I'm going to finish this video tomorrow and put it all together. I'm tired. I'm really tired, y'all. And I need to eat, and I'm ready to sleep and watch a movie or something. So I'm going to finish this video tomorrow. I'll talk to y'all in the next clip. Peace out. All right, y'all. I'm back to finish this video. I realized I forgot to finish telling you about what I learned about that supervisor's background, the one that was threatening to write me up. I started towards the end of the last clip to hop into what happened with what we call the nice supervisor, an interaction that happened that I also believe played a part in the new directive that I was now given at work. But before I speak on him, because I did create a video about him, the nice supervisor, and some of y'all likely heard that video, but I chose to delete it because I didn't want problems. And that was prior to me getting this new directive here at work. But I also told you guys in the last clip that I started to learn more about the background of that supervisor that threatened to write me up in the course of us talking. When we're having that conversation in the office where he was telling me about his dad and all this other stuff, I forgot to mention what the other stuff he said. You know, he started talking about what his nationality was, because he was telling me that there was a point in time where he actually lived in Santo Domingo, and he was telling me about living over there. And you know, because I think what led to us talking about that was he was, again, just telling me about his background and the fact that he used to be a police officer. And then he started, you know, talking about what his current situation is. And I was like, I can relate. You know, I obviously didn't start talking about my targeting, although I know he's likely privy to the targeting. I was just talking about the fact that I was in debt at the moment, you know, not credit card debt, but in debt at the moment and trying to get on my feet, you know, whatever. And he was talking about his credit card debt and the fact that he had credit card debt, and talking about this car that he had in Santo Domingo that was extremely expensive. I don't even remember the figure he threw at me, but like one of those really high price, like I almost want to say, I don't want to say something ridiculous, but I almost feel like he said 6 figures for this car that he had in Santo Domingo, or has in Santo Domingo. And so that's what led to us kind of segueing into talking about Santo Domingo and his background and his nationality. So apparently his mother, if I'm not mistaken, is from Santo Domingo. So he's half Spanish, half other things, right? So then his father, he started telling me, well, he was first telling me about Santo Domingo, then started talking about his mom being from Santo Domingo. And he said, my mom is brown like you. And he said, I was brown like you too when I was out in the sun. And he said, now I look clear and white like this because I haven't been out in the sun like that. And so I just innocently asked him, oh, well, what's your nationality? Because I always assumed he was Hispanic. I actually didn't know he was Dominican. Upon just looking at him, if I were to guess, I would have, because I've dealt with different Spanish cultures, Colombian, Puerto Rican, Dominican, etc. Just looking at him, I would have guessed Puerto Rican. You can never tell with somebody Hispanic because they come in all different shades and, forms, right? I know that. I recognize that. But I just off rip looking at him, I would have guessed that he was Puerto Rican. That would have been my assumption. I didn't know. I just assumed he was Hispanic. But I did notice that some of the other guards kept telling me the white man. And in particularly this one guard that I'm in a minute about to talk about, that I created a video about, him and the nice supervisor. He kept referring to this supervisor. He kept calling him the mean supervisor and also referring to him as white man. That's literally what he was calling him. And I just figured, and likely this was the case, I just figured he kept referring to that supervisor as white man as low-key an innuendo at me because of the race thing that goes on with me, because of the offensive things I shared in my car in Florida. I'm constantly being sensitized to race. So I figured he was purposely calling this supervisor white man, despite the fact that he was Hispanic. But apparently what he was saying wasn't completely inaccurate. So the guy was telling me that his mother is from Santo Domingo. And so I just innocently asked him, oh yeah. I said, okay, well, what's your nationality? And he said, oh, I'm mixed up. He's like, my mom's from Santo Domingo. And he said my dad was a real mixed guy. He said he was Armenian, and I forgot what the other mix was, but it was basically white, right? So his dad mixed white and Armenian. And so I couldn't help the expression on my face. And I think he took that expression the wrong way, because the conversation instantly got very awkward after he said that to me. My expression, remember I told you the stupid thing, because they've sensitized me to race, they've sensitized me to females, they've sensitized me to children, they've sensitized me to witchcraft, they've sensitized me to all these different weird, to murder, all these creepy things that they've, these weird, heinous accusations I told you that they throw at me. So when I hear those slight things, anything pertaining to those accusations, I get really awkward. In the past, like last year, before I kind of learned how to control my reactions, it used to be this thing where I was breathing funny and did a just really anxious reaction, right? And now what it's more so morphed into is me getting a very awkward, stupid look on my face that I can't really control. And so when it comes to race, that's one of the many things they've sensitized me to. I tend to get that stupid, awkward look on my face. Like, for instance, if something's playing on my phone, I might start getting a stupid look on my face if they start revving by and it's white people. Like, they love to rev by when white people are on my phone, which is so stupid because we live in a diverse country. Obviously, most of the things I watch on my phone has white people, black people, all these different races. They're constantly revving by and trying to sensitize me. So white people, constantly. So it's like this thing now where I'm having reactions to that sensitization. It's terrible. Anyway, so as soon as he revealed to me that his father was Armenian and whatever other nationality it was that was basically white, instantly my face got that stupid look that it gets sometimes when I get awkward, because I was like, ding dong. I was like, so that's what that underlying thing that I was feeling from him was. Obviously, like everyone else, he's privy to the things I shared in my car in Florida, and that would be what I was feeling. I just figured, because I didn't think it was like a direct thing that I offended him about, because there are black people that are offended by the things I shared in my car in Florida too. Not just a Christian thing, but just in general what I said about race. But I didn't know it was like a direct hit to him. I realize now, I was like, oh, ding dong. So that's what that look was about. But I think he took it as me being prejudiced by finding out that he had white in him, when I have white in me too. I've already said this very clearly in several videos, my full story and everything else. My grandma was basically white. My grandma on my mother's side, she looked white. She was one of those people. My mom was even telling us stories about back in the day, how they used to try to tell her to pass, what they call passing back in the day. Like, she could have passed for white. And so she always used to claim black on her applications and stuff. And there was this one lady in New York that was like reprimanding my grandma about claiming African American because she could have passed for white. And what it was she was completely mixed up. I keep saying this. Her mother was Native American Indian. I don't want to say the wrong Indian. It might have been Carib Indian. I don't want to say the wrong thing. Her mother was Indian and white, and her father was black and white, right? So she came out very fair skinned, and she looked like a white woman, my grandma, right? And according to the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, the offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda that I shared in my vehicle, they believe that you are what your father is. So whether you subscribe to that offensive ideology I shared or not, and I only shared it out of anger, I keep saying that. So whether you're a part of that Hebrew Israelite camp that believes the heinous things about white people, or if you're a part of the Hebrew Israelite church that I actually did attend prior to my targeting, where they feel like everyone can be saved, all Hebrew Israelites believe that you are what your father is. So regardless of what your belief system, what ideology you subscribe to within the Hebrew Israelite umbrella, all Hebrew Israelites believe that you are what your father is. And so technically, according to, I'm hearing yelling, y'all, and I can't focus. Let me move to a different part of the house, man. Irritating. All right. Like, as soon as I started making the video, I'm hearing yelling coming from one of the neighbors' houses. Like, couldn't even focus. You know, I have ADD too. It does not take much for me to lose my focus. Anyways, so, my back is sore too, y'all. I really went ham in the gym yesterday. I'm gonna talk about that too. So something happened in the gym that I want to document also. Anyway, so according to the Hebrew Israelite belief system, whether you subscribe to that horrible, heinous thing I was sharing in my car, or if you are more so of the belief system of the Hebrew Israelite church that I attended in Florida prior to my targeting, where they believe everyone can be saved, they even had mixed people in the church, there's still the understanding all Hebrew Israelites believe that you are what your father is. And that was kind of the debate we were having back in the day too. It was so fun, that debate with those group of people I told you I talked about in the first clip. No, what's it, that video where I talked about that? Or I actually think that was the last video I created, not the last clip. I think the last video I created, the part 3 PTSD and trauma video, I think that's where I talked about those people that my older sister and I befriended in our early 20s. But that was part of the meeting of the minds thing that we used to do, where we were debating what our belief systems were and why we believed what we believed. And there was like a diverse group of people in there. I remember those girls that were calling themselves Egyptologists. They had the opposite belief system to Hebrew Israelites. They believe that you are what your mother is. And so we were having this big debate about it. And they were saying, well, you know, they were bringing science into it and talking about the fact that you're your mother's egg, right? So they said it would make more sense for you to be what your mother is rather than what your father is. And we were using the Bible instead and going by what the Bible says, because according to the Bible, you are what your father is, you know? And so it was just this big debate back then. It was fun, man. It was really fun. But nonetheless, so I'm going off on a tangent. That's the belief system in the Hebrew Israelite community, that you are what your father is. So instantly I remembered that I shared all of that in my car in Florida. And not only that, when I told my full story, I was very candid about the stuff that I shared and what the understanding in the Hebrew Israelite community was. So I was like, oh my God, like he's probably like so offended by some of the stuff I shared. I realized who I had been talking to this whole time and why he might have a feeling towards me, like a real subjective, biased, personal thing against me. I realized. And so that's what that awkward look that came on my face was about. I was just like, it's that epiphany moment where you're like, oh shit. That's what it was. It wasn't a prejudice moment where like, okay, so his father's white, you know, like my grandma's white. It wasn't that, right? And I even told you guys that I dated a Colombian who was more white than him. You know, he's talking about the fact that his mother is, it seems like, an Afro Latina from Santo Domingo. My boyfriend, James, that I dated right before my targeting, right before I graduated in 2020, was a Caucasian Colombian. Like, he even looked more white than this guy. He had green eyes and everything, hazel eyes, right? So anyways, so that it wasn't a prejudice moment. It was more so like a, you know, like I got that stupid look, that sensitized look and that awkward look on my face. And I think he took it as me being prejudiced because I saw him get awkward too. And then he just randomly made the comment that, you know, because we had, prior to me asking him about his nationality, when we were just talking about Santo Domingo in general, we started very briefly talking about the dictator Trujillo. And I taught my students about Trujillo. You know, that was one of the books that we let the 10th graders read. I taught 10th grade, y'all, and ninth grade when I was teaching English. And one of the books we let them read was about that war between Haiti and Santo Domingo, right? And that dictatorship of Trujillo, who was a dictator in Santo Domingo. And so him and I briefly started talking about Trujillo, and I found out he knew a lot about Trujillo, like personal stuff, because his nationality is partially Dominican. And so he kind of mentioned randomly, when I made that face, when I realized who his father was, he randomly started to mention Trujillo again. And he said, he said Trujillo was so mad when he found out that he had, no, wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm saying the right thing here. No, it wasn't Trujillo that he mentioned. He mentioned Hitler randomly. And he said, Hitler was so mad when he found out that he had black in him. I want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. I can't remember if it was Hitler that he mentioned or Trujillo. I'm trying to remember. He mentioned one of those racist dictators. It was either Hitler or Trujillo. Hitler wouldn't make sense, though, because Hitler would be like a random... I mean, obviously, that comparison could be made because of the things I shared in my car in Florida, so I could understand why that would be referenced. But I don't think that's what he brought up. I think he brought up Trujillo, because if I'm not mistaken, I think Trujillo did have Haitian descent. I think he did have that background. So although he was mostly Dominican, and he had this bitter hate towards, this racist bitter hate towards Haitians because they were more black, I think that if I'm not mistaken, I think he did have Haitian descent in him. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but he mentioned one of those dictators and was talking about the fact that when they found out they had that thing that they hated in them, they were freaking out, right? So I think he was saying that as a sub at me because I had made that face when he told me who his father was. And I think he thought I was having a prejudice moment, like, oh, you're this and that. I'm like, no, it's not that. I couldn't clearly say that, though, because I can't prove that that's what was happening in that moment. But that's not what that was about. The awkward look was sensitization and me realizing, that's why I'm feeling this underlying thing. Oh, ding dong, epiphany. It was more of an epiphany and then instant sensitization and awkwardness. Anyway, so that's all I want to say about that. So that's where I realized, okay, this is likely why this guy likely has an underlying thing with me, is what I realized. Anyway, moving on to the next thing that I was talking about. Let me go to my notes, y'all. Oh, that's just a picture of my sis, and I don't really want to include family stuff in here. I was just in that message because she sent that to me last night. An old pic that she found of she and I. Anyway, what I learned about his background, I talked about that. What happened with the nice supervisor that's linked to awkward moment with coworker who I drove for. Also car noise incident, first time I drove for him. Okay, so this pertains to me losing a night on my schedule, y'all. And what I think played a part in things. I think it was a mix of things that took place, right? I think it had something to do with, when I lost the night on my schedule. Oh yeah, the night on my schedule was taken off before I had words with that last coworker. So I don't think I know that had nothing to do with it. But the new directive I was given, I think, had something to do with the words that I had with the coworker. That one that created whatever. The last time I've documented, in addition to this, what I just read, right? Something that happened with another coworker and who we call the nice supervisor. So I documented this, y'all, and I decided to delete it. Because as I said, I didn't really want to create videos about supervisors because I don't want to lose my job. But now it's like something's happening at work where I feel like I need to document. I'm being very careful about my words. I'm trying not to say anything disrespectful, but I am documenting what's going on, right? So with the nice supervisor, what we call the nice supervisor, this happened about a week ago. This was about a week ago when this happened. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling like this is terrible, y'all. I feel like I need to use the bathroom. I literally sat here. I'm fully ready now to finish making this video, and I feel like I need to use the bathroom. It's ridiculous. Anyway, let me, I want to see if I get up and I walk, if that's going to help, because I don't want to sit here and feeling terrible. Okay, let me just try to hurry up and finish, y'all. That's so irritating. Anyway, so like I said, some of y'all may have seen this video. I took it down. But about a week ago, this other new supervisor, when I spoke to him recently, when I had words with my coworker, I believe it was on, when was it, Sunday, when that argument happened with my coworker. where it was basically like he was reprimanding me about sitting in the office, even though I had been given that directive from the supervisor I was just talking to you all about. I documented the whole argument in my part 3 PTSD video. So check that video out, y'all, if y'all want to hear about that argument, right? Prior to that, about a week prior to that, something weird happened with someone we call the nice supervisor. And I thought he was a new supervisor because I never used to see him before. But when I talked to him on Sunday, when I had to call him to tell him about what happened with that coworker that was trying to reprimand me for sitting in the office, I said, I know you're a new supervisor. And he said, well, not really. So I think what's going on is I think he's not new to the company. I think he's been a guard for a while. And I think he just recently became a supervisor because I was not seeing him as a supervisor before. Remember, I've been working back for the company since last November. And I've seen all the supervisors, as far as I know, that works for the company, except him. Unless maybe he was given the day shift through and through and he only now recently got put on night shift. But even that's kind of hard to believe because I don't think they have a choice in the matter. I think they have to work whatever schedule they're given because I've literally seen every supervisor cycle in and work night and day. And I also remember talking to the receptionist about becoming a supervisor myself. And part of the reason why last year she told me I wouldn't be able to was because I didn't have an open schedule. And she said, you have to be available to work whenever we need you, night or day. So this is why I don't think he was a supervisor before. You don't have that type of preference where you can say that you only want to work during daytime or nighttime as a supervisor. You have to work whenever they need you. So I don't think he was a supervisor before. I think why he said he's not really new is because he was likely working for the company maybe for years, for all I know, and just recently became a supervisor. But I don't really know the details and it really doesn't matter. Anyway, prior to me having that conversation with him on Sunday, where I was reporting to him what happened with that coworker that was trying to reprimand me for sitting in the office, something happened with him about a week prior that I documented and I deleted the video. So I had a couple interactions with him since I've noticed him being a supervisor. Not really in-depth interactions, just very brief surface level interactions that you have with your supervisor. They come in at night, say a few words to you, take out this sign-in sheet, let you sign, and then they put something on their phone and you sign their phone and that's it, they leave, right? So I've had a couple interactions like that with him where he's been very polite, never giving me a hard time, never reprimanding me for sitting in my car, and not also not a man of many words. If he is, not necessarily with someone he doesn't know, kind of just like my own self, where you're just polite, and you're dealing with a working environment and it's not necessarily like you're conversing with the person. That just doesn't seem to be his nature. If it is, not with me, right? He's just very nice and polite and it seems like quiet natured. That's what I got from him. So I didn't have any really far-reaching interactions with him. The only other interaction I had with him was when I called out of work. I haven't called out of this job. I've only called out of this job one time. I've missed work 2 times. Since I started last year in November, I've been working and working and working. And I believe this is why I got the extra night on my schedule. Because when I first started, I was doing a real good job. I was making sure not to miss days. I even came in when I had COVID. I was staying up. I wasn't nodding off like what started to happen within this last month that I also believe played a part in me losing the night on my schedule. There would be moments where I would nod off and I would let the receptionist know, but they were far spread out. It wasn't like what happened this last month where I was like falling asleep like every minute. Not every minute at work, but like often within the work week, having a nod off moment. Remember I told you guys like around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, it started being this thing where I would nod off and then catch myself. It started happening more prevalently within this last month. I believe that played a part in things too. They're all watching me. Anyway, so I didn't call out. I haven't called out of work. I've only called out once, right? So there was a night, I work night shift. I'm sorry, I'm hearing the bird drone outside and it's distracting me. There was a night where I requested off a week in advance. I let the receptionist know that I had my agility test. This was linked to the correction officer job. This was one of those moments where I was actively hearing from them and it seemed like I would be taking the next steps in that job process. So they scheduled an agility test for me. And so I requested that night off of work. That was the first time I took off from work since working for them in November. This was about 2 months ago when this happened. A week in advance, I called the receptionist and let her know I needed that night off. The second time I missed work and the first and one and only time I've called out since working back for the company was when my cousin was in town about 2 weeks ago. I spoke to the nice supervisor, and I let him know. I didn't call out. That's right. I attempted to call out that night when my cousin was in town, but I didn't do it. Basically, she was leaving on Sunday, and we weren't going to be able to hang out with her again unless we hung out with her that night. And so I was like, okay, well, I never call out. I've only called out once. Let me call out this night. And it turned out that the hangout couldn't happen because it was pouring rain. And so I decided to call back in, right? So I called and I spoke with the nice supervisor. He didn't give me a hard time, called on. And then when I realized that it was pouring rain, I couldn't hang out with my cousin, I decided to go into work, even though it was pouring rain. I don't miss work. I'm not trying to miss work unless I absolutely have to. So it was that one time when I called out in a week in advance, right? Because I needed to do the agility test. And then the actual time that I called out impromptu was an argument that I had with the person in my close circle, the older person in my close circle. So what happened is, and this was about 2 months ago as well, right? This was shortly after, I want to say this was a couple weeks after the first time that I requested off for the agility testing. I got in this big fight. Actually, I documented it. The video is titled 3-part clip documentation of an argument I had of an argument. I forget what it's called, something like that. And the thumbnail says argument. I actually made the video unlisted because I didn't want problems, right? Anytime I do these videos where I talk about people in my close circle, it leads to me possibly being kicked out of the house, even if what I'm saying is true. But that video, to me, felt like a necessity. I had to make it because some of the things that this person in my close circle was saying was absolutely not true. It's about they sold me a lemon video, basically. It was around that time where they sold me the lemon scooter, and I got really upset. And she tried to paint it as me being upset that the person in my close circle, another person in my close circle, had gotten a new car. And the reason that was something that I absolutely had to document was because, first of all, it was completely inaccurate. A good thing I had witness account, including that person that she was talking about. But not just that. It's like she already knows this thing that was created, this narrative, because of what I said in my full story about that person in my close circle and how they weaponized that relationship against me, right? That's one of the things they love to weaponize against me because of what I said in my full story. One of those things that I told you guys I was being transparent about, and they used it as a bullet to shoot me. That was one of those things. So it's just like, oh my God, no, I gotta document this argument and talk about the facts about what's really going on. Anyway, so big argument, right? That big argument was so bad that I ended up getting locked out the house. And she drove off, that person in my close circle, and left for hours. And I was sitting on the porch trying to get into the house. I hadn't rested that day. I worked out earlier in the day. I was exhausted. It was around 6, 7 o'clock, those hours where I need to be resting before work. Remember, I go in at 11, and I didn't know when I would be getting in the house. So I called the supervisor, and he happened to be the one that picked up. And I just let him know, hey, an emergency is happening. I can't come in tonight. It was hours in advance. I let him know hours in advance. But still, it was impromptu because it was the day of, right? And he was very nice about it. Obviously, I'm sure he was privy to what was going on like everyone else. Remember, this is like a live poppy show going on here with my life. So he was very nice about it, and he just said whatever. And he said, okay, no problem. I'll find somebody, and didn't give me a hard time. I know had that been the other supervisor that I was just telling you about, he would have given me a hard time. So anyways, so that happened. So that was the one time that I called out, y'all. So there was the time that I requested off to do the agility testing a week in advance. And then that time where I had that big argument with a person in my close circle and I called off and I had to interact with him. I tried to call out a second time when my cousin was in town because she was leaving and we wouldn't have gotten to spend time with her again. And I didn't know when I would see her again. It's already been so long since I've seen her. She doesn't live in town. It started pouring rain. And I realized the hangout wouldn't be happening. So I said, well, I'm not going to miss work for this if I'm not hanging out. I didn't want to miss work. And so I remembered calling that nice supervisor back and letting him know, hey, I can come in actually. And I came in. He didn't give me a hard time that night when I was trying to take off either, though. So there were 2 times where I attempted to take off. I did take one night off when I had the argument with the person in my close circle. And then that second time when I was trying to hang out with my cousin, it rained and it didn't work out. So I ended up calling him back and letting him know I would come in. But those were the interactions I had with him. Very brief, but still nonetheless very pleasant. He really seemed like what we would call a nice supervisor. So anyways, after having those interactions with him and not having any inclination that any problems would arise in the future, something happened with this coworker that I work with documented what was going on with him too, right? So basically he works the weekends with me and he works 2 jobs. I know what that feels like. I used to work 2 jobs. I used to burn the candle on both ends too, right? I told you guys before I left Island, I was a teacher and then I also did security at night. So I worked for this company. Remember I told you guys in the past I worked for this company and it was a whole different set of management. This was in 2022. 2021 to 2022 I worked for them. I did security at night and then I would go straight off my shift and drive straight to school and I would teach. Like I would literally change in my car in the morning at the security job and then drive straight to work and I would go straight to teach. So I know what it feels like to work 2 jobs and be exhausted. I was struggling back then. I know the feeling. So him struggling, this coworker that I'm talking about now, that kind of I had an interaction with him and the nice supervisor, I understood how he felt whenever he was having a hard time, driving or whatever. He has vehicle patrol. They gave it to him 2 nights on his schedule. I don't understand because for me, it's like, I actually want vehicle patrol. I think vehicle patrol is a strain on him. He's doing his job. It's not like he's not doing his job, but it is less strenuous doing foot patrol. Foot patrol, you kind of chill all night. You just do a patrol every hour. You walk every hour. And then you sit back down. It's not like vehicle patrol where you're literally going from checkpoint to checkpoint, driving from checkpoint to checkpoint, and hitting scans. I like that. That makes the night more active and it makes the night go by quickly. I love vehicle patrol. I keep saying that. They know I love it. Like, I wish my whole schedule was vehicle patrol. They gave me all foot patrol, 1 night vehicle patrol, and I lost that night now. And I'm going to talk about what I think happened with that too, right? So I think there's like elements to this. This is what I'm saying I want to document. I think there's elements to why I lost that night. I think it was a mix of me this last month falling asleep more than I was before. And then I think there's an interaction that happened that I'm about to document with the nice supervisor and this coworker that I'm about to talk about that works the 2 jobs. Something that happened with them and something else that happened with this nice coworker that works the 2 jobs that I think made them feel like I created a problem with the vehicle. I truly believe this is why they took the thing off my schedule. Because right as they got the new vehicle back at the location, that was when the vehicle patrol was taken off my schedule. I'm like, damn, like I feel like it's almost like this thing like I wish I never... Let me explain what's going on, right? So okay. So with this nice coworker, I'm not nice coworker. I didn't mean to say nice coworker. I'm mixing up nice supervisor with coworker. With this coworker that works the 2 jobs and it is super tired. Recently, and when I say recently, it was about a month ago. I'm not giving you guys exact timelines. It's not like I wrote this stuff down. But I would say about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, there was a night I came in, and at this time I had vehicle patrol on my schedule, by the way. They had the car. It wasn't like we were using the truck that we've been using for the last month. We still had the car and the car was good, right? I had done vehicle patrol with that car several shifts and there was no issue with the car, right? So I came in a night now where I'm working with this coworker that works the 2 jobs and he's tired, and I think foot patrol is more suitable for him because he's tired from working these 2 jobs. He just was real with me and he said, listen, I'm really tired, boss. He calls me buddy, right? And I keep saying that. I referenced this coworker before in several videos. I'm not trying to create problems. Nice guy, right? I also with him feel like there's an underlying thing similar to the supervisor, right? The supervisor that I was talking about just now where I said it's like he has the gift of gab and it's like I don't think he's a bad person. I think he just knows about some of the offensive things that I've said. And so there's likely an underlying thing there and I can feel it. I'm very intuitive. With this coworker that says the buddy thing, it's the same thing. I feel a vibe there. It's like he's being nice to me, right? And we're conversing and everything and things seem okay. It's not like this blatant overt thing like with some people, right? Like the coworker that I had the big blow up with on Sunday, where even though he doesn't say much to me, I get like this very negative vibe from him. Like I could tell he can't stand the best bone in my body. I'm definitely getting the vibe from him, right? But still, he's never out, besides Sunday when we had that big outburst, he's never outwardly said anything to me, right? With this coworker that says buddy, it's more so similar to the supervisor I was just documenting about, not the nice supervisor, where it's this thing where he's talking to me and being gregarious, another one of those people that can talk to just about anyone and, makes friends with about everyone. But it's like this underlying thing. I'm very intuitive, y'all, where innuendos are being slipped into the convo sometimes. And then also, too, I can tell that there is this underlying thing. I'm telling you, I can feel it. But I don't think it's like again, him being a bad person. I think it's just likely I said things that offended him too. I never said anything about his nationality. Never. He's Arabic, right? One nationality I think I haven't offended. I think I have offended them. I've offended everyone with just saying mean things out of anger in reaction to what was happening to me. But I never directly said anything about that nationality. Never. But still, I just think that there's this underlying feeling like a lot of people that do decide to get involved in my gang stalking have towards me because of things that I've said, right? So I feel like that's what's going on with him. I think there's an underlying thing, but he's never very, like, overt about it. You know, it's just these little subtle things that I notice. Anyway, so he calls me buddy, right? Really nice, whatever. You know, cool interaction with him. Nothing that's ever been major enough for me to feel like I needed to document. Not at all, right? So about a month and a half ago or a month ago, I came into work and I remembered him telling me, hey, buddy, he said, I'm really tired. He said, I'm tired. I'm going to need you to drive tonight. He said, I'm tired. He said, you know, working 2 jobs, whatever he was telling me. I could relate. Like I said, I know what it's like to work 2 jobs and be exhausted, especially doing the security thing at night where you're being like an owl. You know, it's not even to say like you're working 2 day jobs, because you know some people do that, right? Like they'll work 2 day jobs. Like you might work from like, let's say 7 to 3 and then you go to another shift from 4 to 8, something like that. It's not even like that. It's like when you're doing this type of thing where you're working like a day job and then you're working a night job, it's really hard. I know from experience, so I totally empathized with him. So when he was saying I might need you to drive tonight, I was ready to hop on the opportunity. I love vehicle patrol. I wish they would give me it every night. So when he said that, I didn't mind. First of all, I can empathize and know what it feels like to have 2 jobs and be tired. But then also too, I actually low-key was happy because I like vehicle patrol. So it's almost like this symbiotic deal that we made where we were both benefiting from it, you know, because it was like you're getting something out of it. You're not having to hit these checkpoints every hour, and I'm getting something out of it because I like hitting the checkpoints. It keeps me up and I'm not bored. Like I feel like I'm bored out of my mind doing foot patrol, and now they gave me this new directive that's making it worse. Like now this thing, I'm gonna get there in a minute. Anyway, so when he asked me, you know, he said maybe around 4 o'clock. It wasn't like he was trying to have me drive the whole night. He wasn't. He said maybe around 4 o'clock. I said, okay, no problem. I said, sure. I said, no problem. You know, I understood the tiredness and I was actually excited to do vehicle patrol. I'm keeping it real with you. So I remember around 3-4 o'clock, he let me drive the vehicle. He also had like this emergency that was happening why he needed me to drive that night. So it was exhaustion and then also some sort of emergency. And he called the supervisor, let them know that he would be leaving, and he let me drive the vehicle. So I remember driving the vehicle, right? I started up the vehicle, no issues. I didn't hear anything happening. I drive the vehicle. I didn't even go far. You know, I went to the back by the storage area. Remember, it's checkpoints that you have to hit. So I remember driving back by the storage area, and I noticed that I'm hearing like this weird, like knocking, dragging sound as I went up the hill by the storage area. I'm hearing like this weird dragging sound. It sounded like it was coming from the front left tire. It was like this weird dragging sound, and I couldn't even really, it's not like I'm a car person. You know, sometimes I've had cars for so many years, y'all, since my early 20s, that I'm familiar with different car problems. But this one, I couldn't really identify what was going on. Like with transmission issues, I know what it is. You know, like sometimes the gear, you're having an issue with the gear when it's transmission. When it's your starter, you're having issues with starting the car, etc. Like I can pinpoint certain things, but I'm not like a car person like that, right? So I didn't know what was going on. I'm just hearing this grinding sound of the front left tire, and I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have drove for him after all. I'm like, shit, why did I agree to drive for him? You know, because I started to feel this kind of way, like, oh my God, what if I get in trouble for this? I was like, the car wasn't making any noises when I drove it last week because vehicle patrol was already on my schedule 1 day out of the week. I drove the vehicle already several times before this night when the thing started making noises. So I was like, oh shit, you know, what if they said it was me and they're watching me on camera too? So it's not even like this thing where we did this little secret thing where, okay, I'm gonna drive for you and nobody really knows. Everybody knows. They're all watching. So I assumed that this was something that he knew he wouldn't get in trouble for. He's worked for the company for years. Obviously a good worker. You know, so it wasn't something that I felt was a big deal, me driving for him. And it's already on my schedule. I'm qualified to drive the vehicle. I have a driver's license, everything. So I'm like, I'm hearing this sound. I'm like, oh shit. You know, I know they heard my thought that night too. Remember, my thoughts are being projected. I started to freak out. Like, oh my God, why did I agree to drive for him? You know, what if they this and that? You know, all this stupidness going in my head. And low-key, I think I was right about freaking out that night. Because I think they now, you know, painted it, turned into this narrative like I messed the vehicle up. So I remember just freaking out about the fact that the thing was making these noises. And I was like, oh my God, was it making these noises before? And now that I'm going uphill, it's starting to make the noise and I'm hearing it. And I'm like, oh my God, what if they paint it like I messed the vehicle up? So I remember that being a thing for me. And when he pulled up and came back, I talked to him about it. I said, the vehicle's making a weird noise. I remember telling him it's making a noise. When I went back there by the storage, I started hearing a noise. And so he started listening out, and he said, I think it's the brakes is what he was saying after he listened out and drove it like in a circle several times. He was like, I think it's the brakes in the left tire or whatever it was he was saying he thought was going on. He said, don't worry about it, buddy. He said, we're not going to talk about we're not going to say that you drove. That's what he said. Don't worry. And in my head, I'm just like, but they saw me driving, so I'm like, even if there were something happening before, it's not like that was being recorded. What's being recorded is me driving the vehicle because I'm being watched on camera and surveilled, and the noise starting as I'm going uphill to the storage area. So I'm just like, what the hell? They're probably going to paint it like, what if they paint it like I did, this is what I was thinking in my head. So anyways, I didn't make a big deal about it though, because he was very pleasant about it. He said, we're not going to even say you drove, we're just going to whatever. He said, I'll let them know that it's making a sound, da 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 da. It wasn't a big thing, so I remember kind of feeling uneasy about that night, but I didn't make a video about it. I didn't make a big deal about it. Vehicle patrol wasn't taken off of my schedule. So I just kind of put that to the back burner. What I did notice was the car was no longer at that location. Instead, what they gave us was like this Raga type truck. And when I say Raga, that's like island terminology, y'all. And that just means like a car that's been through the ringer, kind of like a hoopty or a put-put. Not necessarily a put-put. It wasn't so bad that it was a put-put. But it was a truck that you can tell was well worn and had been used, right? So obviously there was no concern about it getting messed up. Trucks can handle more wear and tear. And it was already a well-worn, well-used vehicle. So I just noticed they had the truck there and I still had vehicle patrol on my schedule. It wasn't an issue. So I put that to the back burner, that thing that happened where that noise started the night that I drove it for him, right? Despite me having driven it before and there were no noises. So anyways, this kind of continued to happen, this thing with him and I. It wasn't like every night, but, it happened a few times where he didn't let me drive the whole night. It's not like as soon as I got on shift, I was driving for him. But whenever he would start to get tired, like around 3 or 4 o'clock, he would switch with me and I would start to drive. He would do foot patrol. And so again, it was a symbiotic thing. It wasn't like he was tying me up and forcing me to drive for him. I enjoyed doing it. I liked vehicle patrol. And he needed an easier shift, whatever, foot patrol. That's a lot easier than hitting these checkpoints and stuff. So it's happened like 3 or 4 times that I drove for him. It wasn't like a bunch of times, right? So anyways, I noticed that one night when, this was recently too, this was last week. I don't remember what night it was. Obviously weekend, right? Last week. No, let me not say the wrong thing. Time is flying, y'all. Not last week. It wasn't last weekend. Weekend before last, because last weekend just passed. Remember, we're in, what is today? Thursday? Yeah, last weekend just passed, and that was the Sunday where I had the argument with the other coworker who was trying to reprimand me about staying in the office, although I was just following a directive. Anyway, so not last weekend. Weekend before last. This incident happened with the same coworker. Excuse me. This night I didn't drive for him. I did not drive for him this night. And apparently something happened with him. He's older. He's not old. He's like middle age. He always sometimes jokes that I'm getting old, this and that. And he told me his age. I was like, you're not old. He's 47, right? So I'm like, you're not old. You're middle age. Because they say 50 is like middle age. I wouldn't call that old. You're getting old at that point if I'm keeping it real, but you're not old yet. At least not in my opinion. So he has health issues, right? He was talking about the fact that I think something was going on with his side. I don't remember exactly what was going on, but something was going on where he had to go to the doctor and get medication. And so I remember not seeing him, not weekend before last, but weekend before that one. I noticed one night I didn't see him. As a matter of fact, I think that whole weekend I didn't see him. Not last weekend. Weekend before last was when the incident I'm documenting happened, where he was telling me about what was going on with him, his health. But the weekend before that one was the weekend where I hadn't seen him. For the whole weekend, I was able to do vehicle patrol. So when I saw him last weekend, he was explaining to me what was going on, that something was going on with his side. And they gave him medication, like they prescribed medication for him. And so he was just talking about how the medication had him out of it and tired. And, he's already working 2 jobs. So you can imagine working 2 jobs and then taking medication. You're really going to feel out of it, right? So I remember him just talking about feeling tired and, out of it and this and that and just explaining that, right? And so I said, okay, I totally understand. He said he had to stop taking the medicine. He said it was just so bad that it was making him feel out of it. And so I started to kind of, I try not to say too much controversial stuff because I'm already targeted and there's already like this thing going on with me. But I did kind of start to talk to him about my belief with medicine. Not belief like it's a belief, but Like the fact that I'm more so into natural health and stuff. I was like, yeah, those medications aren't good, you know. I said, I don't really believe in medication. You know, I said, I'd rather do like a natural remedy to heal myself. And I started hearing revving and stuff. And so I just kind of, you know, tried to, you know, stop talking about what I was talking about. You know, they're just constantly judging you and watching everything you're saying while you're in this program. And I'm working on getting out of it, trust me. But while it's happening, everything you're saying is being listened to, critiqued, judged. They're looking for you to say the wrong thing. You know, it's a very high stress, high intensity type thing that you're dealing with when you're targeted. And it's very irritating too. But anyway, so forgot what I was saying though. So yeah, we were just having a conversation about why he missed last week, because the medication had him the prior weekend. The medication had him out of it and he had to stop taking it. So that's what we were talking about, right? And so he didn't let me drive that night. I think because he had missed that whole weekend, he didn't want to now have me drive in the vehicle when he just got back to work. So he said, I said, if you need me to drive tonight, just let me know. He said, okay, no, I'll be good tonight. I said, okay, no problem, right? So remember, this was a part of this month where I've been nodding off a lot. Remember, I told you guys around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, this whole month, not every night, definitely not every night, but more often than before, it started to be this thing where I was nodding off this whole last month. You know, it would be like twice or 3 times in a week in comparison to before where I was barely nodding off. Like I would not let myself fall asleep. I refused to let it happen. And now this last month, it was this thing where I was kind of getting complacent, I think you could say, in allowing myself to nod off, because I kind of came to the realization that this is something that happens to guards. We're not nocturnal. As long as I'm not sleeping the whole night and I catch myself and I'm doing foot patrol every hour. And so I started becoming a little too complacent in allowing myself to nod off. And so it started to be this thing where like maybe 2 times, 3 times in a week, I would have a nod off moment around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Still doing my patrol every hour, but this was happening. And so this was a night where it happened. You know, I didn't even, you know, and actually the night prior, and this is what's so stupid about it, is because I just got caught up the night prior doing it. So why would I let it happen this night too? The night prior to what I'm about to document, I nodded off around 4 o'clock, 5. Actually, worse, what happened this time, and this is what's so crazy, and I know they all saw it too. This is the blessing, low key, about being watched 24/7 on these cameras. They see what's going on. This night, when the supervisor came and caught me nodding off or whatever, I nodded off later than I typically do. So it wasn't 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. The nod off happened around 6 o'clock because my phone was having a charging issue. Put it in the office. I left it in there. And I sat there and I stupidly put my seat back because it was raining and it was cold. And I literally put my seat back and I covered myself up with my sweater. You know, I never do that. I never put my chair all the way back because that's a recipe for falling asleep. And I never let myself nod off that late into the shift. Remember, I get off at 7. The sun starts coming up around 5:30-ish, right? So for me to nod off at that time when the sun is high in the sky, more people are up, and I have my seat all the way back and I have my sweater over me, that was idiotic. You know, I can acknowledge that. But this night it was raining. It was a night where it was pouring rain, right? And I had plugged my phone into the charger. It was having a charging issue. It still is, actually. I bought a new charger. It's still having some sort of issue. But anyways, it was in the office and had nothing to do and I was cold. And I covered myself up. I put the seat back a little bit and I knocked out. Like, this wasn't even like the nod off that typically happens to me. This was the one time where it was like a complete knockout. Like, I put my seat back and I was covered with my sweater. Like, night. Like, I don't know why I did that. And this was the one time they had that I know that's why they had that supervisor come out. They're probably like, nah, she's getting too comfortable now. You know, it's not even like it was I'm sitting up and nodding off. It's like my seat was back and I had the sweater over me and I was like knocked out. So anyways, I just heard a tap on the window. And it was one of the higher level supervisors. It's not like there are levels to supervisors. If you're a supervisor, you're a supervisor. It's not like this level 1 supervisor, level 2 supervisor. You know, it's not like that. You just have supervisors and then you have the general manager, Mr. Brown, right? Remember, I told you that's not his real name. But there is still like an understanding that there are people that have been with the company longer. And so you understand that this supervisor kind of has precedence over the others. And so they had this supervisor that's been a supervisor, from what I understand, for a long time with this company, years. I think the longest standing supervisor they've had, if I'm not mistaken. So she's the head honcho. They had her come out, right? And I hear knocking on my window. And I wake up and I see that she's there knocking on my window. I said, oh shit. You know, I remember freaking out like, damn, why did I let myself fall asleep like this? And at this time too, I was like, you idiot, right? So I opened the door. There's not really much I could say to explain what happened. She didn't really reprimand me. It was more like a silent warning. You know, like when you get caught up like that and you know, like obviously this is a silent warning, like, don't let this happen again. The person doesn't even have to tell you anything. It was that kind of moment. She just simply asked me, did you guys get to sign in last night? I said no. And she said, okay, come on, right? So I went in the office to sign in, and as we're going into the office, you can hear my phone alarm going off. Remember I told you guys I have an alarm set for every hour. So I said, you see, my phone is right there. I said, that's why I was knocked out like that in the car. I said, I forgot my phone in here. I didn't mean to say forget. Obviously, I didn't forget it in there. I put it in there to charge. But I told her I forgot my phone in here. She didn't really respond to that. She just said, okay. She just said, here. She wouldn't have took the thing out and let me sign. She didn't really respond to me saying the thing about the phone. So I remember just signing and being like, okay, I need to shape up now. This is getting bad. Like, don't let this happen again type thing, right? So the next night happens with this coworker that calls me Buddy, where he told me why he missed the last weekend, and we talked about medicine a little bit, and, he told me he wouldn't need me to drive for him this night. So it was pouring rain. Again, it was another night where it was pouring rain, and the rain makes you sleepy. Like, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, my hardest nights at work are those nights when it rains. The rain makes you sleepy. It's hard enough staying up at night, like a bat, when you're not nocturnal. Those nights when it rains, it makes you even more sleepy. Like, it's so hard. So it was pouring rain, right? And he didn't want me to drive this night. I think because, like I said, he had missed the last weekend. So I think he wanted to make sure he was doing his thing, right? So I remember parking up in my car under the tree. It's pouring rain. It's pouring rain. He's in his vehicle patrol. I didn't even notice that he hadn't been hitting his checkpoints. Like, typically when it's not a rainy, smoggy night, you're seeing everything that's going on, including the vehicle patrol vehicle passing by whenever it's supposed to pass by. I didn't even notice he wasn't passing by. I was too busy engulfed in what was happening in my vehicle and the fact that it was pouring cats and dogs outside. You couldn't even really see. The visibility wasn't clear, right? So he's parked up. And for me, whenever it's pouring rain like that, I still hit the checkpoints just because. I think there's an understanding that when it pours rain like that, you take it slow. So you will hit the checkpoints and you take it slow, right? And that's what the understanding is. But also, too, they know about safety and they know about the fact that you could fall while it's pouring rain like that. And so I think when it's raining like super hard like that, you're able to park up and wait until it stops. And so I think that's how he got caught up. I think he was waiting for the rain to stop. I think he ended up falling asleep on himself and the rain had stopped and he still hadn't started doing his checkpoints. For me, when it rains hard like that, I don't think anyone else really does this. I know this is probably weird. I still go around and hit the checkpoints. My shoes got so wet and stinky at night because I was going around hitting the checkpoints in the rain because I like doing vehicle patrol. I like it. I just like the driving around. I've always been somebody that liked to drive. Actually, when I tried to relocate off island, the plan was for me to become a trucker. Yeah, that sounds so off kilter, someone like me becoming a trucker, but I was planning to temporarily become a trucker. Partially because I like driving. I wanted to see different states. And I knew that that would be a quick way to make a lot of money. I saw that people are making buku money doing the trucking business. And this thing was brewing up on island. I didn't know I was a target. I was like, I could do that. I could save up a lot of money, make a lot of money doing the trucking, and then eventually get back into what my real career was. And so that was my plan. But it's also because I like to drive. So for me, I will drive in the rain and hit checkpoints and let my shoes get wet and all that, and that's not something that the other guards are required to do. We're not required to do that. That's dangerous. You could slip and fall, whatever. So I think this is how he got caught up that night. I think he fell asleep. It was pouring rain. He was tired. He already works 2 jobs. And I think the rain stopped and he was still night, knocked out or whatever. So for me, what happened is I nodded off too. I nodded off this night too. It was around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, the same time I typically nod off. I nodded off and then I caught myself, right? So after I nodded off, I caught myself like I typically do. And I didn't even catch on to the fact that he wasn't doing vehicle patrol. I was just sitting there on my phone watching a movie, right? I was watching whatever I was watching. Of course, they're doing the little rap thing. It doesn't even matter if it rains. That doesn't deter these people that gang stalk, right? They will be out come hell or high water. They are in that road revving by, right? It can be pouring cats and dogs and literally be a risk to their life. They will be in that road, the people that are involved revving by, I guarantee you. So they revving by doing their thing, harassing me as usual, right? But I wasn't really taking it serious. I'm just watching my movie, whatever. The only reason I realized the supervisor pulled up was because my alarm went off, my 6 o'clock alarm. Like I was watching a movie. I wasn't looking up in the rearview mirror at this moment, watching a movie, and my alarm went off for me to open the office door for the coworker that comes in. There's an elderly coworker that comes in around 6 o'clock, sometimes 6:05, around that time. I have to open the door for him. So as I'm going over there, my alarm went off. I'm driving over there. I said, oh, perfect timing. I noticed that I'm seeing the supervisor is parked. And the reason I'm getting awkward, y'all, is because what transpired from this. They're such gaslighters, too. They're going to start making noise outside like they weren't watching everything that happened. This is what's so baffling to me. They'll watch and know what you're saying is true and still make noise about it. It's crazy. Anyway, look, you see it? You listen to the loud thing that started up now when I said that. That's to tell you, they just like fucking harassing me. I know I'm getting awkward about it because what transpired from what happened next, right? So anyways, my alarm went off for 6 o'clock for me to open the door for that elderly guard that comes in around that time. And I look and I see the supervisor and I said, oh, perfect timing, right? So I pull up, and as I pull up and I'm coming out the car, I see the coworker come out the office, the same one that does vehicle patrol. So apparently he realized she was here before me. I think she probably knocked on his thing and woke him up like what happened to me the morning prior. Either that or, maybe he had already woke up and caught himself and she pulled up and was questioning why he wasn't hitting his checkpoints. I don't know what really transpired with them. But when I walked up, he came out the office, so he had already realized she was there, and she didn't come out yet. So he just walks up to me frantically and he says, hey, buddy. He calls everybody buddy. Does she came before? Is this the first time she came? Did she come here before? I said, no. I said, I'm pretty sure this is the first time she came. I said, she came yesterday morning. I said, I didn't see her before, because this was new to both of us. That supervisor in particular coming and doing a check-in. It happened to me the morning prior, and now here this night it's happening to him, or this morning. It was still dark out. That's why I'm saying night, but this morning, right? So I was just like, no, she didn't come before. I said she came the morning prior. She didn't come before. This was the first time I'm seeing her. So he was like, oh, okay. So she didn't come before in the morning. I said, no. And he was like, okay, well, what was he telling me? He was just like, oh, okay. Just acting frantic about, oh, yeah. He was saying that she was quarreling with him about not hitting his checkpoints. So I said, I said, you weren't hitting your checkpoints? He said, no. And she told me that the command center was calling. Now, remember, I told you the main headquarters is in Puerto Rico, the main headquarters for this company. So whenever the person that's on vehicle patrol isn't hitting their checkpoints, the command center is up 24/7. They literally have night shift workers that's looking to see if people are hitting their checkpoints. And if you don't hit your checkpoints, you're telling on yourself. So it's not a thing where somebody tells on you. And there's a reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. If you're not hitting your checkpoints, what the command center will do is first call you. They'll call the phone, the vehicle patrol phone, and if they don't get a response, then they call the supervisor. And that's when it turns into a thing. So I was just like, oh, I said, no. I said, she wasn't here before. Just yesterday morning. She came yesterday morning. He said, okay. So then I talked to her. He was explaining to her that he was tired. He was sick last weekend when she came out the office. And I had to stand there for the interaction. I wasn't feeling awkward about it because no accusation had been insinuated yet. So I was standing there comfortable, not thinking anything of it, until what happened next, right? So he's just explaining to her whatever, right? That he was tired, he wasn't well last weekend, blah, 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 whatever. Just regular explanation about why he didn't hit the checkpoints this night. I'm sorry, ma'am. He told her he's sorry. He took accountability, said sorry, whatever. That was it. That's all it had to be. It didn't have to be anything more. So she left, right? He goes and signs in, I sign in. I go in my vehicle and I park up. This time I'm now parked closer to the office rather than under my tree. By the way, the tree that I park under is in the same parking lot as the office. It's just across the parking lot. But this time I parked up right alongside the sidewalk by the office. So I notice he pulls up with the vehicle patrol vehicle and he walks up to my car, right? So he starts talking to me like, dang, just going in about, getting caught up or whatever. And just talking to me. I'm not going to go into the details about the things he said, even though everybody saw, it's just, I'm not going into the details about the conversation, just talking about getting caught up and how hard it is to stay up at night. And I concurred. I was agreeing with him. I said, it's hard. I said, I know they know that typically guards might nod off. It's just understandable. Listen, when I was working for this company in 2022, that was like the common thing that was happening with like almost all of the guards. Like everyone was having a problem with staying up in 2022. It was so bad. They were actually moving guards around and stuff because guards kept nodding off in 2022. It was so bad, right? It's just an understandable thing, right? Even in these shows where they're portraying security guards, what do you always see in these shows? You see the security guard nodded off with donut stains on their shirt. It's understandable. We're not nocturnal. It's going to happen. As long as you're doing your job and you're not sleeping all night, then that's a thing, right? But at the same time, you don't want to become too complacent and have that idea that, okay, well, it happens to everyone, so I'm going to allow myself to nod off every night. You don't want to let that happen either. But they do understand that from time to time you're going to nod off. You're human and you're not nocturnal. So I was just telling him that, I was just like, yeah, it is hard. I said, it happens to me too. I said, I nodded off too. I was letting him know I nodded off too. Around 4 o'clock, I nodded off and I caught myself, not 4 o'clock, 4:30. I nodded off and I caught myself around 5 o'clock. I was like, I nodded off too. So he was just like, he's just made this weird, like he looked at me this kind of way and he just made this weird comment that made me feel uncomfortable. He just randomly mentioned this guy that I know for a fact he's friends with. I know he's cool with. I've seen them interacting before and the guy is so nice. I've had a few interactions with him. He's one of the guards that works the shift directly before our shift. And so I've relieved him before. Very friendly. One of those people, remember I said there are people that I deal with here on the island that I can tell aren't involved in my targeting? He's one of them. Like, I'm sure he knows, like everyone else, what's going on with me, but he doesn't treat me any kind of way. Like, there's no I don't feel like there's anything there. Like, I don't get anything from him, like this underlying thing. Like, it just seems like I'm a regular person. You would never know he knew I was targeted. Very nice, very friendly, very nice guy, right? And I know he and him are friends, him and this guy, so I know he would never say anything bad about the guy for everyone to hear. So I was almost certain this was like him trying to insinuate that I had ratted on him. He randomly said, that so-and-so, I'm not going to say the guy's name. As a matter of fact, let me say a fake name. Let's just say his name is Rob. I'm just giving you a fake name. He said, Rob? He said, I'm so tired of Rob. He said, Rob is new. Ever since Rob start working for the company, a bunch of ratting going on, ratting on everyone. I just don't trust him. And I saw him holding his phone and recording before. He started saying that randomly. After we were just talking about the fact that, yeah, it happens to everyone, the nodding off. And I even told him that she caught me the morning prior. That same supervisor, the head honcho one, caught me the morning prior. Remember when I told you it was pouring rain and I stupidly put my seat back and I even, covered myself up with my sweater? That was the first and last time that happened. I was explaining to him that happened to me the morning prior with her. I don't know if that made him feel suspicious or what the case is. I don't know why that would make you feel suspicious. If anything, that should make you feel more comfortable that it's happening to me too. I think he took it as me, like, I don't know, like he thought that because that happened to me, I ratted on him. I don't know what formulated in his head. And I don't want to bear false witness either. Because he didn't concretely accuse me, unfortunately. It felt more like an insinuation. So I can't concretely prove that he was trying to, like, I'm sure by now he knows that didn't really happen because everyone's watching, including, I think, his cousin. I just recently realized that I think the guy that works the gas station might be his cousin. I'm not sure. Everyone's watching, so they know that I didn't rat on this guy. But in that moment, before I guess he was able to talk to other people, I think he truly thought I ratted on him. So he, starts bringing up that guy and the Rob guy that I know he's cool with. That's a nice guy, unproblematic. And talking about he's not, I can't trust him. Ever since he's been working for the company, everybody getting ratted on. And I saw him recording this and that. I said, really? Instantly I got like defensive. I didn't get disrespectful, but I got defensive. And I said, really? I said, I don't know who you're talking about. I got so basity about the thing that I pretended like I didn't even know who he was talking about. I know the guy. I don't know him well, but I know exactly who he was talking about. But I said, well, I don't know what guard you're talking about. He said, you don't know him, da-da-da. He was trying to describe the guy to me. I said, I don't know him. And I said, anyways, I would never do that. I just straight up, because I don't beat around the bush. I'm a straightforward person. But I still didn't like straight on say that he was accusing me. But I brought myself into the equation. And I said, that's terrible. I said, I would never do that. I said, I don't know who you're talking about, but I would never do that. I said, I know what it feels like to nod off and I would never rat on anybody. I said, so that's crazy that he's doing that. I said, I would never do that. And so then he just said, da-da-da-da. We talked a little bit more and then he walked off to his car and that was that, right? So I felt uneasy about what happened there, but it wasn't something I was going to make a video about. I just like, why would he think that? First of all, I've been being nothing but nice to you. I've been driving. Yes, I'm getting a benefit out of it too. I like doing vehicle patrol, but I'm also doing you a favor because I know you're tired. I know what it feels like to work 2 jobs. I'm driving the vehicle for you on a whim. I'm putting the flags up for you. There was a night I didn't even get to drive the vehicle for him. This same night where he came with the rat thing, literally right after that interaction, he hands me the flags. Remember, that's, vehicle patrol, you don't know this. That's part of your duty on vehicle patrol. You have to put the flags up. That's the unfun part of the job. That's the part I don't like. So I didn't get to drive the vehicle, but I put the flags up for him. Even after that little rat conversation we had, he handed me the flags and I went and I put the flags up. I'm like, I've been nothing but nice to this guy, and he's nice to me, typically, it's not no issue. I do, again, like I said, notice a little underlying thing. Like I told you guys, I'm very intuitive. I notice when innuendos are thrown into conversations, when little subs are said, I do notice that I just pretend like I don't notice because I don't want to bear false witness. And if it's not overt, extremely overt, I'm not going to it's not like that coworker, the one I made a video about last year that I deleted, where he was literally having like full-blown conversations full of innuendo, and it was like obvious he had an issue with me, and then eventually towards the latter part of us working together, he started to kind of act nice towards me, this kind of way where he started trying to, I guess he heard my videos or whatever, he started trying to be nice to me, it was even to the point where he let me drive the vehicle for him as well. And I noticed I wasn't seeing him anymore. I don't know if he doesn't work for the company anymore, if they moved him elsewhere. I don't know. But I know with that guy, that I documented, I made a video about him last year. He was the only coworker last year that I had anything with, really, a problem with it, where it was to the point where I actually felt like I had to document. With this buddy guy, it's nothing overt. It's just kind of like what happens with some people, where it's like, maybe you said something that offended them and you don't know what it is. Remember, I'm targeted. There's like a plethora of offensive things I've said. It's reactive abuse. But it's just one of those things where sometimes he'll slip innuendo into the convo, but it's never anything overt enough for me to document. And he's still pleasant enough aside from that for me to feel like we're cool, right? Cool enough, it works, right? He's a cool guy. I can see he's friends with everyone else, and I can see maybe it's just me and my targeting, right? So anyway, so after I put the flags up, I remember feeling uneasy about the rat thing that he said. But in my head, I'm like, everybody saw, I know he's going to eventually find out that, he's saying BS or he's assuming the wrong thing. I'm like, whatever. I didn't make a video about it. The next night comes now. And this is where the interaction with the night supervisor happened that I felt like I needed to document. And I made a video about it and I ended up deleting it. Because I realized it might cause problems for me. And I think it did cause problems for me. So anyways, the night supervisor came in the next night now. This is the next night. I had to work with the buddy guy that I drive for sometimes that was insinuating that I ratted on him. I had to work with him another night. Remember, I told you I work with him on the weekend, so Friday night, Saturday night. So this night, I worked for him again. He didn't let me drive this night, and I think what happened this night was because of what happened the prior night. He really wanted to be on his P's and Q's, I think. So him and we just had regular interaction. Nothing seemed weird or off kilter, or anything like that. And we're just, the night's going by. Nothing happened. Nothing major. I noticed around 4:30, 5 o'clock, the night supervisor pulled up. I had not nodded off yet. Remember I told you typically if a nod off is going to happen, it happens around 4 or 5 o'clock. It didn't happen, right? I was up the whole night, right? So I noticed the night supervisor pulled up. I saw him. I'm alert, paying attention to what's going on. I saw him pull up. So I pulled up my vehicle behind him. He comes out, right? No, this is not what happened. I'm saying stupidness. I was in the office. I'm saying stupidness. I was in the office when he pulled up. That's what happened, right? So I was in the office charging my phone and he pulls up, right? And I thought it was initially, because I was hearing music turning up and stuff, I thought initially that it was the buddy coworker. But when I looked out the window, I realized it was the supervisor that was parked outside. And what happened is I was sitting there watching a show on my phone. Now I remember what happened. I was sitting there, I'm hearing noise outside because they're privy to what happened. They watch everything like it's a movie. They know before I even say what's going to happen and document what happened already. Anyway, so I was in the office charging my phone and I was watching something on my phone. And they're always sending me stuff with stimuli in it to sensitize me. Remember the shadow networking AI software? Constantly sending things that has subliminal messaging in it. So I remember I was sitting there and they sent me something that had the subliminal messaging. And I remember getting annoyed and rolling my eyes. And I started to hear like music turning up. So I was like, who's doing that? Like I kept hearing music. Look, they're revving by now. Look how they're revving. I'm telling you, they're privy, They be watching, like I think they don't even sleep. I think they be up watching my night shift because it's like a freaking movie for them. I'm telling you, I think some of them don't even be sleeping. I think they be up watching what's happening. Anyway, because it's like a freaking action-packed show for them, live reality TV show they can't turn their head away from. Someone's real life. Anyway, so I'm watching the show, whatever I'm watching, and I just noticed I keep hearing something turning up when certain things are playing on my phone. I'm like, what's going on? Now what it could have been, I don't want to make an assumption because maybe I'm assuming and bearing false witness. With that vehicle, the vehicle patrol vehicle and the supervisor vehicle, it's one and the same. It's the same kind of vehicle. It has a loud bass to it, especially if you have the music turned up. So maybe certain parts of the song had more bass in it than others. And it could have been that every time, coincidentally, certain things were playing to sensitize me, which is constantly happening anyways. So it would be easy for something like this to happen. The bass in his song in his car was going off and making me hear it. It was this kind of way where that's where I would hear it. And it sounded like somebody turning up their music. Or he could have genuinely been turning up his music. Like, let's keep it real. This happens. Again, I'm telling you, like, there will be people that will be nice to you to your face, but there's this underlying feeling towards you because maybe something offensive you said in reaction to what's happening to you. So I've had those interactions. I'm telling you, I've dealt with all kinds of different people during my targeting. I've dealt with people that completely, like, I don't feel any type of underlying anything from them. You know, they know what's going on, but they're not acting like they know. You wouldn't even know they knew you were a target, the way they treat you. Then you have people that are nice to you, but they're slipping innuendo into the convo, and you can tell there's this underlying thing. You have that. And then you have people that you can't, like, it's like almost like you can't tell. That's what's so scary about it. It's like a mystery where they're so nice to you, but still there is an underlying thing there, right? And they'll do little subtle things that makes you catch on. Like, wait a minute, this is another one that might have a problem with me. Like, you might not know initially, and then something subtle happens. You're like, oh, ding dong. You know, so I don't know. I don't know if this was him doing it or not. I don't want to accuse. But I do know that this night also Monster Bitch came out, right? Monster Bitch, look at the plane flying by when I said I don't want to accuse. Like I said, this is why I said I'm not accusing him. It could have been a coincidence, the bass, in his song maybe just hitting off at certain points. But on this night, understand this, because something happened after the whole interaction that I documented. This was one of those nights where Monster Bitch was surfacing because they were revving by and antagonizing me again for something perplexing that I didn't understand. And I remember just having a nasty attitude and having these nasty, negative, bitchy thoughts that happen sometimes when I get really angry from dealing with this thing 24/7, never having privacy. It's a human reaction and you still get villainized for it. So this was one of those nights where Monster Bitch was surfacing. I can be real with you, I was having some very bitchy thoughts this night. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking. I don't remember what was playing that was making them rev up this time. But I remember Monster Bitch was surfacing earlier in the night. So him pulling up now and I'm in the office and that happening, I think it could have been that he saw my reaction that night and decided, like, whatever. I don't know, and I'm not accusing. I just know I kept hearing, this is how I knew he pulled up, because I was sitting in the office charging my phone, and I just noticed I kept hearing, like, at certain points when something would play on my phone, like the radio turning up. So I look outside and I noticed he had pulled up. And I look and I realized it was the supervisor and not my coworker. So I said, that's who's turning up the music. I remember thinking that and just kind of being, like, taken aback, because as far as I know, he's what we call the nice supervisor, and my interactions with him prior to had been nothing but pleasant. So I was like, oh shit, this is another one that has a problem with me. I didn't know that. This is what I was thinking. I was like, is that what's going on? I remember thinking that. And my mind was really in that mode too, because it had been a whole night of gang stalking and harassment, hence the reason I was acting bitchy. So I remember just sitting there like, damn, like perplexed a little bit, but like, okay, I'm not going to give him a hard time. He's a supervisor. Shit, I dealt with innuendos with the other supervisors to the point where he was telling me I needed to sit in the office and threatening to write me up. So this him turning up music isn't really a big deal in comparison to what I was dealing with the other supervisor. So anyways, I just sat there waiting for him to come in, and this is what led to me going in the office. Now that I think about it, it wasn't that I was charging my phone. Where I was parked at, I saw him pull up, and that's what led to me walking to the office and sitting and waiting for him. No, I'm trying to think, y'all, because this happened about 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to make sure I give you guys the right info. Remember, every night supervisors are pulling up and there's different things happening all the time. I was trying to think if I had saw him pull up and that's what led to me going to the office, or if I was sitting in there. I don't think so. I don't think I saw him pull up. This wasn't that night. I was literally sitting in there because I remember this is what made me realize he was outside, was the fact that stuff, remember they started revving by when I was documenting it. Stuff was playing on my phone with innuendos, the subliminal messaging they like to send to you with the AI shadow networking software. And, every time certain things would play, I'm noticing I'm hearing a radio turning up. And so that's what I thought. I thought I was hearing, but it could have been, again, maybe certain parts of the song just having more bass than others. I don't really know, right? Anyway, so I notice I'm sitting there now, I'm feeling awkward, because now at this point, now I realize the supervisor is outside. I know that they all stare at me. Whether you have something against me or not, I know everyone's watching. As long as you're awake, you're likely watching me. I realize that. And it's such a freaking nerve-wracking thing too, especially for someone like me that's socially anxious. Like, it took literally years and years of me dealing with this for me to become somewhat desensitized to being stared at by all these people. And I still act awkward. Anyway, so I'm sitting there feeling really awkward and uncomfortable at this point now, because I'm like, okay, so it's one thing if you just know everyone's staring at you. Likely the supervisor's watching you anyway, even when they're not there on post. But now he's parked right outside the office, just to the point where I kept hearing music turning up. And I look outside and I see him. I'm like, oh my God, I'm just feeling angst about sitting there while he's out there, right? I'm feeling angst about the whole thing. And so I'm just like, what's taking him so long? Because he never takes that long to come in the office. Typically, he'll pull up, all of them, all the supervisors, they pull up. They might linger in the car for a couple seconds to get their papers together. And then they come into the office and they, deal with whatever with you. They sometimes pick up a weapon, whatever, pick up a taser, take out the timesheet, let you sign their phone. Sometimes they'll linger in the office longer, but not in their car before coming in. What I have noticed is sometimes they'll go in the office and stay a little bit longer if they have paperwork to fill out and stuff, and then they'll leave, but not sitting in the car, taking a long time to come into the office. So I was sitting there feeling bassity, which is flustered and awkward and uncomfortable and like I'm being stared at. And I remember just sitting there like, what's taking him so long to come in? What's taking him so long to come in? Because I noticed like it was like minutes and minutes going by. And I'm like trying to find stuff that I could watch that's not going to have stimuli in it. Because now I'm feeling real awkward, and it's just like, I'm like, okay, let me get up and go to the car. I'm like, he's not coming in. Let me get up and go to the car. So I remember getting up and going to my car and just sitting in my car and waiting for him to come out and go in the office. So eventually he does get out and go in the office. And, I noticed, again, it's this thing where he's, like, not coming out of the office. Like, I didn't even go in there to sign at that point. I was just waiting. And I noticed, like, he's just not coming out the office. And my coworker was there, too. The one that the night before kind of insinuated that I had ratted on him. He was there, and he was wide awake. We were both wide awake, just kind of sitting there. And I noticed, like, the guy wasn't coming out the office. I did go in and sign eventually. I tried to give him a chance to take out the folder and stuff. And then I went in there and I signed and I left, and I was sitting in the car. I'm just noticing I'm not seeing him come out. I'm like, what's going on? Because I wanted to go back under my tree and I knew I had to lock the door back, because I was the one that had been in the office. So despite my coworker that says buddy being parked nearby, I knew I was the one that was supposed to lock back up. So I went to go park back where I was parked. So I'm just like where I typically park. So I'm just sitting there, I'm noticing he's not coming out, and I'm also feeling awkward too. I just kind of felt like I was being stared at because of what had just happened in the office. So I'm just like, what is going on tonight? I remember thinking, I didn't think anything nasty. I just thought, well, what's going on tonight? I was like, he is taking real long tonight. So I remember eventually just pulling up by the coworker that, oh yeah, that's what was going on that night too. He did let me drive that night. Whoa, the memory is coming back now. He did let me drive that night. So that night, I said the wrong thing. The night where he was insinuating that I was a rat and I hadn't drove that night, he put the flags up himself. Remember I told you even after the interaction, he gave me the flags? That's not what happened. The next night now, where this thing happened with the night supervisor, I'm sorry that I'm all over the place. I remember constantly stuff is happening at work, right? And not just at work, everywhere, because I'm targeted. So I'm trying to remember the events the way that it took place. And this happened about 2 weeks ago. Now I remember he did let me drive that night and we still had the truck at this time, right? So this was the next night. He did let me drive. And what happened is he came up to me. He pulled up to me. I was parked by the bank. Now I remember. I was parked by the bank and he pulled up and he said, the supervisor is outside. The supervisor is outside. I remember him pulling up to me, my coworker that I drive for. And he said he pulled up in his van and I was sitting in the vehicle patrol truck parked near the bank. He said, the supervisor's coming. He said, just pull up around so he doesn't see you and go in the office. And he said, we'll switch back after. So I gave him the key and he took the truck and he parked up and I went in the office. And so I knew the supervisor was out there. It wasn't a surprise that he was out there. But what was happening was the music, it sounded like, kept turning up every time things to sensitize me played on my phone. That's what happened. And so I remember feeling really awkward and uncomfortable about it, And I wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence that the bass or the bass was dropping in his song and it was making it sound louder every time certain things were playing on my phone, or if he was literally turning the music up every time certain things played on my phone. And remember, I told you I was in bitch mode that night. Despite being able to do vehicle patrol and loving it, they were still revving up and doing stuff and I was in bitch mode that night. I was thinking some bitchy stuff. So anyways, so I fast forward now, like I said, I left the office eventually and went and sat in my car. And this is why I was anxiously waiting for him to leave, because I wanted to go back to doing vehicle patrol. Now I remember. And that was the hour I was supposed to put the flags up. I was literally about to put the flags up when he came. Now I remember. And so I remember just pulling up next to my coworker. Obviously, I realized I wouldn't be driving anytime soon because it seemed like the supervisor was staying in the office. And so I remember just pulling up next to him and him telling me, hey, buddy, he's tired. And apparently they know each other, by the way. They're around the same age. He told me he went to school with him. The guy that I said, the buddy, coworker, that I drive for sometimes, they're like around both of them are 47 is what he was telling me. And they went to school together back in the day. So they know each other, apparently. He said they're good friends or whatever. So if he thinks, it couldn't even be the rat thing because they know I didn't do that. So scratch it. It couldn't have been that. I think it was just that I was acting bitchy, really, about is what it was, right? In reaction to what was happening to me. Anyways, I pull up next to him and he said, hey, buddy, he said he's going to sleep. He's tired. That's why he's still in the office. He's like, he's going to sleep. He's going to sleep a little bit. He's tired. He worked a 24-hour shift, which is understandable. Like, the supervisors do get overworked. From what I understand, they need supervisors. That's why I was in communication with the receptionist, I think, at the beginning of the year about becoming a supervisor. And she told me they were hiring supervisors and that I would have to meet with Mr. Brown. And I never followed through it looking into it because then I started hearing from the correction officer job and it seemed like that was going through, before things kind of started to be this thing where I'm not hearing from them again. Anyway, and at that time my performance was still good. It wasn't like what happened in this last month where I've been like actively nodding off like 2-3 times in the week, So anyways, so he told me, yeah, he's tired, buddy. He just worked a 24-hour shift. He tired, buddy. He's about to get some sleep or whatever. And so he said, here, take the flags. He has the truck now. He could have went and put the flags up, but he handed them to me and I didn't mind putting them up. I wasn't even doing vehicle patrol anymore. I wasn't even doing the fun part anymore. And I still took the flags from him. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. I've been nothing but nice to him. I don't have a problem with him. I took the flags from him and I went and I put them up in my personal vehicle. My mother already cusses me out about driving the personal vehicle around work, right? She thinks I'd be driving around and driving the gas out. I give her money out of my check for gas, right? Because I take her car to work every night. So every check, I give her money, like a lump sum of money, to cover gas for me using the car. But she doesn't want me bringing the car back to her on E in the morning. And so sometimes that happens. She'll give me the car on E. To the point where I have to sometimes take a picture and show her, hey, you gave me the car like this. I know I'm not trying to talk about the people in my close circle, but that kind of has been like a little argument with us. Nothing major. So I try not to drive her vehicle around too much. I might run to the gas station and grab a snack or something, and then I park up. It used to be this thing where for every hour where I'm supposed to do foot patrol, I would drive around instead. And I stopped doing that because I realized that was like interfering with the gas. And then it's just better for me to walk and help me stay more active and stay up more. So there was a point though, like I want to say for a good month where I was doing that. Stopped doing that, and it was still like this argument where she felt like I was bringing her the car on E. So for me to take my personal vehicle, despite that little argument and me not wanting to drive that car around to do anything at work, and go put the flags up, I'm being nice. Like, I'd be nothing but nice to that guy, right? So anyways, I come back now, and I realize, like, the supervisor is sleeping in there. So I'm like, okay, I understand. He's sleepy, right? And it was around 4:30. Remember, I told you guys in the morning. This was really early in the morning. I hadn't nodded off because I was doing vehicle patrol that night. I typically don't nod off on vehicle patrol nights. And if I do, it's very, like, minimal. 5 minutes, if anything. Like, I'm watching a show and literally, like, my eyes close like this and I catch myself. That's why I love vehicle patrol. Like, you're so active and you're constantly every hour hitting checkpoints and coming out this place and that place and that place. You stay up. I love vehicle patrol and it makes the night go by quicker. So anyways, I when I understand what's going on, I go put the flags up and then I park under my tree where I like to park. It's like around 4:30, 4:45 at this point now. So I'm sitting there watching a show. I'm watching whatever I'm watching on my phone. I start to nod off. Remember, this is in that time frame where if I am going to nod off, this is the time where it would happen. And I wasn't doing vehicle patrol anymore. I start to nod off. I catch myself around 5 o'clock. My alarm actually goes off and that's what wakes me up. Because I had nodded off around 4:45. My alarm goes off, I catch myself. No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. The alarm didn't go off yet. I'm sorry, I'm sitting here literally actively remembering the night and, and telling you about it as I remember. What happened is while I was nodded off, I had a very weird dream. And I talked about this in the video that I deleted. I had a strange dream about my sister. So I was nodded off for those 15 minutes. And in the dream, my sister and I, and not just her, like several different people, we were driving around on motorbikes, riding around, and I'm sorry I'm getting weird. Remember they sensitized me to her, and it was a very creepy dream, and I strongly suspect it was dream manipulation, because remember again, guys, this night was monster bitch mode. And I notice around the time when it seems like they're annoyed with me, it's when I have these weird dreams. But anyway, so, I'm just, we're riding around the city, me, her, and a group of random people. And then I remembered in the dream, pulling up, I'm telling you this happened in the dream, to a white man that had a plaid shirt on. This is why I believe it was dream manipulation. And he hands me a new motorbike, right? Mind you, remember they use Ref Campaign on you in this program. So he hands me a motorbike, right? And he's being nice to me. He hands me the motorbike despite wearing the plaid shirt. So I hopped on, I didn't think it was off in the dream, but when I woke up, I was like, what the hell? That was a weird dream. So he hands me the motorbike and I hop in it and we're still riding around. And then somehow it's like I turned into the floor. It was weird. Somehow now I'm a part of the floor. It's not like I'm seeing myself being the floor, but in a dream where it's like you start to turn into like a bystander rather than an active part of the dream. It was kind of like that, but instead of just being off to the side, seeing what's happening, I'm seeing the view from the floor, right? And so I'm on the floor and I'm just hearing, I'm not seeing anything. It's kind of like blankness. I'm on the floor and all I'm hearing is this weird, not to mimic the sound, it's this weird, creepy sound, like the sound I hadn't heard before. And then what it started turning into was my sister saying, help me, help me. And I look up and I'm seeing that she's hanging from a clothesline, literally actively choking. And my cousin, who was in town at the time, right? This was right before she left town, is kind of just standing casually to the side, not helping her. So I remember saying, help her, even though I didn't have a voice and I wasn't a physical body in the dream. I remember saying, help her, trying to get my cousin to help her. And so then my cousin starts to nonchalantly try to like pull her down, but it didn't seem like she was actively like, aggressively trying to help her down. And then all of a sudden I wake up and the help me, I'm realizing that I was hearing was a rooster drone going off. Remember they have rooster drones. I actually documented one of them, right? It was a rooster drone going off and it was making this weird ass sound I had never heard before. I was like, what kind of creepy shit is this? I said, what kind of creepy shit? I know they remember this too. As soon as I woke up, I said, what kind of creepy shit y'all sending to me now? And I was already in bitch mode that night, right? I said, what kind of creepy shit y'all sending to me now? So then I remembered pulling up and realizing like, oh shit, the supervisor's here. I mean, yes, granted he's supposed to be napping in the office, but this is not the time for me to be nodding off. So I remembered pulling around to go plug my phone in because my phone needed to charge. And right then too, my alarm went off, right? So I pulled around and I parked up and I opened the door and I just glared in the direction of the tree where the rooster drone was coming from. It was going, and this weird creepy sound they were making it make. So I remember looking over at the tree and just saying, y'all are sick or some stupidness like that. I said, I just was going off that night. My mind was, I was in monster bitch mode. I've been being harassed all night despite doing vehicle patrol. And the dream was just so vivid. Remember I told you they can send you vivid dreams. I'm about to document another vivid dream that they sent me. I think I'm going to end this video, charge my phone, go use the bathroom, and then finish making this video. Because this is going to be a long one, y'all. You see all this stuff that I have to talk about. And there's another dream I need to document that happened just yesterday. This was a dream I had already documented. But then the video, I deleted the video. Because I realized having a video up about a supervisor isn't a smart idea. But before I deleted the video, all of that was in there where I documented this weird dream that happened. So I remembered, let me just finish talking about what happened with this supervisor. And I'm going to cut the video and I'll finish in a little bit, right? So I remember just glaring over at the tree and telling them, why would y'all send me that? What's wrong with y'all? Something like that I told them. And, and when I say them, I'm talking about obviously whoever's controlling the neuromonitoring technology and the birds, the high science stuff, that makes you feel crazy, right? So then I walk into the office and the lights are still off, right? Oh, that's what I forgot to talk about. Oh my God, there's so much elements to this. It was something else that happened. Oh my God. There was something, that's what led to me nodding off. My phone was charging in the office. Oh my God. Okay, now I'm remembering because something awkward happened with the supervisor when I went in to plug my phone into charge. Now I remember. Okay, so before I nodded off, I remembered going around to the office when the guy told me that the supervisor would be sleeping because he had worked a 24-hour shift and he gave me the flags. I went to put the flags up and then I went back to the office to plug my phone into charge. Remember I told you my phone was having a charging issue. So I remember going into the office and all the lights were off, which makes sense. He was supposed to be taking a nap. But when I walked in, he was sitting up. He didn't look like he was sleeping. My coworker had driven off to wherever, I guess, to do his checkpoints. And look, they're making the plane fly by. Just to tell you, they remember everything. They probably even realized that I had left this part of the story out. They're flying the plane by now. So as I go in to plug in my charger, the lights are off, by the way. So it already is the setting of what you could say a creepy environment. Not to say he's creepy. There's nothing creepy about him or me. But the point is I'm targeted and awkward. And I know everybody's watching and it's a weird Yeah, it's already weird interacting with people on a one-on-one level when all these people are watching. But then to walk into a dark room, that just feels uncomfortable. But I had to go plug my phone into charge. It was literally on a low battery. So as I go in to plug it into charge, I notice he's sitting up and he's looking nervous, right? I've dealt with him before on a one-on-one level. I've been in that office with him by myself several times, and several other supervisors too. But in this moment, he was sitting there acting strange. Like he was like tapping on the desk and looking nervous. So this is why I was like, I felt very awkward. Instantly, like I wanted to just run out the office, but my phone needed to charge. I'm like, there's no way I'm not going to charge my phone. So I remember quickly trying to plug it into the charger and like literally hightailing it out of the office because he was sitting there looking so nervous and I didn't understand why he was looking nervous. And then what transpired after is what led to me thinking, oh, was this whole thing a setup? Because initially I thought the nervous look he had was because I was walking in and the lights were off and it was an awkward environment. But then after what happened started to make me feel like, okay, what was the nervous reaction because this was something, a setup to catch me sleeping? Like, I don't know. My mind started to devise all of these controversial things, right? So anyways, when I saw him sitting there acting awkward and weird, that made me feel uncomfortable because I'm already an awkward person. This whole thing is a strain to me. Having people stare at me and all this weird stuff that's happening. I've never been in trouble in my life, right? So I'm going in this office and I see the lights off and I see him acting the way he was acting, like just really nervous and like he's tapping the desk and stuff. I was like, what the? So I just quickly plugged the phone and I almost like you could literally say ran out the office because of the awkwardness. And then I went around and I parked under the tree. And that's what led to me nodding off. I didn't have my phone. Now I remember. So anyways, now fast forward to when I woke up, heard the weird sound after the weird dream. Excuse me. I go back to the office now to get my phone. I go in the office, I notice the lights are still off. I'm feeling nervous about having to go in there because of what happened when I went in the last time. I go in, the lights are off, but I'm not seeing the supervisor, right? I didn't see him. So I went and I unplugged my phone. And as I'm leaving the office, as soon as I leave the office, he pulls off, right? So he waited until I was leaving the office to pull off. He pulled off right as I was leaving the office. And so then right as he did that and I went into my car, my hecklers went up. I was like, wait a minute, was this like a setup to catch me sleeping? And as I'm sitting there thinking that, then the coworker, I didn't think that, I didn't think, because remember they can hear my thoughts. I didn't think was this a setup. I just remember feeling uneasy. And the bird drones were going crazy. The bird drones, it was already making that weird sound in the tree, but then I was hearing other bird drones and they're flying it by actively. And so I remember just sitting there, just thinking about what just happened and feeling weird about the whole thing. And then the coworker that calls me buddy that the night before had kind of insinuated that I ratted on him, walked up and hit the scan point just then at that moment. So I remember feeling weird about the whole thing and wondering, that thing he said the other night about people being rats and this and that. I was like, I know he knows I didn't do it. By this point, he talks to everyone and he has to have talked to somebody and seen that I didn't do this. I was like, was this a setup? Because he done told me the guy is his friend and they're the same age. I was like, did he have that supervisor come here to catch me sleeping? Like, I started thinking all this controversial stuff in my head because of the way the interaction went down and how nervous he was acting when I went in the office the first time. And so that's what led to the conspiratorial thoughts, the paranoid thoughts. I'm like, oh my God. And the birds going ham in the background, and I was in bitch mode that night, monster bitch mode. Monster bitch came out. I was like, was this a setup, like, to catch me sleeping? Like, I was really paranoid. I started feeling paranoid about it, and so I just remember going under the tree and making a video that I ended up deleting, but just documenting what had just taken place, the dream, the awkward interaction with the supervisor that I called the nice supervisor, what happened the night before with the coworker that I drove for a few times in comparison to what happened this night. I just remember documenting it and just doing like this whole long video talking about whatever. And then in the morning, the coworker was just normal with me. You could see he had heard the video, that he was moving normal with me, and this new guard came on to relieve us. And everything seemed kind of normal after the interaction, even though it was just something that made me feel uneasy that I definitely felt like I needed to document. That was the first time I ever made a video about a supervisor, was what happened that night. That was the first time I ever made a video about a supervisor. I don't make videos about supervisors. Even if I feel like I'm getting a weird vibe, like that one that was threatening to write me up if I didn't sit in the office all night long. I don't make videos about supervisors because I don't want to lose my job. But in that moment when that happened, where it was like, it felt like something that could make me lose my job anyways, I was like, I didn't know, I wasn't sure, but I was just like, nah, man, I need to make a video about this. This feels weird. I was like, let me make a video about this. I just felt weirded out about the thing. Anyway, so, There's more to talk about, y'all. This is such a long video. I was thinking I was going to try to use the bathroom, but really what I need to do is eat breakfast. I haven't eaten breakfast. I'm off today. Not off tonight. I worked tonight. I was off last night. When I say off today is I don't have any workouts today. Today is my rest day. So I have all day to do this video. So I'm going to try to have my breakfast. I haven't had breakfast or anything yet. I'm going to try to have some cereal and stuff, and then I'll come back and I'll create the next clip. I might even split this up and make this a 2-part video. Because y'all know I've been trying not to make super long videos. But in this instance, you can see there's so much stuff I have to talk about, so much that's happened. I might split this up and make this like a 2-part video. I'm not sure. Anyways, I'll be back, y'all. All right, y'all. Last clip. Trying to hurry up and finish this thing now. And of course, not something that I really want to document, but it's just one of those things where I felt like it was necessary to document. Hold on, y'all. Let's let this ref campaign go by. Hold on. It's my neighbor. I'm not even gonna put him in the video because something just happened just now too that I think was gang stalking, but I'm not even putting him in the video. Anyway, so let me continue. Where am I? Gas station appearance when he was off. Okay, so where I left off from the last clip, y'all, was basically me just telling you what happened with that nice what we call the nice supervisor. I was telling you what happened with him, and I was also telling you what happened with that coworker that calls me buddy. Told y'all already, I have made a video about this. I know some of y'all saw it. A lot of y'all are actively staying up with my videos and giving me feedback. So I know you're seeing these videos that I even choose to delete after the fact. I know a lot of you saw that video. But after posting that video, I kind of felt comfortable about saying what my side of the situation was. And I also just felt like it was a bad idea to keep a video about a supervisor up. You know, like I told you, there have been things in the past, like the write-up situation, you know, telling me to stay in the office, that supervisor, where I felt, you know, this kind of weird way about something, but I'm like, I'm not gonna make a video because I don't want to make a video about management. I'm like, bad idea. Excuse me, but recently all this other stuff happened after I had words with my coworker, and I felt like I needed to make this video. I was just like, this is something that has to be documented, is what I felt like. So anyways, so that happened, right? That was about 2 weeks ago, what happened with the nice supervisor. That whole interaction where it just kind of felt like something weird happened that night, and I felt like I needed to make a video. A few days later, I deleted the video. I'm like, let me not keep this up. You know, I said my piece, I said my part. Let me take this thing down. I deleted it, right? Now fast forward to what happened on Sunday, where what I documented in my PTSD part 3 video, where I was talking about this argument that him and I had, right? That coworker, the other coworker now, he's a whole another coworker. I've never made a video about him before. I made one video about him. I did. Way back, like at the beginning of the year, where something odd happened, where I went in the office and it was like he was doing this cleaning thing and like it almost seemed like, I talked about it. I don't want to give detail to it now, y'all. I talked about it in my part 3 targeted individual PTSD video. I don't want to talk about that too much right now, but I deleted the video instantly. Like I made it and I deleted it the next day. You know, it was more so like a vent type thing, and I didn't keep that video. Other than that, I haven't not made any videos about him, and I haven't really had any issues with him. He just has like this, it just seems like nasty attitude towards me. It's never like he's saying anything directly to me. Not at all. It's not like that coworker from last year that I referenced in the last clip that used to go out of his way to have conversations with me that was full of innuendos, full of stimuli, you know, walking around case and watching me, you know, this just weird stuff he used to do. And I made videos about him. I made a few videos about him, and then he apologized, right? What shit am I saying? I'm hearing noise in the background that's messing me up, y'all. He never apologized. He started to act different towards me, I think, after seeing my videos. He started trying to be nice to me, stop doing the weird stuff he was doing. Like it was like covert, like it was overt with him, the stuff he was doing. It was like obvious, and it would be rubbing by when he was doing the things he was doing too. It was crazy. And so he started to try to be nicer towards me, towards the end of him and I working together. It was to the point where he even let me drive the vehicle. And it wasn't because he was tired, like what happened with the buddy coworker. It was because he was literally trying to be nice to me. We even had this conversation. He said, what do you do if you're always trying to be nice to a person and they're something he said to me? And I was like, what? When he said that to me, I was like, what does he mean? Because I wasn't being mean to him. You know, I think what the confusion is, because now I'm hearing noise. I think what the confusion is people is taking my introversion as bitchiness and as meanness. I've always been introverted. I've always been the kind of person to stay to myself, a woman of not many words, unless I know you, and I have a deep conversation with you. I'm introverted, and I've told you I even have Asperger's. So I think after me making those videos and him trying to change and be nicer towards me, and him going even as far as to let me drive the vehicle, I think he expected me to have more conversation with him, and that's just not me. That's not my personality. I was nice to him. I was cordial to him. I told him thank you for letting me drive the vehicle. But I wasn't sitting there having conversations with him, and that's just not me. That's not my personality unless I know you like that, especially with my targeting. That might have happened had it not been like all these people watching and reffing by and trying to create stuff. Like already, even if they weren't watching, I'm not the kind of person to do small talk. If I get to know you and we know each other on that level and we're having a deep convo, okay. But like these surface level small talk conversations, I'm terrible at it. I've said this like numerous times. You're hammering and gaslighting because you don't like me and you have subjective feelings towards me. But that's crazy to be angry at somebody for the way that the Most High made them. Everybody's different. Everybody was made different. Some people are introverted, some people are extroverted. Just because I don't fit into the mold of what you think I should be doesn't mean that you need to now be angry at me. That's crazy. So anyways, that's my personality. I've always been introverted and I've always been bad at small talk. It was to the point where, like I told you guys in not the last clip, the one before that one, I used to look up self-help videos on how to socialize with people. And I learned throughout the years how to socialize and what's called masking with Asperger people, learn how to assimilate whatever. I'm not good at socializing with people, especially with like just random strangers or even an acquaintance. But if I know you like that, like I said, and I'm comfortable with you on that level, I'm the kind that could sit there and talk to you for hours and hours and hours. I'm telling you, anybody that knows me from the past knows that. So anyway, excuse me, I'm sorry, my nose is stuffy, y'all. So I think he was taking me not like conversing with him more as me being a bitch or something. And so I remembered him saying that innuendo one time too when we were conversing. And so I think there's this misconception. First of all, they already have these negative feelings towards me because I've said offensive stuff in reaction to what was happening to me. So that's already there. I'm already villain, right? So then now me not being this super, look them flying the fly in my face. I don't care. Gaslight all you want. So now me not being this gregarious person that's extroverted and having all these conversations with people that want to converse with me seeming closed off, despite the fact that I'm introverted. I've said it numerous times, despite the fact that all these people are watching and judging me and looking for a problem, some of them. Like, I don't understand why you wouldn't understand why I'm closed off. That's, to me, it's like, I know they understand, they just don't want to understand because they don't like me. Anyway, so that's what was going on with him towards the end. And then I just noticed I wasn't working with him anymore. Like, I stopped seeing him. I don't know if he stopped working for the company, if they moved him elsewhere. Not to sound like a bitch, but that's none of my business, right? But that's the only coworker that I had ever, like, overtly made a video about. Prior to this year, when I made that little short, brief video about this coworker I had words with on Sunday, when it seemed like he staged this, it seemed like, I'm not going to bear false witness. It seemed like he staged this thing like to act scornful, this kind of way, right? Like him and I were working together and he's a man that seems to not talk too much either, right? Kind of similar to the nice supervisor where they just keep it professional. With him, even less, like good night, that's it. That's the most we said to each other and I didn't mind. Again, I'm staying to myself with this targeting and that's my personality anyways. So I don't mind the good night and then we keep it moving and mind our business. I don't mind that. That works for me, that interaction, especially with what's happening now. These little small talk conversations make me anxious because I'm constantly thinking, oh my God, are you going to insert stimuli? Oh my God, am I going to say the wrong thing? They're staring at me ready to judge. So it's just easier when we say goodnight and we keep on moving, actually. So those interactions are better for me. So anyways, he, nothing with him. I said this already in the part 3 video. I used to go in the office, now talking about this coworker that I had words with last Sunday. Used to go in the office, tell him goodnight. He told me goodnight. That's it. You sign in. this was before they started locking up the sign-in sheet. They now lock it up and the supervisor has to come take it out and make you sign. I just sign in, go to my vehicle and I park up wherever I park up. He does vehicle patrol. Every hour I do foot patrol. We see each other in passing, but no conversation, nothing major, no problem. I noticed that I had made a video. I don't remember about what, so I can't even tell you. I'm pretty sure I didn't say anything offensive because this is why I remember feeling perplexed about his reaction. In fact, I think the video was me documenting what was happening with that other coworker from last year, where he was doing overt stuff. Everybody was seeing it, and they were revving by it in support of what he was doing, obviously, right? So I had made a video about it, and then that was when I noticed that this coworker did something. It's like almost like I don't know if he wanted to get involved in fun because I made the video or what was going on, but it just seemed like, I don't want to bear false witness. It seemed like he had staged this kind of way, like to make it seem like he's cleaning the office and like, this kind of way to seem scornful, like to spite me. It was what happened, right? First of all, I already said this in a part 3 video. I did notice, similar to like what happened with the night supervisor, where it could have been a coincidence, where the music kept turning up every time they were putting stimuli on my screen. I did notice with him that he has to do vehicle patrol. I said this in the part 3 video, my part 3 PTSD trauma video. He has to do vehicle patrol. I need to blow my nose, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me go do that real quick, y'all. I'm sorry. Anyways, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah. So I did notice, and I said this in the PTSD Part 3 trauma video, that when I was documenting the argument him and I had on Sunday, I was talking about the fact that I did notice that when he was doing vehicle patrol, remember you have to do vehicle patrol every hour. Well, back then when he was doing it, it was every 2 hours. They've now changed it to every hour. I think likely because people were falling asleep. I think that's why they've made it so now every hour you have to patrol. I think that's why that happened. But I don't know for sure. Anyway, I noticed back then whenever he would have to do the vehicle patrol, like coincidentally, he would drive by every time something was going on my phone. Like, remember they send me, with the AI shadow networking software, they send me videos with stimuli in it to sensitize me. I've talked about this. I've shown y'all examples of it. Yada McYada, right? I noticed, like, for certain things in particular, he would coincidentally, and they're revving up too when this is happening, they would rev up when this thing would play on my screen, and coincidentally, he's pulling up and walking by super fast right as that's happening. I noticed it several times, but I can't, it's one of these things where, remember, it's psychological warfare, and they use workers to gang stalk you sometimes. It's like these little subtle intangible things where it's like I can't really for sure pinpoint or prove that that's what you're doing, because I know you have to do vehicle patrol and we're both at work. So I never made a video about it. Even though I noticed him do that several times, it still wasn't anything overt like the other coworker I was just talking about, where it was like obvious stuff he was doing, like even walking by and having conversations, saying stuff loud for me to hear. It was nothing like that. And so it was nothing I was going to record and create more of an awkward environment at work for us, when, I can't even prove that that's what you're doing, that the whole theme of my targeting is bearing false witness. So I'm like, although I have a strong feeling that this is what's happening, I can't concretely prove it. It's very covert. It's not like it's something overt. So I didn't make a video about it. But that was the start of the friction between him and I, because again, we never really talked like that. It was just like a good night and then go about your business. I'm sure he had his own subjective feelings towards me, but it wasn't anything obvious. And also too, I noted in the part 3 PTSD video, I noticed his accent. I'm really good at knowing that accent by now. I've obviously dealt with a lot of people that have that accent. He's the same nationality of the guy that the cyberstalking, cyberbullying situation happened with. And remember, I told you back then when I had the big whatever with him, I said things out of anger. And I said an offensive generalization about that nationality. I said that people of that nationality are ignorant, which was an ignorant comment in and of itself to make a generalization like that, which I've already acknowledged and I've apologized. But I did say that. And it was because of my experience with two people of that nationality. The guy from high school that I thought I was in love with, and then my roommate. She was also ignorant in that way. Not really, though. It's weird with her. Like, I don't want to go into the details about it. I talked about what made me say the ignorant thing. It was, like, low-key this thing where it's like they had an aversion to darker skin. Right? So it seemed like they had an aversion to darker skin, but it was weird with my roommate. Like, she actually liked dark skinned men. That was the weird thing about it. She was even going off on my ex who was dark skinned, but she still used to obsess over complexion. It was like this colorism type thing. And I don't want to talk about that because I already have now compiled onto that what happened in my targeting, where I sat in my car in Florida and shared what I shared. So I really don't want to talk about that, but I'm just being real with you about what led to me saying a whole nationality of people were ignorant. Stupidly. because of my interaction with two of them. Then also the dude from high school, he was more so like that more than my roommate. Like this is why I said I considered it to be a character flaw. He was a nice person, really nice, really down to earth, with the noise campaign and the gaslighting. He was really down to earth, really a nice person, into the Bible, into God, this and that. This is why him and I had conversations for hours and stuff. We had a lot in common. He was into sports. That was the one thing about him I didn't like. It was like it didn't matter if you have a preference. If you have a preference for lighter skin, that's fine. I have a preference for taller men. And they went in on me for that, trying to make it seem like I'm vain. If you have a preference for that, there's no problem with that. I'm never going to get in you for a preference. That's crazy. But what I had the problem was the aversion. It seemed like he had an aversion to darker skin. Like he actually used to say some wassy stuff, right? Sometimes about darker skin. And so that's what kind of created an insecurity in me back then. Stupidly, I said that in my full story, again, being candid and being transparent. And of course, they used that to weaponize against me, and tried to now paint it this big smear thing and, started sensitizing me to Spanish women. I don't know how the hell they threw Spanish women in the mix. I never said not one thing about Hispanic women. Never. They started sensitizing me to Hispanic, just crazy shit, y'all. Actually, I think they did the research and probably saw that he married a Hispanic woman. And I think that's what really is going on. Because the people running this thing, they do their work. They do their research. They learn everything there is to know about you. So I guarantee you they know who he is. The guy from high school. Listen. You see the plane flying by? There's the confirmation. I guarantee you they know who he is. The guy from high school. They know every character I've talked about in my story. It seems they know who. Even my freaking Jamaican boyfriend, Horatio. My Jamaican boyfriend, Horatio, that I was recently with in 2021, right? He's the most recent boyfriend I've had, right? I think it was not 2021, it was 2022 when him and I were together, right? They somehow found him too. All of a sudden I see him sending me a friend request on Facebook. How the hell did he find my Facebook? It's like they're doing their due diligence and they're doing their research and they're finding the people I'm talking about, and I don't even have to say names. I gave them the name Horatio because I didn't think they would be able to find him. He's all the way in Florida and I didn't give them a last name. They found him. So much less for that other guy that actually is from this island. It wouldn't be that hard to find who I was talking about. Anyway, so whatever. That they started sensitizing me to Hispanic women despite me never saying anything about Hispanic women. I think, again, just to be spiteful because I realized he married somebody Spanish. But that was what led to the stupid, ignorant comment. Nonetheless, I'm going off on a tangent and not meaning to. It's not about a preference. I don't care about it. I have preferences too. It was really just the fact that he used to actually say offensive stuff about dark-skinned people. I'm not even dark-skinned. I'm brown-skinned. I'm somewhere in between. But that even built insecurity within me. I remember thinking, what if I'm not light enough? Or, stupid, ignorant stuff as a child when you're in high school and, you're moldable and, it's easy for you to, whatever. So, that was what led to me feeling that way about that nationality stupidly because of my experience with two people of that nationality. Him, who was more so hardcore kind of like that. And then my roommate, she didn't necessarily have an aversion to dark skin. She actually used to like dark skinned men. But still, it's just like this obsession with color. And so I was like, well, maybe that nationality is like that, which is so ignorant again. I realized that. I've already said that. I've already apologized. But that's all I said. I didn't say anything else negative about that nationality. It's not like I said they all stink or I'm just saying anything. Or just something heinous and horrible. I didn't. That was the only thing I said about them. And then I even apologized and acknowledged that what I said was so ignorant. Irony. Me calling them ignorant. I was being ignorant. I said that and I've apologized, and it's like they don't know forgiveness. Anyway, so he has that accent. And so I think maybe that might be what the underlying thing is in addition to other stuff, whatever. So that might be what the problem is with him. I don't know. But I just always kind of noticed this thing with him where it like seemed like this underlying thing there. Right. So anyways, I made that. So that day now I had made the video talking about the other coworker from last year that was doing the overt stuff, before things kind of got cool with him and I. And I noticed this day now, I was thinking, I need to go and microwave my food. Anytime I think the thought and I go, remember, they can hear my thoughts are being projected. And I go in the office, he's not there, right? So I didn't even realize he would be there in the office. I remember driving up. I thought the thought first, I said, let me go microwave my food. Then I pulled up and I went to go in the office. And it's like right as I opened the office, he's taking a washcloth, right? He knows I'm coming in. They're hearing my thoughts and seeing everything I'm doing. I'm opening the office. He's purposely taking a washcloth. He has gloves on already, right? I don't even know why he's always wearing gloves. It's like, it reminds me of Michael Jackson. But he's always wearing gloves at work, right? which is not no big deal. I'm not trying to, whatever. Everybody has their own, whatever rocks your boat, right? He's always wearing gloves at work. Yeah, since I first started working there, I noticed the man wears gloves, whatever. He's wearing the gloves as it is. He's taking a washcloth and he's picking up the keys right as I open the door. It's almost like he staged it right as I'm opening the door. He does this. He's picking up the keys with the washcloth, and acting like this scornful kind of way. And I'm seeing like he's cleaning everything. And I'm just like, what? So I remembered venting and making this stupid ass video that could have got me in problems and then taking it down, because it seemed spiteful. I had never seen him do that before. Him and I done hand off keys before. I see him out handling stuff in the office, not acting like that. And then coincidentally, I made that video about the other coworker. And then I come in the office and I see him doing all of that. So I remembered making a video about it and then like that same night deleting it, realizing this is stupid. Let me not do this. I already had to make a video, felt like I had to make a video about that other coworker that was doing overt stuff. Let me not make a video about petty stuff. That's not a big deal. So I remember deleting that video. That was it. That was the only negative interaction I had with him. I just kind of like slowly but surely started to realize he had like some sort of underlying feeling towards me, right? But him and I don't talk like that. It's not like he's doing overt stuff. So it was fine. We work, most of the nights I work with him, right? I just keep to myself. I still will go in the office, say goodnight, mind my business. After that interaction, when things got weird, I notice I'll say goodnight, right? And he won't answer, right? So I don't like that. Like with me, even though I'm not like a talkative person, I don't like small talk and stuff. I was raised in a way where when you come into contact with somebody for the first time, whether it's evening, morning, afternoon, whatever, you say good afternoon, good evening, good night. It just feels weird to me to walk in a room and not say good night. It just felt weird. And so I started to avoid the whole thing. Like I would just sit in my vehicle, wait for him to finish doing what he's doing, grab his keys, whatever, sign in, leave, and then I go in the office and get my stuff. And so that's what I started doing. And so that was, I don't know if that offended him further, me doing that, because I noticed sometimes like, I'm not going to go into the details about it. I think that offended him too. I don't even know, really. But I started doing that, just avoiding even having to come into contact with him at all. That's what I started doing. So other than that, there really was no issue as far as I knew. He just kind of seems like this underlying attitude, but it wasn't anything overt or obvious like that. It really wasn't. So now fast forward to what happened on Sunday. I noticed that I did the same thing I always do. Listen to the noise campaign now turning up. I did the same thing I always do. I sat in my car and I was just letting him, do his thing, get his keys or whatever, and then leave. And then I was going to go in and get my stuff and lock up the door. So I waited till he drove off. And I went to open the door. I noticed the door is locked. I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's like, I didn't even think okay like that in a negative way. I was just like, oh, he probably just, because they're on it. The gang stalkers, they're staring at everything. As soon as I realized the door was locked, like he didn't leave it open, they're revving by and acting crazy. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Surprisingly, my mind didn't think anything conspiratorial. I was just like, he probably just forgot. I said, what are they revving for? I literally thought this in my head. I know they heard my thought. I said, he probably just forgot to unlock it. He probably thought I grabbed my keys already. Why are they revving? This is what I thought in my head. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. So I pulled up on him right in my personal vehicle. Remember, he's doing vehicle patrol and hitting checkpoints. So he was in front of one of the stores for the shopping center. And I just pulled up next to him and I said, hey, good night. I said, can I get your key to unlock the door? He comes to me and he points his finger at me. He says, you're not going to sit in the office all night. This is what he told me, like in this condescending way. It's not even like he came at me with a respectful kind of tone or manner. I'm an equal to you. You're not my supervisor. You're not my dad. It was the way he came at me. They were already revving up and trying to create something. And then him saying what he said to me made me realize maybe he purposely locked the door. And so that I would have to talk to him so he could tell me this, right? So it's the way he came at me. If he had came at me in a respectful manner, then I would have calmly told him, hey, the supervisor, which I'm sure he knows already, they're all watching 24/7 what's going on with me. The nights when the supervisor did what he did, the one that threatened to write me up if I didn't sit in the office, I was working with him. I'm almost certain he saw that supervisor tell me that. So all of that's in my head, so it just set me off. It's not set off like I'm acting irate or crazy, but I did have somewhat of a pop-off. I'm not even like that. I'm not even the type, I'm such an even-keeled person. You can even hear in the beginning clip of this video, the interaction with my sister and I. She had to apologize to me, by the way, when we were by the airport when she realized she was wrong. I'm very even-keeled. I'm not a temperamental person. So you have to understand, if I'm popping off, it's maybe because of buildup of things like dealing with targeting and 24/7 harassment. And then you coming at me in this way when you know full well that I was given a directive to stay in the office. I'm like, what, why are you trying to create a problem tonight? Right? So he's just like, you're not going to sit in the office all night tonight. You are not going to sit in the office all night tonight. I said, huh? I said, excuse me? He said, you're not going to sit in the office all night tonight. I said, what do you mean not? I'm not going to sit in the office all night tonight. What are you talking about? And he said, you need to be out here with me. This is what he said to me. I said, be out here with you? I said, you're doing vehicle patrol. I said, I was given a directive by supervisor so-and-so. I said the supervisor's last name. Obviously, I'm not going to say it in this video. I was given a directive to sit in the office, and I was even threatened to be written up if I don't sit in that office. And he said, oh yeah? He said, well, I'm going to call so-and-so, Mr. Brown, you know, the higher up, the general manager. He said, I'm calling Mr. Brown tomorrow. Like, as if I'm lying to him. When I know full well, you know I'm not lying, right? As if I'm lying to him. So, of course, that set me off even more. I said, you go right ahead. I said, I'm going to call him too, right? And so he'd come around and he'll unlock the door. Before I could even get in the office, he's already on the phone calling the supervisor. So I'm like, why is his pants his undies in a bundle tonight? Like, what is going on tonight? You know, I hadn't even made a video recently. I'm almost certain I said nothing offensive. I've been very careful about not saying offensive stuff. So I don't know what it was about that. And I don't know what happened to him in his personal life that made him take it out on me, or if it was just a built up, pent up, like underlying thing there. And it just exploded that night. I don't know what it was. But he just was like, whoa. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is he acting like this? Right? So I was just like put off, obviously, and going off in my car about it. And so I went in the office and I called the supervisor too. And the nice supervisor that I had the interaction with picked up. Of course, he likely wouldn't be on my side after the things I just documented that I told you about in the last video. Plus, I'm Target, so nobody's on my side. You know, when the interaction was happening, nobody was zooming by the way. When him and I were going back and forth, they're so privy to what's going on. They were revving by when that supervisor threatened to write me up if I didn't sit in the office all night. They were revving when it happened. All 3 times where he talked to me about it, they were revving by. So they know full well that I was told to sit in that office. They know I'm right? Remember I told you guys Mariah Huck syndrome. I talked about all of that in the part 3 PTSD trauma video, right? Excuse me, y'all, my nose is stuffy. So they'll know I'm dead right, but just because it's me, I'm wrong. Like, I automatically get the L, period. So it's so frustrating when you're targeted to this level and you have disagreements or arguments with people, because constantly you are getting the L. They're revving by in support of the other person and they know you're right. It's crazy what happens when you're targeted. It's already irritating that they're in your business, but then they're revving by in support of the other person when they know full well you're right. It's this irritating thing when you're targeted. Anyway, so he's, you know, having his little pissy fit or whatever. And I go in the office and I call the supervisor and the nice supervisor, and I just tell him the story of what happened and what the supervisor told me about writing me up and stuff. And he said, well, you know, I haven't heard that directive from Mr. Brown. And he said, so what I'm going to tell you just to be on the safe side is I'm not going to tell you to sit in the office all night. He said, just be back and forth is what he told me. And then he said, call Mr. Brown tomorrow. So he was nice about it. Even if he had his own personal feelings towards the situation, he didn't show it. He was very nice and respectful. So I said, okay, thank you, I will. You know, and so I hung up with him, and that was my plan, to call Mr. Brown the next day. The next day comes, right? You know, I made the video and I document. I definitely felt like I had to document that because I was like, what the heck is this about? So the next day now I call the office and I end up speaking with the receptionist. The receptionist, as far as I know, she and I have a decent relationship. I never make an ass of myself and say a good relationship with anybody, because even the people in my close circle, things aren't the same. You know how it is when you're targeted, right? So I never make an ass of myself and say a good relationship. And meantime, the person's laughing at me behind my back. Like, I ain't friends with her, you know, that kind of way. Like, I just try not to make an ass of myself. So as far as I know, we have a decent relationship. You know, she hired me back on with the company, didn't have to, you know, she put me back into the company. Remember, I worked for the company 3 times now. Back in 2022 when I was teaching, before my targeting blew up, before I tried to relocate off island, I worked for them for a year and change, almost 2 years. I resigned and left, came back, new management, new everything. Met her, she was very nice, very gregarious, right? I explained to her what was going on. Despite my targeting, she hired me on, right? I got hired on with the company. This was at the beginning of last year. I told you guys this already. I've documented it in several videos. I had a terrible performance. Nothing like my performance in 2022 and nothing like my performance since I've started working back for the company. Like literally all night long, I was sleeping because this was around the time when I suspect I was being hit with radiation poisoning. I was really skinny, like the skinniest I've ever been in my life. I was like a toothpick and I was feeling the burning sensation, all of the symptoms that come along with radiation poisoning. And they were hinting to me via the shadow networking that that's what was happening, right? So I strongly suspect I was being hit with radiation poisoning around this time. I was very skinny. You know, I was making these freaking crazy ass videos, just documenting what was going on and telling my story. And I was really sick and not well back then because of what was going on. I had the black smudges under my eyes, everything, all the symptoms of radiation poisoning, the burning sensation, really skinny, lethargic, lack of energy, can barely keep your head up. All that was happening to me. So I was working for the company and I'm coming in, I was doing the night shift, I'm still doing the night shift, not comfortable working the daytime. And I'm coming straight on and sleeping. Like literally as soon as I get on shift, I'm putting my head down and I'm out for the night. Like I was sleeping all night long. Surprisingly, that's not what made me lose the job or get laid off. What happened was, excuse me, I need to blow my nose, was this disagreement about me working during the daytime. Because this receptionist and I had already had the conversation that I didn't want to work the daytime hours. At this time it was still more fresh, me having come back on island. So the gang stalking was worse. And two, I hadn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I hadn't come to terms with the fact that this is what I was doing and I wasn't teaching anymore. So I was afraid of running into like students during the daytime if I worked during the daytime, or coworkers. And not to say that anything negative about this job, because that might be taken out of context. I've done security my whole life. Even in 2022, I was doing security as a second job. But just the fact that now this was the only thing I was doing. I already knew this thing was blown up and everybody knew what was going on with me as far as the targeting. And then now I'm doing security. And so you walking by me in my security uniform during the daytime, and you already know my situation too. It was just embarrassment, man. I didn't want to work during the daytime. And so I let her know that. Like I had a very in-depth conversation with her about the fact that I'm not available during the day. I even told her, I used to be a teacher and I just don't want to run into students. I even told her that. So she wrote it down on a little sticky tab. And she was really keeping me on for the night shift. So there was this post that she gave me. And she gave me at a few other times. And it was the same hours that I had been working. She put it for a different hour. She put it for daytime. This one time on my schedule. I'm thinking I'm getting the same schedule I've been getting. So that's my fault. It's arguable, but that's my fault because you are always supposed to check just to make sure. Check your schedule, check the hours. I didn't do that. It's in military time. I don't know military time. To me, I just saw the shift. I was like, okay, well, I've worked this shift before. You're like, okay, that store. Okay, cool. No problem. I'm not thinking that she put it for daytime hours because we already had that talk that I don't work during the daytime, and I had never gotten, since working for the company again at the beginning of last year, they're on top of me, man. It's so irritating. I'm talking to making noises like this is what I be talking about, where they're looking for me to say something, the wrong thing. It's irritating. Mind your business. This is where monster bitch wants to come out. It's so irritating. Anyway, so I wasn't used to I just didn't think she would be giving me a daytime shift or whatever. And so when the shift came, I noticed the supervisor calling me, I guess whenever the time for the shift really was during the daytime, nurse, where you at? That's my last name, by the way. I said, where am I at? I'm just telling her like home, she's explaining to me that you were supposed to come to work at this time. I'm realizing that she had me for the daytime. And so I started going back and forth about it. And I said, I'm not coming in. And because it was a big popular grocery store where all these people go, and it was at a time too where it wasn't even like during school time hours, it was after school where I, could see anybody that I knew. I didn't want to go. And so I didn't show up. And then two, the problem was I had already called out twice before. Let me keep it real about what happened. So it was not only that I was sleeping every night, I was lethargic, skinny, and sleeping every night. But then two, I had called out twice the prior weekend because she had given me like this different schedule that weekend. I needed more hours. So she just it wasn't a set schedule like what I have now. I was getting hours at these different places and I didn't have a vehicle. And so she scheduled me out in this area that's kind of like a bad area. Not necessarily bad like that, but it's a school. And it's located near like a project area. And apparently a security guard was killed out there and near that area. And so I remember my dad like cussing me out about it. Like when he was driving me to work, he saw me, you're working out here at this as a woman by yourself? He said, this is where you going? He said, you don't like to listen, and he said, this is what I'm talking about. He already had warned me about leaving island when I was trying to relocate and start over, and all this stuff happened to me. So I'm just like, well, maybe I should really listen to him this time. So I remember calling the supervisor and saying, hey, and I was scheduled already to work that night and the next night. I said, hey, I'm not comfortable with the location where I'm at. I'm going to be outside, because it was a post that didn't have like a security booth, and I didn't have a vehicle. So I said, hey, I'm not really comfortable with where I was stationed to work, so I'm not going to be able to come in. And she said, okay, well, this is going to be a no-show because you're calling last minute, la, 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 which I understand, right? I should have looked at where the location was before and decided that wouldn't work for me and let the receptionist know. I saw the location. I didn't think anything of it until my dad was driving there and started going off on me. So I was just like, well, let me listen to him. Even though all these people are watching, I don't think anybody would try anything with all these people watching. I still just felt paranoid with the way my dad was going on with me, right? So I remembered, calling out, and then the next night I called out. So it was like 2 back-to-back nights of me calling out, and then now this thing happens with the schedule next week. I think it wouldn't have been that big of a deal had that prior weekend not happened. But that weekend happened, and then now this week, I'm calling out because I didn't check the military time and see that you gave me a different time than what you usually give me. So that was what my argument was. My argument was, well, I don't work night shift, and this is like unusual for me. I didn't even check the time because I wasn't expecting you to give me daytime hours. That I didn't have a leg to stand on because I was already having a poor performance. I was sleeping all the time. And then that last weekend, which was my fault, totally my fault, last minute I called out because my dad started telling me it was a bad area as he's driving me there. So I didn't really have a leg to stand on in that. And so that was what led to me getting laid off in the beginning of last year. So all of last year I had no job, right? Now, towards the end of last year, November, they hired me on again. I've already documented this guy, so I'm kind of telling the thing again, but I'm just trying to explain to you the relationship or relation that I have with the receptionist and that it's not necessarily a bad one, right? As far as I know, right? So anyways, now I come back, she gives me a chance with the company again, hires me on, I get to work with them again. I'm doing like everything I'm supposed to do because I felt what it felt like to not have work for a whole year and not have money. I was like, no, okay, I need to do what I need to do to keep this job. And I was better too. Obviously things were better for me now. I had gained weight. I was working out. I wasn't, skinny and, poisoned, what I suspect to be poisoned radiation. So things were better. I was struggling with the sleep thing. I told you guys I started having this sleep apnea thing. But I kind of suspect that was because they were doing Havana syndrome on me. That hum thing I was documenting. I did a few videos about that, but whatever. That was kind of happening. And it was taking my body a while to acclimate to work at night again. But I was staying up. I was making sure to stay up and I was doing what I had to do. I was showing up, whatever, right? No issues. So now, fast forward to now, as far as I know, no issues. It was even to the point where the receptionist gave me an extra night of work on my schedule because my performance was better, right? And she even gave me a night of vehicle patrol. They all know I like to drive the vehicle. So as far as I knew, there was no problems. I've never had. She's always very pleasant with me. No issues. I called the next day now to document what happened with this coworker. The one that on Sunday was just like flipping off at me. I didn't really understand what was going on. And so when I called, it's like she wasn't being nasty to me. Not at all. Not rude or disrespectful. Nothing like that. I just felt like I was hearing laughing in the background. I was hearing a lot of laughing. I'm telling you I was. And the funny thing is I had just made that video, the part 3 PTSD and trauma documentation video, where I was talking about the argument I had with the coworker on Sunday, but I was also documenting what happened with another coworker that I don't necessarily work with. Like sometimes I relieve him that I saw in one of the stores. Remember you saw the cost you less thing? And I was telling you that with his brother back in the day when I was in my 20s, on a whim, I stupidly shot my shot at his brother when I went to the grocery store. You have to know I was at a low point. This was again in the peak years, not the peak. This was towards the end, latter years of my alcoholism. Remember, there was 3 years of alcoholism. I was in a low state. And I was dealing with honey pots, I couldn't date any dude genuinely down here. So I remember just kind of on a whim when I saw that he worked in this grocery store thinking, damn, that's the cute guy from back in the day that I had the crush on. And I knew he was cousins with the guy that I thought I was in love with in high school. Had no idea that he shared a cousin with the cyber of all people. This is why I keep saying my luck ain't shit, right? Not to use that word. But he's apparently cousins with the cyber stalking, cyberbullying guy. And I didn't learn that until I became friends with him on Facebook. And so when that happened, I remember just feeling like mortified, like I wanted to hide under a rock because I was already experiencing all this bullying from that situation. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, this has to be it's either some sort of something spiritual going on. Maybe it's karma. I don't know, because I'm thinking to myself, not only that, my parents moved into his people's neighborhood and that wasn't planned. That was way before my targeting. It's just all these things that lined up to screw me over. I'm working with his cousin, the younger brother of the dude that I shot the shot at back in the day. I'm like, what the hell? It's almost like maybe karma for bearing false. I can acknowledge that because remember, I was initially wrong in the situation when I bared false witness. But how far the thing was taken is where I'm like, damn, overdue. But I'm just thinking, well, the most I know is best. Maybe this is some sort of karma for bearing false witness initially. That's all I could think because it's like the thing felt so spiritual. I was even thinking not to say this, that somebody had done something on me. It's just the way things kept working out to screw me over, not just in that situation, but in other situations as well. Anyway, so I had just made that video, though, the PTSD video where I was talking about the fact that when I called the dude, I was hearing laughing in the background. And he said, you look like knew exactly who I was. And then when I add him on Facebook, I see the last name and I kind of put 2 and 2 together. And then further talking to him, realized that's his cousin. And I totally backed up off of him. But nonetheless, I documented that. I was documenting the fact that back then, I used to hear laughing on the phone. So I'm sure everybody heard that video. So now, fast forward to the next day when I called to speak to the receptionist. Well, really, I called to speak to Mr. Brown. And the receptionist answered and let me know Mr. Brown was out of town. I'm hearing like that laughing thing, like what used to happen to me back in the day. This is what it sounded like, but I could be wrong. I don't want to bear false witness, right? This is my job. I don't want to lose. This is the only job I have right now. I'm just telling you what I heard, right? It could have been her laughing just with people in the office. People are back and forth in the office. Guards come in, they have to sign in, they have to get uniforms, whatever. You have people working in their supervisors back and forth. It could have just been that, right? I'm not going to sit here. I learned my lesson. I'm not going to bear false witness. But it sounded so similar to what would happen to me back in the day when they would all be laughing on the phone while I'm sitting there, just like, so it sounded kind of like that. And, she's pausing up. It almost seemed like she was laughing and trying not to, laugh while she's talking to me. And then she said, he told you that, when she's talking about the supervisor that told me I need to sit in the office all night or I'll be written up. She said, I don't know why he would tell you that. She's saying that, like she doesn't know why he would tell me that. And, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And, it felt like I was hearing laughing in the background. It really did. But it could have just been like innocent laughing. One thing I'm not going to do is bear false witness. I'm just telling y'all what happened, right? I'm just documenting. I have to document. So anyway, after that, she was pleasant enough. Even if laughing truly was happening, it's not like she was being nasty towards me. If anything, it was just laughing at me. But it wasn't like she was being nasty or rude or anything like that. So she told me, no, absolutely not. You're not supposed to sit in the office all night. So I got the answer that I needed. Apparently, that directive, as I had suspected, was given to me out of spite. So anyways, so now fast forward to what happened not last night, it was off last night before last. I went to work and another supervisor comes in. And she says, nurse, let me talk to you. I said, okay, no problem. I was staying in my car because I had already now been told I'm not supposed to be sitting in the office all night. So I go in the office with her to talk to her. And she said, hey, you're not supposed to be in your car, You're not supposed to be in your car. So I said, okay. I said, well, I'm confused as to what's supposed to be happening here. Because I was, first of all, told by supervisor so-and-so that I need to be in the office all night or I could be written up. Then I just called and spoke to the receptionist. And she told me I'm not supposed to sit in the office all night. Now you're telling me I'm not supposed to be in my car. Well, where am I supposed to be? So then that's when she starts telling me that I need to be outside all the time. So basically, I can't sit in the office. I can't sit in my vehicle. I have to be like out in the elements outside all the time for this shift. This is the first shift or post I've ever worked. I've worked for this company in the past. And look, they're flying the bird, but I guess they're trying to say this is dangerous territory I'm tretching into by saying this. I'm just saying I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just being real with you because I've already now been given a directive by a supervisor who was clearly just being spiteful. So now I'm just like concerned. I'm like, is this a real directive or is it because they're like, some sort of something with me? Is what I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not sure. Right? So anyways, every other post I've worked, even in Florida, it's either that you're in a building, so you're doing patrol every hour and then you sit in the lobby, or you're in a vehicle doing vehicle patrol, that type of thing like that. I've never been on a post where I had to sit, or you're in a security booth. These are the posts that I've worked, even here on island. There was an elderly home that I used to work at where I used to sit in the security booth. I've never worked a post where I have to be outside in the elements, where I can't sit in my car or in the booth in between patrol. Remember, every hour I'm patrolling. So every hour I'm walking the whole area on foot. And then in between when I'm resting, I sit in my vehicle or I would sit in the security booth. I've never been given a directive where I have to sit outside in the elements. That's a first for me. So I was just already on edge about it because I already now realized that supervisor that I kind of suspected was being spiteful truly was being spiteful with the directive he gave me. And now this is what I'm being told, that I can't sit in my vehicle. I can't sit, as I'm sitting outside, they're spitefully flying the insect drone in my face, right? This is where Monster Bitch came on. This is what I'm documenting too in this video to antagonize me. I was already given that directive. They're spitefully flying the thing out of my face. They're taking the gnats. They're biting my arms up. They even attacked me with a beetle. A beetle slapped into me. Now, mind you, all of these insects are drones. They use drones on targets. So I'm just like, I'm already given this directive. And then now I'm out here in the elements being attacked by insect drones. It's not even like regular insects. Like, it's literally drones that they're attacking me with and antagonizing me. And this is to provoke a wrathful response. I'm talking about the people controlling the drones now. I'm not talking about the people for my job. Because obviously if I'm given this directive, I'm like, I didn't do anything and now I'm being given this directive. I just realized already that the other directive I was given out of spite. So I'm sitting out here now, I don't have a leg to stand on because I'm a target. It's like I need to just be happy I have a job type of thing. So it's like I'm scared to even say anything because I could lose my job. And then they're attacking me with insect drones. So I'm like, what the heck? What am I supposed to do in this situation? So I need to blow my nose, y'all. Hold on a minute. I need to blow my nose again. Hold on. Anyways, y'all, so of course Monster Bitch came out, nonetheless. So, I'm trying to hurry up with this video. Where am I at? So I was saying, yeah, so Monster Bitch came out. Excuse me, and I started to act like villainous. Like the villain they try to paint you as, that you kind of sometimes turn into from time to time with the harassment. That started coming out that night before last. I started to turn into a real bitch. And I started to think really nasty thoughts, and I was just getting really pissed, just that kind of way in my head, not thinking anything about my job. Obviously, I don't want to lose my job, but more so towards the people handling the drones and stuff. I was just being, and of course, when I get like that, even though you're antagonizing me and harassing me, they would paint it like I'm psychotic or it's like me, I'm the one with the issue. I'm telling you, even in the morning, right? When I started to document what was going on, right? And I played a video. I'm going to get there in a minute. They sent me stimuli about somebody that's has dissociative personality disorder, trying to say that I have split personalities. I guess because 1 minute I'm being pleasant and they're seeing the real me, and then the next minute they're seeing the monster that they're invoking with the harassment, and so they're gaslighting now and making it like I have split personalities. No, you're getting the same me. Everything I say doesn't change whether I'm in a pleasant mood or not. They could have even more so swung bipolar. If you want to gaslight me in that way and say bipolar, even though, again, the nasty reaction is towards its reactive abuse, towards the harassment and stuff. If you want to swing bipolar, okay, you could have probably gaslit me about that. Don't say personality, multiple personality. You're getting the same personality. You're getting the same me. It's just sometimes I'm really pissed with what I'm dealing with, and Monster Bitch comes out. Anyway, so, trying to focus on what happened. So Monster Bitch just started coming out. I was in a pissy mood, man. Right? So I was just watching different shows and constantly they're antagonizing me. They're sending me some stuff about people being narcissistic in my newsfeed. I started watching this interview about this guy named something with a B. This dude that used to work with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith. Exposing the two of them and talking about, Jada. He going in on Jada in particular about how she's a narcissist and how she was using Will Smith and years and years of her kind of, I guess, abusing him and whatever, just exposing her, right? And saying she's a narcissist. Every time narcissist is mentioned, they're making noise in the background, like a bunch of noise. And every time they're saying heinous, horrible things about the lady, they're trying to paint it about me, like make it about me, making noise campaigns in the back. I'm like, this is what they do. Like anything negative or adverse that plays on my thing, they're making noise and trying to make it about me. Even if it's something that doesn't pertain to me and my situation at all, they're making noise campaign and trying to paint it like it's me or my personality. I'm like, what the heck? So I said, I already knocked on this narcissist thing, right? So I purposely, after that video finished playing, I played my narcissism video. If y'all haven't checked it out, check it out. Right? I clearly refuted that whole narcissist bullshit and why calling me a narcissist is oxymoronic, right? I've already knocked that thing down, like completely. So I played the video. And then coincidentally, after I played the video, I go on my newsfeed again. I think they were trying to shadow network, right? With this thing that they sent me, this video about Eddie Murphy and his secret life. And apparently he was picking up trannies. Excuse me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, because there are people that, whatever. I'm not trying to disrespect any person on earth. Like, I already learned my lesson. So let me not use that term because that sounds derogatory. But he was picking up transsexual people, right? Back in the day. And he was married with kids and everything. So I remember just watching the article and I'm like, the video, and I'm like, I know what they're trying to do. Again, shadow networking and bullying, and trying to come with this thing about a secret life and this and that, and also the homosexual stimulation, trying to paint it like I'm some sort of closeted lesbo or whatever the case is. I guess probably because they've never seen a strong female before. Because they always throw stuff at me about being an alpha, too. They keep throwing stuff at me about being an alpha female and being opinionated and outspoken and this and that. In all actuality, I'm a sigma female, which is similar to an alpha. It's like an introverted alpha. But it all that other bullshit that they're coming with, it's just hilarious to me, right? I've already knocked down that too. So anyway, I'm just watching the thing and I'm taking it lighthearted. I'm laughing at it. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, this is bullshit. I'm laughing at the story more than anything else because I thought it was hilarious. And then I realized, wait a minute, look at this. This is the Most High throwing me a bone in a way because I can prove my point here. Because apparently there's this transsexual. Her name was Shalimar Addison Seuli. Look it up, right? Back in the day, this was in the 90s. Apparently, Eddie Murphy was known for driving the strip where the transsexuals, excuse me, where the transsexuals used to prostitute. They knew his little Aston Martin or whatever vehicle he was driving. They knew it well, and they used to see him driving up and down the strip. And also, apparently, he used to frequent a club called Peanuts back in the day that had like transsexual strippers and stuff. So people kind of already knew about him, but it was one of those things where it wasn't like out in the open, right? So anyways, one night coincidentally, right, his family's out of town. And so he was restless on I'm sorry, it's not funny. It's just the fact that the gang stalkers, because I was proving my point, they were still trying to support him and what he was saying when everybody in the comment section was saying, yeah, right. They were still trying, and this more so proving my point, if anything, trying to support him because if they didn't support him, then they would be kind of proving my point of what I was trying to prove, right? So hold on. Part of what they were saying with narcissism was that narcissists get away with anything. So basically, they're so gregarious and they have the gift of gab that they have a lot of shallow surface level relationships. So they have a lot of people they can call on for favors and a lot of people like them, right? Like, for instance, let's say a politician. I'm not coming for the government. I'm just giving you an example of what that could look like. Like let's say a politician that has a lot of people in the corner that likes them and could call on somebody for a favor at any time and typically can get away with anything because of their connections. So I said, that's already a check against me. I'm not liked. I don't have people I can call on, and I'm not getting away with just about anything. I didn't even do anything, and I'm getting punished to the highest degree for bearing false witness. So I'm like, how is that me? Right? This is what I'm saying. I'm like, this isn't me. So how are they trying to paint me as a narcissist? I have no connections. They're punishing me for something I didn't even do. Just because I'm not well connected. I guarantee you if I were gregarious and I had a lot of friends, this would have never happened to me. Anyway, so I'm like, okay, so then now I played that little narcissist video that I broke down, showing how me being narcissistic is oxymoronic. And then this thing comes in my newsfeed with them trying to throw a sub at me, and it ended up helping me. As always, that's the Most High, right? So anyways, this little secret life for Eddie Murphy where he's dealing with transsexuals or whatever the case is. Shalimar Addison Seuli was like a popular, like she was the top of the top transsexual. I need to stop using that term. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Transsexual back then. Like I guess a lot of, the celebrities and stuff who deal with that knew about her, right? He has her in his vehicle. He gets pulled over by the police. Instantly when they see who he is, they give him a break, right? They arrest Shalimar, right? And for prostitution. So they arrested her for prostitution. He didn't get arrested. So the next day now, she starts to tell her story. Basically, she starts talking about the fact that because he said he's a good Samaritan. When he got caught up in the story was ran, of course, the reporters found out about it and stuff and they ran the story. He's talking about the fact that he's a good Samaritan and he's always helping homeless people and prostitutes and, and this and that. And just his family was out of town. And coincidentally, on this night when they're out of town, he was feeling restless. So he chose to drive the transsexual strip and picked up a transsexual to be kind and a good Samaritan. This is Listen, the reporters that were reporting on the thing, they were being so freaking sarcastic. They were being some real ass wipes as they were reporting on the thing. And it was cracking me up. I was being a bitch too, because again, I was in bitch mode. I was in monster bitch mode. I don't care. They could turn up and gaslight all they want. With all they're doing to me, they're being bitches too. Now I'm being disrespectful. So I don't care. You can't gaslight me. So anyways, I thought it was funny and I was laughing, right? So anyways, I'm like, y'all, this is an example of narcissism. I said he clearly just got a tap on the wrist. It's obvious what was going on. And he clearly got away with it because he's a narcissist. He had all these little superficial connections and he didn't get caught up. So then furthermore, the plot thickens. Apparently a year later, first of all, more transsexuals started coming forward about Eddie Murphy, right? But in particular, this Shalimar Addison Seuli person was telling the fact that he was not being a good Samaritan. He was trying to solicit services. So she was running her mouth, right? And apparently a year later, she was found dead, right? I know that it got dark real quick. She was found dead. And so everybody suspected that it was like a cover-up, like they put a hit out on her. And a lot of people that knew her around that time was saying that she was scared for her life. And anytime Eddie Murphy was mentioned, she was like shaking and wanting to run, and she was even trying to leave town because it seems like they had put a hit out on her and she knew it. So that thing was covered up. The man, you see, he continued to act, get awards, do this, do that, right? That's something in the past. You wouldn't even know that about Eddie Murphy unless you came across this story by accident. So they were trying to shadow network by throwing that at me, but they ended up helping me. Because that's an example of a narcissist. Somebody that literally was soliciting prostitution, told some bullshit story that was obvious bullshit, got away with it, and then even put a hit out on the lady. It was obvious that that's what happened. You even had people, investigators, that realized that this was like a big cover-up, that were trying to dig the thing out, and they couldn't really, it was just brushed right over. He had a lot of connections. That's what narcissism looks like. But anyway, nonetheless, I was saying that and I was being very pig-headed about it. The fact that I was able to prove my point. I said, look at God. I said, whatever else stupidness I was thinking in my head. And I'm making noises and getting mad in the background and stuff. And then I started saying, you see, this is a good for you guys. This is your karma. I said, you don't like me, you hate me, and you have to stare at me and listen to me. You can't stop. Like, whatever I was saying, I was just saying a bunch of stuff because I was in a very pissy mood, right? About them biting me up all night and me giving this directive that I have to stay outside in the elements, right? And also to realizing that other supervisor had given me a spiteful directive that wasn't a real directive. So I was just in a pissy, like, monster bitch mode mood, and I was acting very cocky and pompous about what I was saying, right? So I was like, you see? And I said, haha. I said, you have to stare at me all the time. You hate me or whatever it is, and you have to stare at me and hear my voice. I said, haha. I said, here's what narcissism looks like. Here's what, just being pig-headed about proving my point. Like how it can be sometimes. And so they're getting, of course, big and mad, and now they're flying the thing by for heinous stuff, like when heinous stuff is playing on my phone about people being terminated and stuff like that, flying the thing by, right? Oh, that's what happened. That's the next thing I need to talk about. My song Lost. That's what happened. I need to talk about my song Lost. That's what it was. Hear the wickedness now turning up the generator. That's the new neighbors. Like, I know where it's coming from. I know where that sound is coming from. Anyways, so let me finish though. So my song Lost, that's why I said the thing terminated, because that's when they flew the thing in my face. So what happened is, while I was watching videos after the Eddie Murphy thing and after me acting pig-headed, because of the harassment, reactive abuse, and putting me in that state of, and that disposition of being pig-headed bitch, I'm watching just regular stuff, and a lot of times they'll send in my newsfeed stuff about like drug addicts and stuff. I think it's partially shadow networking and them trying to be shady. But it's also that I watch those videos. Even prior to my targeting, I used to watch a lot of videos like that about people being strung out on drugs and stuff because I am fascinated by that. I had a past of addiction. And for a while there, I was looking into becoming an addiction psychiatrist. It's only the fact that you have to go to medical school and all these different years of study. I just felt like, and it's not like I'm too old to do it. It's really just that I'm targeted and I'm older. So it would be more difficult. I have to already work my way out of this program. That's already a fight as it is. And then to think about now, like almost a decade more of schooling, I'm just like, let me do something else. But for years, even in my early 20s, prior to my targeting, I remember like shortly after being an alcoholic, I was looking into addiction psychiatry. And actually what I was looking into being was an addiction psychologist. And then later I started looking into addiction psychiatry because that's when you're an actual doctor. So anyways, I'm fascinated by videos like that, obviously, because I can empathize, I relate. So it wasn't like total shadow networking. It was also an algorithm. I do watch those type of videos. So constantly I get those videos about people being strung out on drugs in my newsfeed. So they sent me another one of those videos. And after I made my point, I was acting like a pighead about the narcissist. I know it sounds disrespectful. You saw my mom calling. I'm going to call her back because I'm making this video. So anyways, after that, they start playing this lady, this video about this young girl. And when I say young, she's like around my age. It's not like we're super young, but we're like early 30s, late 20s. You're still considered young, but you're getting older, obviously.
She was 29. And so I remember just thinking how sad it was, because apparently she had been in the streets since her teen years and she had been strung out on drugs for decades. Some people, the addiction thing goes far. Like for me, I was blessed enough that it was only 3 years. Some people, they're addicted for decades. It's the point where they were homeless and all this other stuff. And so that was the case with her. I think she had issues in her household. Sometimes that's what leads to addiction too. There are different reasons. She had issues in her household and ended up homeless in her teen years, and for years just had been strung out on drugs. And so I was just thinking, this is so sad. You could see that this is somebody that had potential that obviously got messed up and was out in the streets looking like just whatever. And so as I'm watching the video, I look down to click on something, and then I look back up, and as soon as I look up, they like to shadow network and they can change videos in real time. So I don't know if this was them. Again, this is why it's like such comprehensive psychological warfare. I don't know if they just instantly threw that stimuli in there to mess with me, or if that was genuinely gonna pop up at that moment just when I looked up. Just as I look up, what pops up on the screen is "Lost in Arizona" in white letters. Now remember, I already showed you in real time my part 4 shadow networking software video that they can change things in real time. So I got awkward instantly, because this is stimuli pertaining to me writing music and them trying to paint it like I sold out, right? This lie that they keep trying to paint. And like somehow I was in cahoots with them beforehand, before being targeted. And somehow I knew that sending the text to the people, and listen to the bullshit. Somehow I knew that sending the text to the people in my close circle was going to lead to them contacting them, right? And creating this big, embarrassing, strenuous thing that I've been through where I almost lost my life. Somehow I knew that was going to happen, and it's all tied up in it. And it's just bullshit, the stuff they're throwing at me. And if you really sit down and logically think about it, it's stupid. Anyway, so I'm still trying to throw that stupid stimuli at me. And of course, I still got awkward because I'm sensitized to it. And they had just thrown the last thing at me yesterday, the day prior to this happening, what was happening in the car there. The day prior, they had just sent on the radio. You know how they like to shadow network when I get in the car on the radio? There's an artist down here that made a song for me. They're actually, I keep saying, I suspect they're actually making songs for me at this point. There's no denying this. This for sure, not to bear false witness. I don't want to bear false witness. It couldn't have been more obvious. This, and it's the way they kept running it back. The DJ kept running the song back on purpose. Whoever was running the radio at this time. It's a song some local artist down here made. I'm not going to say verbatim the lyrics. I don't even want to give the thing clout. It actually sounds kind of good, though. I will say it does sound kind of good. I like to see the penmanship. At least I seem to be inspiring people to use penmanship and become lyricists. It had some decent lyrics in there, So it's like the person is a decent writer when it comes to writing lyrics, right? But it was clearly a sub at me. So they're talking about, basically they go into the beach to get lost. Remember the beach stimuli too that happened last year? One set of dumb bullshit that they made and sensitized me to last year. Check out my prior videos, not going into the details about it. Check out evidence to disprove new allegations against me. If you have the time, you haven't seen it already. A lot of you are keeping up with my videos and you know what I'm talking about. But I talked about all of those different false accusations in the beach, how they sensitized me to the beach and mirrors and all these different bullshit, right? So in the song, hear the lyrics, right? He said, going to the beach to get lost. And then he said, talking about this girl, I'm not saying the words verbatim. Obviously, he was rhyming. I don't remember the lyrics verbatim. So I'm just giving you the gist of what was said. But I'm not saying it in a rhyming way because I don't remember the lyrics verbatim. But I want you to understand how this is stimuli for me. First of all, I have a song called Lost that they sensitized me to last year. Kept constantly throwing at me the stimuli Lost. I'm going to go to the song right now and break down the lyrics for you. So hold on, right? But constantly they were throwing it at me last year. And then now recently I just noticed, recently they just started throwing it at me again, right? So he said, going to the beach to get lost. And then he talking about his girl and something that she got Jaws, talking about his girl got Jaws, and remember the movie Jaws? So it was some lyricism there, right? Talking about his girl and then she got Jaws, I guess whatlessness, slackness, whatever. That's the island term, meaning, freshness, being fresh, right? And whatever other lyrics was in there. But then he ended up talking about a rat too. Somebody ratting, which is, remember, again, part of the stimuli and the lie that they were painting was that I was somehow in cahoots with them. And then I decided to turn into a whistleblower and rat on them. And they were throwing stimuli about a rat at me and just a bunch of bullshit lies that makes no sense, right? So that was in the song too. Something about being a rat and this and that. It was obvious that they wrote that shit for me, right? So the DJ kept pulling it back and pulling it back. I'm like, really? This is the petty stuff they do to bully me, right? So now when this Lost in Arizona thing came on screen, remember whoever's running the technology is seeing play by play what's happening with me 24/7. So I know they saw that moment in the car when the radio station was playing that song that the local artist made for me. So now all of a sudden they throw in the Lost stimuli at me too. Anything that happens, they simulate and they throw in it at me subliminally via these videos I watch on YouTube. So I said, you know what? This is the second time y'all are throwing the lost stimuli at me. Let me go break down the lyrics for you since you seem to be confused or you're craving to hear the song, right? It's not even a song, it's a poem. So let me go break it down for you. I was breaking it down in the car there. I didn't do it on video. I'm going to do it now, right? Understand what the problem is or what the misconception is. I think they're taking it as me being lost, like I'm lost or I sold out or, again, the lies bullshit, right? And that's not what it was talking about. It was talking about the time in my life where I'm at right now where I feel lost. I'm targeted and I went off track. So I was on the right track and somehow I went off course and I'm lost. I can't afford to be lost, so I'm trying to find my way back. Let me read the lyrics to you because it's like they don't understand my writing, and I think that's what the problem is too. It's a comprehension. This sounds condescending. I'm not saying comprehension like they're stupid. I'm saying comprehension like they just don't get where I'm coming from with it. Or they're purposely not getting it. They're purposely looking for a negative message in the things that I write. So let me break it down. My back is hurting, y'all. That's the other thing I have to document after I document this. What happened at the gym yesterday. I'm going to get there in a second. My back is hurting me. Here it is. I'm not going to play it, y'all, because you're not going to be able to hear it. For some reason, wait a minute. You might be able to because that's on this. That's on... I'm not sure, so I'm just not going to play it. If y'all check it out for yourself, the song is right here on my YouTube, as you can see. But I noticed that when I play back certain songs, I think that was on BandLab, though, not on YouTube. So I think if I do play it now, you'll hear it. But I'm just for the sake of time, I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to go through the lyrics with you, right? So I said, and I want you to understand the lyrics here, too, because I think it might have, maybe not, maybe I'm being condescending, right? But maybe the lyrics went over their head, too, because I was using a lot of wordplay. Remember I told you I like to use wordplay and figurative language. I said I'm like an explorer that's on an expedition. Remember, if you're exploring and stuff, you're going on a mission or whatever. It's kind of like life is, for me, it feels like my life has been an expedition and I'm an explorer living my life, right? And I went off course. And this is why I'm saying it feels like I'm lost right now and I'm finding my way back. So I said, I'm like an explorer that's on an expedition. That's wordplay because there's the car, Explorer Expedition, and it's for the company Ford. So I said, I'm like an explorer that's on an expedition. I can't afford, you see, I capitalize Ford in the word afford, to be lost. Now, so it could almost mean like I'm driving an Explorer Expedition vehicle and I went off course with that vehicle and I used the word Ford. So that's wordplay. So it's kind of like an Explorer Expedition, the Ford brand that I'm talking about, but really I'm talking about myself being an explorer that's on an expedition. And I'm saying I can't afford to be lost. So that was wordplay right there. I want you to understand the lyricism because now I'm acting narcissistic. I don't brag about my stuff. I'm a good writer. I don't brag about it. Right? So then I said, I can't afford to be lost. And then I said, need Dora to help with this mission. Now, if you're familiar with the show Dora the Explorer, hello, Dora the Explorer. Remember, she's an explorer. So that's wordplay again. So I said, need Dora to help with this mission. I'm running out of gas. So again, the play on me driving an actual vehicle, an Explorer Expedition, the Ford kind. But really, I'm not. I'm actually talking about myself being an explorer and my life is an expedition. Anyway, so I said, I need Dora to help with this mission. I'm running out of gas. I'm talking about the fact that I'm lost, right? I went off course in my life and it feels like I'm losing steam. Everything that I'm dealing with on a daily basis. I'm such a strong person. You wouldn't even be able to tell that something like this thing is affecting me as much as it is. As much as I like pop off a little bit and I act like monster bitch or whatever, it is wear and tear dealing with all these people against me and dealing with the 24/7 harassment and everything else I'm dealing with. I'm not running out of gas. Trust me, I'm not. But still, that's just letting you know that it feels like I'm running out of steam. It's just a lot to be this one woman show fighting all of this shit, right? So I said, I'm running out of gas. So this is why I need Dora's help with the mission. Remember, she's Dora the Explorer. She has the map in her backpack and stuff. She goes on expeditions and she always knows where she's going. So then I said, I do not know where my last coins went. Not spent. I'm talking about the fact that it seems like I'm broke now. Like at one point I was so good. I had a car, I had an apartment, I had all these different jobs. I had all this different money. It doesn't even felt like I spent it in anything worthwhile. I have nothing to show for the things that I had. And now it's like it's all gone. It's like I have nothing. So I said, I do not know where my last coins went. Not spent. Like I didn't even spend it. I don't know where it went. I have no money. Right? And then I said I should have used some locks. This is more wordplay because I just talked about Dora the Explorer, right? I said I should have used some locks. I think my shit got swiped up by a fox. Remember Dora the Explorer? Swiper, no swiping if you're familiar with it. Remember Swiper the fox? He's always, when she's going on her little mission with her little backpack and her map, he's always coming and trying to swipe and steal stuff. So that was wordplay. So, but I'm also talking about the fact that it really feels like my shit got swiped up by a fox or something, somebody that I didn't see. When did this happen? Right? So then I said feeling stuck in a foxtrot. That's more wordplay because I just in the last line mentioned the word fox. Foxtrot is a type of dance, right? So I said feeling stuck in a foxtrot, like I'm in this dance, that I can't get out of. And then I said I'm not down to tango. That's another type of dance, right? I'm not down for the dancing and the stupid games. I'm not down to tango. Feeling trapped up like the Django. If you watch the movie The Django, remember the Django was a slave and he was all trapped up and trying to get free and all this different stuff, right? So then I said I started digging through my backpack, again to play on Dora the Explorer, right? To find where my map's at. I'm Dora the Explorer now. I'm looking for my map, right? That's wordplay. Then I said I sat for days, right? I'm talking about the confusion, sitting here trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, right? I sat for days, and then I said mental vortex that feels like a maze. And I'm talking about this situation, the psychological warfare, the neuromonitoring, the perplexity, not understanding what's going on. It's wordplay, but it's pertaining to my situation. And then I said, I'm truly amazed. Wordplay, right? I'm truly amazed. Life shifts in so many different ways. I'm talking about how life can change. One day everything's normal and then you send a text message and everything's topsy-turvy. You don't know what's going to happen from day to day. I had no idea as I was graduating that this would be what would be in store for me in the future. Anyway, I said I think I need a tonic, feeling something like Sonic. If you're familiar with video games, you know that Sonic drinks the little tonics and stuff to get energy and whatever else. And then I said finally reached the boss. Remember at the end of the stage, Sonic reaches the big boss? This whole challenge and this whole tribulation I'm in now feels like I'm at boss level. Because I've told you guys for the last decade I've been dealing with weird shit. This is the highest of the high. This is the peak here of the crazy. This feels like boss level. What I'm dealing with now, I'm at boss level. So I said I feel like I finally reached a boss, and then I said recalibrating, can't afford to be lost. So I'm not saying I'm lost. I'm saying at the moment it feels like I'm lost, but I'm recalibrating and I'm getting back on track. You know how when you're looking at a GPS and it says recalibrating, if you go off track or you go off route, it recalibrates? Recalibrating, I can't afford to be lost. So I'm not lost. At the moment I went off track, I'm recalibrating and I'm going to get back on. That's what I'm saying. So they took it out of context on purpose and started creating this weird shit with my poem Lost. So anyways, that's what I want to talk about because they keep throwing the shit at me. What's the next thing? Narcissist Fid Eddie Murphy, document the dream. Oh God, I have to talk about the dream. This is this is one of those videos where I couldn't control how long it was. It couldn't be helped. So now after that thing happened at work, right? Before I left, I noticed that this big silver truck pulls up and I see this guy in a fire officer shirt, and I've seen him before in the area. It's usually on those nights when Monster Bitch comes out, and then I'm driving home and I'll see him drive by and watching me. This is not the first time it's happened. But this time he literally pulls up in the parking lot where my car is parked by the security office. Haven't seen him do that before. And he's on his phone. Obviously I look because somebody's driving by. I'm doing security. I'm paying attention. This was right before I got off. He looks at me. He cuts his eyes at me. The man literally cut his eyes at me. It made me get bassity, flustered. I'm like, what? And I know it's because of how I was acting in my car. How I was acting like a bitch. But I'm like, this is gaslighting. This is what happens. I was literally sitting there trying to figure out this new directive of having to sit outside in the elements. Before I could even process what happened, they were already flying the thing in my face trying to get a reaction, biting me up with gnats. And this led to this nasty, egregious reaction and night that I had. And then I get painted again as Monster Bitch. And now you're driving by glaring at me. I'm like, really? So I didn't even say anything about it, though. I didn't even think anything about it. I just noticed it and I just left. I was like, whatever. So anyways, now I get home after that shift where I was acting like a pompous bitch. And I went to sleep. And I had this very strange dream. It was, first of all, a lot of stuff happening. The more I showered after I woke up from the dream, and I only remembered the very tail end of it. As I showered, I started realizing, wait, this whole dream was full of stimuli. I'm like, wait a minute. This was definitely, I can't prove again that they sent it to me. Look how they flew the flyby. But they were acting so annoyed with me that night at work, right? Where I was given the new directive and then they were biting me up and I started acting like a pompous bitch. They were acting annoyed with me. I even had that fire officer guy drive by and glare at me. And I go to bed and I have this weird ass dream. I don't even know who's controlling the neuromonitoring. I don't know if it's here on island. I don't know if it's a fusion center in Florida where the targeting worsened. It actually worsened in Indiana. That was where my targeting went viral. But then it worsened even more in Florida. So I don't know which fusion center is controlling this technology in my head. I don't know if it's here on island. I don't know who's doing what or who's sending what as far as dreams go. But all I know is I went to sleep when I got home and I had a very colorful dream, a very vivid dream. Let me show y'all something. Oh, I can't show y'all stuff. That's right. So even those lyrics that I was just showing y'all can't even see it, but you heard it. I gave you an explanation. If you want to see those lyrics for that poem, you can just click on the video and click on the description box. I can't show you guys what I want to show you, but I'm still going to go in and describe what you can check out. The reason I can't show you is because I'm merging all these clips together. And as I've told you guys, when I merge clips together, the screen is blacked out. If you check out my video, Evidence of Mind Control Technology Used on Targeted Individuals, and it has the thumbnail of a blue brain with a big yellow microchip, right? And it's 58 minutes long. In that video, I provide a plethora of information showing you that this technology truly exists, right? And that they have the capability, when you're neuromonitored, to send you vivid dreams. And then towards the end of the video, I also shared the account of another target that's experienced the same thing. Another video you can check out that I recently posted is my mind reading technology used on targeted individuals video. And the thumbnail is actually of a news special, right? And it says researchers unveil mind reading tech. So they're being very forthcoming with the fact that this technology exists. It's out there. All you have to do is your research. There are patents for the technology. Speaking of which, another video that you can check out is my diagram of neuromonitoring effects on targeted individuals, and you'll see a thumbnail of a diagram of a drawing of a woman with different captions coming from her. And one of the captions, mind you, this diagram was released at a freedom of speech press conference from DARPA, the creators of the technology. You can see that one of the captions says that they can send you vivid dreams. Lastly, you can check out my patent for synthetic telepathy used on targeted individuals. And the thumbnail says artificial telepathy. And there I shared a patent that they have for the technology. So they have patents for this thing, y'all. They're not going to have patents for something that doesn't exist. And so you can check out all these videos. And a lot of those videos I just referenced are some of the links included in the description box and comment section. This is why I tell you guys, check out the links. I share good information. So just know they have the capability to do this. So although I may not be able to prove that they absolutely sent that dream, I've proven that look at them revving by. I'm gaslighting. I've proven I'm targeted, and I've proven that they have the capability to send these type of dreams. They have the capability, especially if you're having a very vivid, detailed dream full of stimuli. You know, it's very possible that's what's going on. Anyway, so let me document the dream, y'all. My back's hurting. So in the dream, you know, it was such a weird dream, right? It started off where we're just driving. Speaking of expeditions, you know, I'm in the car with different family members and we're all just driving, right? And it wasn't just family. It was just random people in it too. It was like we're on a safari and we're driving like we're about to take this big super hike, right? So we're just driving through the mountains. Everything's normal. Driving. Then I notice we get to the top of like this super high hills, super high, right? And so as we're at the top of the hill, what it is we're supposed to be hiking down, but it's almost like this rock climbing thing where we're like using ropes and stuff to swing and climb down. It was this weird type of trek that we were on. You know, and initially there were no children there. You know, it was just adults there as far as I could tell, right? So what the dream morphed into was really odd. So right before I went my turn, there was a couple, an interracial couple that went, right? It was a white man, and a black woman. And standing next to this, like right where we were supposed to hike down, there was a white lady. I'm sorry I'm stammering. I just feel awkward talking about this stuff, but I'm just telling you what was in the dream. A white lady that was standing like behind this podium, and it's like she was directing us on whose turn it was to go down. And so she looked at the couple, right? And she said, "They're beautiful, right?" And she looked at me and smiled in this tense way. Like it seemed like a genuine smile. but there was a tenseness there, like she knew about me, and I don't know, like she was expecting a certain reaction or something. And so I said yes. And I got that same awkward look that I was just referencing. I think it was in the last clip when I was telling you I was in the office talking to that supervisor that threatened to write me up. And he told me about his background. I felt that look happening, that awkward look, because I've been sensitized to it. But I told her, yes, they are beautiful. But I was feeling like awkward about like the whole thing. So I remember that happening, and then all of a sudden I'm climbing down, right? And we're going down, we're trekking down, and we're swinging down, and it feels risky and scary and high risk, right? And so I get to this certain point where all of a sudden, one of my nephews is there, right? It was so weird. One of my nephews was there, and my oldest niece, the one that they've sensitized me to because of the text message, right? So of course I'm going to get awkward talking about this. It feels weird and awkward to talk about, and they're staring at me. Excuse me, I need to blow my nose, y'all. So anyways, all of a sudden, the children are there, those two, right? So the guy behind me, he said, we got to take the kids down. We got to take the kids down. I said, the kids? What? You know, and then that's right when I looked to the side and I realized that oldest niece is there. And my nephew, I'm like, what are they doing here? You know, because it was so dangerous. This trek that we're going on in this dream, it was such a vivid dream too. So I remember grabbing my nephew and holding him. And as I'm climbing down with him, I'm showing him the different stuff. And he said, yeah, I see. I said, you see? He said, yeah, I see. And then he said, what about Naya? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to say names in my videos. I'm sorry, y'all, because I literally woke up on the thought. Remember I told you several times with these dreams that I suspect are sending me. I'll wake up. I need to snort, y'all. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Sorry about that, y'all. So as I'm climbing down, right? And I have my nephew in my hands, you know, and I'm just showing him the different stuff. And he's being his normal cute self, you know, and I'm just showing him, you know, the different trees and things as we're climbing down. He says, what about so-and-so? You know, and I didn't mean to say the name just now. I'm trying not to put names, especially not the children. I don't want to put their names in these videos. So he goes, what about so-and-so? And I said, so-and-so? I said her name. And right as I'm waking up, I'm saying so-and-so. And so I wake up thinking that name. I wake up thinking so-and-so in a question kind of way. And so as I wake up, I said, y'all sent that dream to me. Like, I always do this. Whenever they send me these type of dreams, I say, y'all did that. I'm like, I know y'all. It was full of stimuli, first of all. I'm like, it's so weird and random. And all the time, I always end up getting this coincidental dream, vivid dream about either that stimuli or something else right as I pissed them off, after it seems like I had a night where I annoyed them. So I'm just like, that was likely dream manipulation. So I was like, let me make a video about it and document, because it wasn't that intense of a dream. It wasn't that crazy. They've sent me way worse. Well, I suspect, let me not bear false witness. I suspect they've sent me way worse, but it's just weird in general because I'm sensitized to that. You know, and it was when it happened, you know, what happened prior to me having the dream. I was like, let me make my dream manipulation part 7 video. And I have more to talk about too, y'all. I'm almost done. Document the dream. Also talk about, finally, I'm to the last part, y'all. The last point. My God, this is a very long video. The longest video I have created in a while. You know, I was going to split it into 2 parts, and I'm like, nah, let me just make this one video. It is what it is, right? It's a very long video. Excuse me. Anyways, now I want to document what happened at the gym yesterday. So you can see I said also talk about gym, new PR, and what happened with cop, right? I went to the gym yesterday, right? I didn't tell you guys this, but I did tell you that I've been squatting and deadlifting 200 pounds. I'm trying to, or my goal has been to get to 270. There's this girl that I follow, and she has the aesthetic that I'm going for, right? And she literally started out similar to me, you know, with my body type, and worked her way into whatever body type or aesthetic it was that she was going for. But not just that, also to just wanting to get stronger, you know, having goals and wanting to hit these PRs, these personal records, and be able to lift a certain amount. It just feels good being able to do that. And it's also making your body heal from whatever it is you feel like you're dealing with. Remember, I told y'all my muscles and everything else suffered last year because I suspect I was hit with radiation. You know, I don't even know if, obviously the tech is still in me. They're clearly still hearing my thoughts. You know, they still do noise campaigns at hearing my thoughts. So obviously there's still stuff in me. So I'm trying to get my body healthy. So it's not just about the vain part of things, wanting to have like a certain aesthetic. It's also about health for me. It's also about healing my body. It's also about regenerating my cells. And It's also because it's something I've always done. I've always worked out. And it's therapeutic for me mentally. So that's why I'm doing it. Right? So hitting PRs, personal records, and being able to lift heavier and heavier is fun for me. So my goal has been to get to 270 pounds. I've been at 200. I'm struggling with the Smith machine. I already explained this to y'all in one of the recent videos. I do 40 squats when I go to the gym, in addition to a lot of other leg workouts. I do 20 squats on the Smith machine, and I do 20 squats on this back squat machine. That provides more support, so I don't really have to worry about balance. All I have to worry about is muscle strength. The Smith machine is more difficult because you have to worry about balance as well. So I can go heavier on the back squat machine. So on the back squat machine, right, I've been doing 200 pounds for all 20 squats. With the Smith machine, I have to break it up. So I'll do like 5 squats at 90 pounds. I'll do 5 squats at, is this somebody acting crazy and nuts and closing the door and doing weird sounds because I'm talking about this? I don't know what's going on. And then again, this moment would be me being monster bitch. But anyway, so anyways, I do 5 squats at 90 pounds. I do 10 squats at 135 squats pounds. This is on the Smith machine, right? Remember I told you with the back squat machine, I've been doing all 20 squats at 200 pounds. With the Smith machine, and only recently, because with the Smith machine before I was like keeping it the same, like with the back squat machine, and I was trying to do all my squats at the same weight. But I realized once I started deadlifting and going heavier and stuff, it just was too hard to not warm up. So now I start lighter and I get heavier with the Smith machine. So I'll do 5 squats at 90 pounds. I'll do 10 squats at 135 pounds. And then I'll do 5 squats at 180 pounds. It's to the point where I'm not even adding the extra 20 pounds and doing the 200-pound squat with the Smith machine because it's been so difficult for me because I don't do low bar squatting. If you know anything about working out as far as like using a barbell goes, doing the high bar squat where you're resting the barbell on your traps rather than lower on your lower upper back, it's more difficult because it takes more balance. And so it's been harder for me to go heavier with doing the high bar squat. But I found that I like how it feels more than the low bar squat feels awkward to me. So I keep saying I'm going to try to practice and get better at doing the low bar squat so I can go heavier with the Smith machine. But right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing high bar squats and I'm going to 180. That's where I'm stopping at the Smith machine for now, right? So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing 5 at 90, 10 at 135, and then 5 at 180. So I said, well, you know what? The back squat machine, I don't have to worry about balance. There's no high bar, low bar, anything. It's just a matter of strength. I'm like, my muscles feel strong enough at this point. I've been working out long enough to just hop right to 270. I know that sounds crazy to hop from 200 to 270, but I know my body. And I was like, I feel like I can do it. And so I was like, let me, hammering. I said, let me try and do it. I said, let me give it a try. I'm like, I think I could do this, right? So yesterday I did my normal routine. I did the Smith squats first, right? And then I also deadlift with the Smith machine. I'm deadlifting 200 pounds now, y'all. That's partially why my back hurts, just so you know, because I just recently started adding deadlifting into my workout regimen. And I just went straight to doing the heavy deadlifting because I just knew I could handle it. So anyways, now I hop to the back squat machine. I'm like, let me try this, man. Let me see if I can do 270. Let me give it a try. So I did my first 10 at 200 pounds like I normally do. And I did the latter 10 at 270. When I put the thing on and I stood up with it, it felt really heavy. I was like, I don't know if I could do this, man. I was like, I don't know if I could do this, but let me try. Let me see if I could do it, right? So I remember really pushing myself and squatting down and realizing that I could handle it. Even though it felt hard, it actually felt like I could go heavier. I think next time I could maybe try to do the last squat at 300 pounds. Because even though it's this weird thing with the back squat machine, it assists you in a way. So it's not like you have to worry about your balance and falling over because the weight's too heavy. The only thing you have to worry about with the back squat machine is being strong enough to lift the weight. You're just relying on muscle strength and not balance. And so if you have the strength, you can go as heavy as you can possibly go, right? Whatever your muscles can handle. So I'm like, I feel like I could do this. I just knew I could. And so the last 10 squats I did at 270 and I actually was able to do it. It felt really heavy on my shoulders when I stood with it. But when I squat with it, my legs could handle it. It was hard. It burned like hell, but my legs could handle it. I was like, whoa. I felt so good about myself. That was a PR, personal record. Anyway, so I just wanted to talk about that. I'm giving you an update about that. But now I want to talk about what happened with the cop, right? The same cop I've been documenting that they send in there often So like it seems like they're sending. Let me not bear false witness. If it's not that, it's a hell of a coincidence, especially with all the stuff that I notice him kind of sometimes doing. He was in there this time again, working out while I was working out. He's never nasty towards me or anything like that. So it's not anything where I'm like complaining or like, it's just that it makes my brain tick and then I get gaslit about it because I know why he's being sent in there. And then sometimes he'll do, like I said, these passive aggressive things. For instance, like when I'm on the Smith machine and I'm getting heavier and it, my legs are starting to wobble a little bit, I'll notice him like purposely walking. It would seem, let me not bear false witness, it would seem purposely walking by and watching me. Like, it's not like he's just walking by, he's walking by and watching me. Of course that's going to make me angst. And also he already makes my brain tick. I already explained to you on the recent videos why he makes my brain tick. So anyway, sorry y'all, my back hurts. Anyway, so it was kind of like that same activity going on yesterday, before I got back there and I did the 270, just the same thing with him kind of lingering around the area and, just that same kind of way where my brain was ticking like crazy. It was worse yesterday. I don't know what caused it to be worse. His name was hardcore popping into my head and everything yesterday. And it's usually, like a little thing where his name will pop in my head or, whatever pertaining to the situation will pop into my head. But it was hardcore happening yesterday. I was like, are they doing, I even for a second thought, are they doing this? I remember because I made videos about it. So I'm like, are they doing this now? But it was like, whatever. And every time his name would pop in, he's walking by, like this type of way, like his name starts popping in my head, he's walking by, so this is what I'm talking about. It's these like little subtle things that I can't hardcore prove it. If I say for sure that's what's happening, I'm bearing false witness, even though it's obvious that that's likely what was happening. So anyways, I remembered now after doing the squat thing and feeling the Smith machine and getting through my deadlifts and stuff and my squats and feeling good about myself, I remember smiling, right? And I started doing my lunges. And my lunges are difficult too because at that point in the workout, my legs are usually burning. And I'm doing it with 80 pounds. I'm doing 40-pound dumbbells in each hand. So it's 80 pounds. So it burns my legs. And so I remembered I was doing it and I'm not making noises or anything. If anything, I might be making faces sometimes because my legs are on fire. But I'm not making noises. I'm quiet, right? I might go when I'm getting up, if anything, but I don't make noises. So I remember now my music is kind of dwindling down. Remember, I have earphones in. I don't know if I've told you guys this. I've in prior videos told you, but you may not have recalled. I typically have earphones in, right? So the song I was listening to at the time, right as I'm standing up from doing my lunges and I'm putting the weights up and I'm about to do a different workout, the song starts to dwindle off. And so, it gets kind of lower. The volume will get a little lower as the song is about to end. Right as it starts to get lower, I'm not hearing anything. At this point now, I can hear what's going on in the gym because I'm towards the end of the song and I'm not hearing anything. Do you know as soon as the song ended, I guess he's hearing in his head, however it works where they can hear your thoughts and hear what you're hearing. As soon as the song ended, all of a sudden he's over at a machine near me. He starts going, ugh, ugh, ugh. Yo, I had to crack up, dude. It was so obvious. He's like making these super loud noises, like in this teasing manner, like to tease me, I guess, about going so heavy or about pushing myself so hard or whatever he's teasing me about. Again, I can't concretely prove that that's what was happening, but it was obvious. I'm telling you. You know how it is when you're being gang-stalked. It's like I'm not hardcore accusing because I can't. But I'm just telling you, it was obvious. He's going, ah! Ah! Like real over-exaggeration stupidness. I haven't even heard him doing that before. And so I'm just like, is he bothered that I'm hitting my records and I'm not having a problem or what is going on? That's what I'm thinking because I said nothing bad about this man. I keep saying I've never said anything bad about him. Nothing. The initial time that when I talked about him last year with my sister, I keep saying this in all of my videos. We briefly talked about him and what I said was good. So I don't even understand why they're using him to gang stalk me, first of all. And second of all, why now is it to the point where now you're like bullying me and making noises for me to hear because it was right as my song ended. And before it totally went out, I could hear what was happening in the gym. He wasn't doing that. And then when the song completely stopped, that's when and he realized I could hear him. He's like, and doing all this extra stuff. So I'm like, really? So I just laughed and cracked up. I literally looked over at him and I started to crack up. And I said, I said something mean and I thought something mean and I don't even mean it like that. But again, monster bitch peeking out because it's like, I'm being bullied. I'm just trying to work out and chill. I'm like, what is the big deal? I never said nothing bad about you. And honestly, I don't even know the man's age, to be honest with you. If I were to guess, I know I recall him being a little bit older than my older sister. If I were to guess, I would think he's either in his late 30s or early 40s. That would be my guess because my sister is in her mid 30s. I'm in my early 30s. So if I were to guess, I would say he's in his late 30s, early 40s. That's not old, especially not to somebody that's 32. I'm mature enough to recognize that it's not old. But I was irritated with what he was doing. So again, a moment where I thought something offensive. I remember looking at him and laughing, cracking up, and I said, his old ass. I said, that's probably what it really feels like for real. You know, that's what I thought in my head. I said, his old ass, it probably feels like that for real. You know, the way he seemed like he was straining and struggling. Now, anybody that knows me, they're watching me like a hawk. They know that I love working out, and I love seeing older people work out, like really old people. Like there's a 7-year-old woman that's squatting 400 pounds. She's partially what motivated me to realize if she could do this, I can do 270. Like I love to see older people, like genuinely older people working out. So I'm not going to tease somebody about their age. I'm not into ageism. And 40 isn't old. Nor is your late 30s. Shit, I'm smart enough to recognize that if the Most High spares my life and I'm blessed enough to make it to that age, that's right around the corner at age 32 because time flies so quick. I remember being my brother's ages. My younger brothers, they're 20, 22, and what is it? One is 10 years younger than me and one is 8 years younger. 24 and 22. I remember being that age. You know, like it was yesterday. I can't even believe I'm 32. Like time flies like that. So I'm not stupid or ignorant enough to tease somebody that's older when I know that could be me tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like if the Most High spares my life. But I was so irritated with him sitting there going, and all the extra bullshit just to get under my skin that it wasn't super irritation. It's not like those moments where I get really mad sometimes. It was more so like entertaining. Like I thought it was hilarious, but at the same time irritating. And so I was just like, your old ass. I said his old ass. He probably really does feel like that. That's what I thought in my head. Like it probably really is that hard for him. You know, and then that was it. That was the only negative thought I thought. And I caught myself and like, calm down, you know, and I continue my workout. So then I get to the back squat machine and I just was like, whatever, I'm just ignoring the stuff that be happening in there, you know, because sometimes you notice, you know, gang stalking happening. I strongly suspect, but I ignore it because it's not so bad that it's impeding my workout. You know, it could be a lot worse. I can acknowledge that it could be a lot worse. So I'm glad they're not doing too much and I'm able to get my workouts done. So it's not like I'm making a big deal about it, but I did have that moment where I thought that mean thought, right? So anyway, I go back to the back squat machine now, and I'm doing the 270, and I actually was able to do it. I did it for 10 squats. I was like, you know, I felt so excited. I said, well, yes, I'm doing all this extra stuff with my hands. Now this is where I was acting extra. I was like, yes, but before I finished, right, when I was doing the last squat was difficult to me. As I was standing there before I did the squat, my legs were shaking because they were burning. This is the heaviest I've ever gone. It's a PR, personal record. So my legs are shaking. And while it's happening, they fly the mosquito in my face, right? So I purposely now, I already told you when they do these things, it motivates me more. I pushed through the last squat and I stood up and I said, I see you, mosquito. I said, I hope you see me too. It's similar to what I was doing on the basketball court when I started making buckets on them and bragging, right? Because put the big liquor bottle in the middle of the court. So I was like, I see you, mosquito. I hope you see me too. I hope you see what I just did. I said, you see that? You saw that? I didn't even act that cocky. I wasn't even being that pig-headed. And so I'm just putting the weights up now. I notice he comes over the cop. You know, he wasn't even anywhere in the vicinity when I was doing the squat. So the only way he could have seen me were via whatever camera it is that's on me. He comes from wherever he comes from. He's helping me put the weights up now. So in a way, I guess it's this kind of way to show that you don't have to be a pighead. You know, and this kind of way to try to make me look bad is what it felt like. You know, I appreciated the help. But let's be real, you were just a little while ago on the machine antagonizing me, going, "Arr! Arr!" You know, whatever else is done that creates this pig-headed reaction. And then now you're going to come and help me. So now again, it looks like I'm being monster bitch and the pighead and the poor nice person is coming to help me. Like, that's not what was going on. You know, so I just told him thank you. And I let him help me. I said thank you and I left. But I'm just like, don't, like, that's gaslighting. Don't paint it like I'm this monster bitch when you know, like, these little subtle things are happening to antagonize me. And then I'm having these nasty reactions, some worse than others. It depends on the day. And then gaslight me like I'm the monster. That's not what's happening. So anyways, that's all I wanted to talk about, man. That's all I wanted to document. It's a lot, man. It's going to be a long-ass video. I'm still not even sure if I'm going to split it in two or leave it as a video. And I have to leave to have stuff. 2 things I need to do today. I don't have a lot to do today, y'all, but I do have to leave the house. Anyways, that's it, y'all. I'll talk to y'all on the next one. It was just so much to talk about, man. It was so much to talk about. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Peace out.